The story begins with a scene of smoke billowing into the sky, rising from the earth. Deep, jagged craters scar the land, as if a devastating battle has just taken place. Amidst this devastation, a man, exhausted and drenched in sweat, his face covered in wounds and blood, pins another man beneath him. This man, with white hair and white clothes, is being choked, his face pressed into the dirt. They seem to be at the climax of a deadly struggle. But surprisingly, the white-haired man, though choked and covered in blood, shows no fear. Instead, he smirks. As expected, it's done. He glances to the side. You're different from that other trash. The scene shifts to other figures. Lying on the ground, barely alive, utterly exhausted. A gruesome scene unfolds. Under the heavy rain. To add insult to injury, the black-haired man above couldn't stand the sarcastic tone any longer and roared in anger. Shut up! Kill me! The white-haired man below smirked. Only you can kill me. The black-haired man just stared coldly at him with razor-sharp eyes. Is that so? But I won't be the one taking your life. I made a promise to my comrades. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the man's collar. He looked him straight in the eyes and yelled, I will see you get the death penalty and face the law. The white-haired man continued to smirk at him. To this day, I still regret. The black-haired man roared, you will face the judgment of justice, and then showed remorse. I should have finished him off back then. Now, on the news, a reporter is making an emergency broadcast. Breaking news. An image of the white-haired man appears with the caption, the worst villain, Huang Xiaohuan, the villain who terrorized the entire world. So, the villain's name is Huang Xiaohuan. A judge's gavel slams down on the desk, delivering the sentence. Sentenced, Huang Xiaohuan is now strapped to a wooden plank. Surrounded by guards in hazmat suits, weapons drawn, they stand on high alert. The verdict, death. Huang Xiaohuan is currently wearing a special device to suppress his powers. But even captured, the villain wears a confident, bright smile. He's being held in Lakira's prison, a place where the most heinous criminals are held captive. He's imprisoned in the deepest basement of the 5-story prison. Furthermore, a funeral in the name of justice is scheduled to be held tonight. Someone watching the news grits their teeth in anger. A bandage is plastered on their face, a memento of the battle. Images flash through their mind. A girl with shoulder-length purple hair, a monk, a girl with long blonde hair, a bearded man, and a young man with blue hair. Fan Heels, who fought against Huang Xiaohuan alongside Xiao Gangwu. The remaining young man, Xiao Gangyu, is currently recovering. Hearing the news, his expression turns frighteningly cold. The television continues to drone on. The government expresses its gratitude for the sacrifices of the deceased. Suddenly, someone grabs the remote and switches it off. A voice called out. Xiao Kangyu turned his head, his expression cold. A man in a police uniform entered and spoke. If your body is aching, you should be resting, not watching TV. This was the warden of Lucas Prison, Xiao Kangho. Kangyu thought to himself, that's my brother. Also a warden. Kangyu responded, brother. He looked down at his hands, speechless and bewildered. That bastard, Huang Xiaohuan. His face darkened as he spat out. You should have killed him yourself when you had the chance. His brother tried to calm him. Kangyu, you made a promise to your teammates. Back then, his blonde teammate, Laura, had said with utmost seriousness, heroes save people, they don't kill them, no matter how evil they are. You can't just kill people indiscriminately. They're human beings too, so their fate should be decided by the law. But then, Xiao Kongjun retorted, what if they try to kill us? Lawa said, promise me, no matter what happens, you won't kill anyone. She reminded her teammates of this. Back then, the protagonist silently obeyed Lawa. Back in the present, Xiao Kangho, his older brother, spoke up. I agree. The only thing that can judge a person is the law, he said, looking down, not looking happy at all. His brother looked a bit reluctant. And of course, as a correctional officer, he had to keep this a secret. This is classified information. Huang Xiaohuan will be executed next week. I'll be carrying out the sentence. Hearing this, Xiao Kangwu looked over in astonishment. His brother continued, you kept your promise to your comrades. You did well. As for the end of his life, leave that to us wardens. Now let's go. Xiao Kangwu's astonishment grew as he looked up at his brother. Xiao Kangho reached down with a smile, offering his hand. Come meet your colleagues. Let's go meet your colleagues. The scene changes. Letters, along with flowers for the fallen heroes, overflowed. People gathered together, holding banners, their faces etched with grief and indignation. Images of the fallen heroes were displayed, standing shoulder to shoulder, with utmost solemnity and respect. The Seo Kangwoo brothers were also there, paying their respects to their fallen comrade. In his hand, he held a pristine white chrysanthemum, a tribute to his departed friend. Time flew by. 1 week later, people still bustled in and out of the funeral home, and the day of Hwang Seowon's execution arrived. The wooden board engraved with the villain's name appeared. Hwang Seowon's name was gone, replaced by a portrait of Seo Kanghan. The protagonist's brother was stunned by this sight. "Oh my God, this is heartbreaking. Is he dead?" Tears streamed down Seo Kangwoo's face, unable to believe what he was seeing. He was choked with grief. Why? Why didn't the man sentenced to death die? The image of the sinister Hwang Seowon flashed in his mind. My brother, a prison guard, had to die instead. Seo Kangho's portrait, a gentle smile gracing his lips, stands there. A prison guard, dedicated to his duty until the very end. Before the portrait, white chrysanthemums offer a silent tribute, and an incense burner releases a steady stream of fragrant smoke. Seo Kangwoo sits listlessly beside his brother's picture, lost in the depths of despair. A voice suddenly calls out, "Seo Kangwoo." A woman appears, stepping into the room, followed by 2 men in police uniforms. "Long time no see," she says. The woman is Jo Sul, an officer from Luluku's prison. "Can we talk?" she asks. Kangwoo throws a weary, irritated glance at the group. He looks up at them. A tablet displaying a video is held out. A video begins to play. Annoyed, Seo Kangwoo asks, "What is this?" Dojin replied, "This is a video of Hwang Junho's execution that took place today." The scene cuts to the video playing on a screen. Footsteps march in unison. Hwang Junho, bound tightly to a wooden board, is being escorted by several guards. Seo Gangho walks beside him. Hwang Junho glances over, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "Hey, you look." He leans closer to Seo Gangho. "A lot like Seo Gangyu. Are you related to him? Are you his brother?" Seo Gangho remains silent, glaring at him. Hwang Junho continues to taunt him. "You're a guard? You two are so different, huh? Which one of you is the older brother, and which one is the younger?" Seo Gangho still says nothing. Hwang Junho stares at him expectantly. Suddenly, he speaks again. "Hey." Hwang Seowon asked, "How did it feel to kill an AI?" Seo Kangho, annoyed, retorted, "What?" Hwang Seowon maintained his wicked grin. "You're a correctional officer. Isn't your job also to kill people? Just like me? How does it feel?" He was clearly trying to provoke Seo Kangho, but he remained silent. Then, with a sinister glance, Hwang Seowon said, "I feel a bit regretful." Seo Kangho, irritated, asked, "Regretful?" Hwang Seowon gave a twisted smile and uttered disgusting words, making someone indignant enough to kill. A touch and they die. It's not fun at all. Now truly agitated, Seo Kangho exclaimed, "What?" He pointed at him, gritting his teeth. "Even killing things that aren't even human like you." I also felt incredibly remorseful, even though I barely touched the button. But the truth is he's been having terrible nightmares. Every night he'd bolt upright, clutching his head and screaming in agony. Nightly nightmares left him completely drained and unable to get any sleep. In his nightmares, the faces of other criminals would appear, screaming, "You're just like me." Even before his death, he cursed me with a sneer. Seo Ganghan's job was simply to kill people. Nothing more, nothing less. A clearly agitated Seo Ganghan blurted out, "The prisoners I executed haunt my dreams." Hwang Seelhan continued with a sly smirk, asking, "So, what's your motivation for continuing to be an executioner?" My brother seemed to ponder for a moment. Everyone has their job to do. I'm just doing my duty as a prison guard. From this moment on, death row inmate Hwang Seolhwan, before the execution of your sentence. Seo Gangwi sits in front of him and asks, "Do you have any last words?" Hwang Seolhwan simply replies with a casual, "I just wanted to ask." He bursts into a crazed laughter and asks a seemingly unrelated question. "Between the two of you, who's older?" The guard gives the order into his walkie-talkie. "Commence the execution." The executioners prepare to raise their hands and press the button. Their fingers hover over the button. Hwang Seolhwan maintains a smug expression, a crooked smile on his face. A finger makes contact with the button. The button is about to be pressed, when suddenly a flash of light pierces the darkness. In that moment, the video on the tablet stopped. Seo Kangyu, couldn't believe what he was seeing on the screen. He was speechless. Du-Su spoke again. The time of judgment. On the screen, black bars appeared from signal interference. At that moment, in Lucas prison, the ceiling opened, revealing a long, unlit fluorescent light. The guards panicked and shouted, "What's happening? The power's out. The prisoners, it's over." They glanced at Huang Du-Su. Could it be that on Huang Du-Su's collar there was also a red button? He laughed like a devil and pressed the red button with his finger. A mysterious attack had been launched. Huang Du-Su yelled, "The only one who can kill me." Seo Kang-yu was filled with terror. A massive explosion rocks the prison. Everyone scrambles, clinging to each other as they jump clear. Electrical sparks erupt from the ceiling. Crackling sounds fill the air, followed by bursts of sparks and plumes, of thick smoke that obscure everything. A guard struggles to his feet, yelling into his radio, "Apprehend him! Code Red! We need backup!" The condemned has seized the control panel. He speaks rapidly. I repeat, the condemned in the control room. But just then, Huang Xiuhuan appears behind the guard, his eyes filled with a demonic glint. In an instant, the guard's face blisters in terror. Agonized screams erupt. Ag! Ag! Huang Xiuhuan opens his mouth wide, letting out a chilling laugh. Then, the guard's body swells and explodes. His body exploded, leaving Seo Gangho in a state of shock. His eyes were vacant, devoid of life, as he stared at the fresh blood of his comrade. Seo Gangho crumpled to his knees. Huang Xiuhuan stepped through the pool of blood, approaching him. He spoke. "The moment I saw you," he looked down at Gangho with contempt. "I knew you were his brother, didn't I?" Rage surged through Seo Gangho, his hand tightening around the knife's hilt. He lunged forward, swinging the knife downward with all his might. But Huang Xiuhuan simply raised a hand. In an instant, Gangho's arm shattered. Pain and hatred contorted Seo Gangho's face. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He clutched at the wound with his remaining hand. Huang Xiuhuan's eyes widened, and he demanded, "Am I right?" Seo Kangho's entire body trembled, but he still reached out with his remaining hand, trying to grasp the broken blade. "You must be punished by law." Seo Kangho's hand, stained with blood, strained with the effort, tendons bulging. Huang Xiuhuan's expression remained ice cold, watching with disdain. With a roar, Seo Kangho swung the broken blade down with all his might. "Justice must be served. The law must be upheld. You monster!" But in that moment, Huang Xiuhuan simply extended his hand once more. Instantly, a spray of blood erupted in the air, leaving behind only tattered shreds of clothing. A familiar hat fell to the ground. Above, on the ceiling, sparks of electricity crackled. Below stood a figure as demonic as ever, and on the ground lay a gruesome sight. Seo Kangho's head, lying in the middle of his own blood. The demon stares at the empty hat. "What's this?" He grins wickedly. "For the right answer, you'll have to ask Seo Kangwoo. Go back." Meanwhile, Seo Kangwoo is still in shock, eyes wide, frozen in place. Dojin speaks up. "So, currently, due to the sudden attack instigated by Huang Hong, the control devices installed on the death row inmates on all floors have been released. Fortunately, the inmates' escape has been prevented, but countless guards are trapped with the prisoners." Seo Kangwoo finally regains his senses. He grits his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. "Who did this?" Dojin pauses briefly. "We're still investigating. We are still investigating." She rests her chin on her hand, getting straight to the point. "Hero Seo Kangwoo, I sincerely apologize for asking this at your brother's funeral, but could you assist us in investigating this incident? But, do you have what it takes to quell the riot at Leginica prison?" Her expression was ice cold and severe. Seo Kangwoo didn't hesitate for a second. "Of course. Absolutely." Yo Seol continued to pierce him with her sharp gaze, as if waiting for something more. A wave of killing intent washed over Seo Kangwoo. His pupils glowed crimson red like a demon's as he continued. "But I have one condition. My comrade used to say." Explosions, both large and small, echoed in the distance. A mob of prisoners, clad in yellow uniforms, were swarming a reinforced door. They seemed to be trapped inside. Chaotic screams erupted. "Open the damn door! D! Some prisoners, driven to madness, began to slaughter each other with looks of twisted satisfaction. Seo Kangwoo continued his heroic monologue. "Our mission is to save lives, not to take them." The heavy steel door slowly creaked open, revealing a sliver of light. And then the opening widened. The prisoners, After a moment of stunned silence, began to shove and scramble toward the exit. My brother, a prison guard, once told me, the only thing that can judge a man is the law. The inmates, with their hardened, menacing faces, were ecstatic at the sight of the light. Cheers of delight erupted. The doors open. Everyone run. But the enforcer of the law wouldn't let them celebrate for long. Suddenly, a surge of power burst from the doorway, throwing the prisoners back inside. It was a guard. The terrified inmates cried out, "What's happening?" Therefore, at the doorway, stood a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, like a predatory beast, glaring at the prisoners inside. I don't want to enter Lelouch's prison. As a hero, a cap with a familiar insignia appeared, followed by a chilling greeting that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. "Greetings, you pathetic scum." But as a warden, a butcher, Co Gang Yu emerged, his face devoid of emotion, and coldly declared, "I am Warden Silvernew." The hardened criminals were stunned by the name. One of the leaders stepped forward boldly and asked, "You're a hero. Why are you wearing a warden's uniform?" Then they burst into laughter, like monsters staring him down. "Well, it was nice knowing you." With a roar of die, the monsters lunged forward, attacking Co Kongju. He stood calmly in the doorway, waiting for the burnt creatures to throw themselves at him. Just before their razor-sharp claws reached him, his face hardened. He cocked his fist, and with eyes blazing, he charged. The first monster to reach him received a brutal punch to the gut from Co Kongju. The monster's body was instantly ripped in two. Those too close were caught in the blast, limbs severed. Dead or alive, they were all sent flying backward by the force of his punch, like they'd been hit by a Category 5 hurricane. A path cleared from the entrance inward, littered with mangled bodies, and splattered with blood. The other prisoners watched in horrified silence. One of them, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, blurts out, "What?" Meanwhile, Co Kongyu remains calmly standing outside, taking a deep breath to compose himself. He stands tall, his voice booming as he addresses the prisoners. "Listen up, you scum. Listen carefully. By order of the government, effective immediately, starting from the first floor. A massive man sits with his head bowed inside. Solitary confinement, first floor, basement level 1. A girl with purple hair smiles faintly. Basement level 2. A group of shadowy figures, their faces obscured, only their glowing eyes visible. Basement level 3. A man with glowing blue hair and a fluorescent symbol beneath his eye. Basement level 4. A woman with long blue hair, only half her face visible. Basement level 5, a familiar, bloodstained hammer comes into view. Co Kongyu continues speaking. "All of my brother's work." Huang Xiaoho sat atop a pile of bodies, casually wearing the prized hat of the unfortunate warden. Upon seeing who had arrived, Huang Xiaoho smirked and said, "You're here." Co Kongyu finished his inner monologue and continued. Then his face hardened with anger as he declared, "Carry out the execution." Panic erupted among the prisoners. Upon hearing those words, "Execution?" they screamed in outrage and disbelief. "Bullshit! You bastard! Are you going to kill us?" Co Kongyu simply stared at the chaotic scene with cold eyes. He waited for them to quiet down before speaking in a low voice. "You've taken countless lives, and you think you don't deserve to die?" The prisoners were bewildered, looking at each other, asking, "Did we really kill that many people?" Then one yelled, "I didn't kill that many, but this guy in the front, Hyakti, killed 12. Another raised his hand, trying to explain, "The people I killed can be counted on one hand. He's Gyu. He killed 7. A fat one proudly held up a few fingers. "I haven't even reached 5 yet. This one's Gade. Even more disgusting, he kidnapped children, molested, and then killed them." Then, the unremorseful prisoners started questioning. "Co Kongyu, who are you to kill us? I want to talk to my lawyer." Even murderers are human. Curses and protests from the scum erupted. Meanwhile, one prisoner remained silent, observing. He watched with simmering annoyance. So noisy. He was a man with long, moss-green hair, his face haggard with sleep deprivation. His name was Choi Jian. 8 murders and a sexual assault charge on his record. Choi Jian stood amidst the chaos, calculating his next move, while the other inmates distracted by the commotion. He peered through the gaps, his gaze fixed on Co Kongyu. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, a wicked plan forming in his mind. Choi Jian subtly stepped back. Suddenly, a foot stomped hard on the ground, while the other prisoners were busy confronting Seo Kang-yu. Choi Jian used his sand-like quickness to burst forth, dashing outside and seizing the opportunity to escape. But before Choi Jian could savor his moment of triumph, suddenly, something was rapidly approaching his ugly mug. Seo Kang-yu wouldn't let some small fry like that get in his way. With a single kick, in an instant, a massive splatter of blood erupted in the air. The noisy prisoners who had witnessed the scene just moments ago fell silent in terror. Now, only a mangled corpse remained on the ground. Seo Kang-yu calmly spoke. "You guys," he stood tall before the prisoners, who were dumbfounded, and declared, "I'll give you one last chance. Obediently, put on the monitoring devices and return to your cells, and wait for your execution, or be executed right here." His expression as he spoke was as grim as the Grim Reaper's. The prisoners' faces turned pale. Panic set in. They were terrified. Suddenly, a reckless inmate spoke up mockingly. "What's this bastard thinking?" He acted all high and mighty, spouting arrogant nonsense. That shocked the other inmates. "There's something I want to say. If we're going to die anyway, better to die in a riot than just lie down and wait, right? This negotiation is pointless. That guy's disgusting. He's like a filthy rat, talking filth, with that shameless look on his face. Damn him, young Mugu." "That wasn't a negotiation," Seo Kang-jun's voice retorted, objecting to the despicable inmate's disdainful attitude. He fought to suppress his rage, forcing himself to explain patiently despite his murderous urge. "This isn't a negotiation. The last thing I offer you is mercy." The prisoners were a mix of confusion, anxiety, and panicked whispers. "We're done for. Is he going to kill us all? Just prolonging the inevitable. I thought he was just a new guard, but he's a hero from Equality. I'm wearing a monitoring device." "Me too." But one prisoner remained silent. A radiant aura emanated from his mouth. While the other prisoners panicked and scrambled for space, he opened his jaws wide, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura. His face contorted into a monstrous visage. The chaotic prisoners froze, turning to stare at the monster in their midst. "Listen up," a voice boomed, accompanied by a jet-black finger pointing towards the sky. The brazen inmate shouted, "Hear me. Even if he's a hero from Equality, there's no need to worry. It's just one guy. I've killed a rank 2 hero before. We just need to work together." He started rallying the weaker inmates, urging them to join forces against Seo Kang-yu. Another one looked. He anxiously asked, Is this real?" Then their initial confusion replaced. They exchanged sinister grins and exclaimed, "If that's the case." The rat-like man from before chimed in, "Exactly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's kill him and regain our freedom." Kang-yu calmly stared at the man with blazing red eyes and declared, "You pathetic scum, you're going back to Seoul." Meanwhile, she sat sternly and explained. L'Aquilio's prison segregates inmates based on their danger level. On the first floor, there are those who have killed countless people. Over 300 serial killers reside there. On basement level 1, we hold over 100 regional level criminals. Basement level 2 houses over 30 city level criminals. Basement level 3 contains 10 national level threats. Basement level 4 holds 5 continental level threats. And on basement level 5, there are 3 individuals, including Huang Xiaoho, a danger to the entire world. Doha responded with a nonchalant, "A lot, huh? Not bad, but the number of prisoners you have to deal with will be much less," she said with a serious expression. The prisoners on the second floor. Images of dazed and staggering individuals appeared. Their heads were restrained by glowing yellow halos. 2 girls, one with blue eyes and the other with red, spoke up, admonishing the prisoners, "Confess your sins." And on the 5th floor, a ceiling appeared. A girl sat alone in the corner of a room. A man approached, observing her, then let out a gasp. It was Huang Xiaohuan. He held a round, red, flesh-like object in his hand, grinning at the girl in the corner. "You all hate each other, don't you?" He casually tossed the object as he spoke. "Is anyone there?" The girl shot a sharp, icy glare at Huang Xiaohuan. Huang Xiaohuan smirked, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He was calculating how to kill time while waiting for Seo Kang-yu. Just then, the voice echoed again. "However, there's a rather unique inmate on the first floor." Yozil put down a file and warned Seo Kang-yu, "Be careful of this one." The image of the rat-like man from before appeared, casually holding his prisoner identification plate. His name is Hillerson. Back in the present, he wore a completely indifferent expression, Not a trace of fear or panic in his eyes. He possesses a skill that makes others easily persuaded by his words. Seo Kang-yu accused him. You attacked a hospital, 30 injured, 7 dead, including rank 2 hero Hyuk. That makes 8. Suddenly, Lee Hyung-seob's repulsive, fish-lips mouth blurted out 10. He held up his hands, laughing maniacally with a sickening pride as he declared, I killed 10. That hero bitch was pregnant with twins. Seo Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. At his words, he stared at him, exhaled, and then said, Hello, Commander. He spoke into the device attached to his collar. I think I'm going to use a little bit of force. Is this prison secure? The commander's voice assured him, You can't break it down, no matter what you do. I guarantee it. At that moment, Seo Kang-woo's face turned ice cold as he uttered, Then I won't hold back anymore. On the other side, the arrogant Hylason, still unafraid of death, taunted, You're all talk. He continued to mock Jinwoo and his team. You're an Icarus Guild hero, and yet you couldn't even do anything. Tokech Vang Dongsul. You were so desperate that you used your own colleagues as bait, didn't you? He smirked, a disgusting, twisted smile spreading across his face as he declared, We'll send you to join your dead colleagues. Hylason then looked up to the sky, unleashing a surge of frenzied power. The other prisoners, feeling the surge of power, grew excited, hope gleaming in their eyes. One of them let out a maniacal laugh, shouting, I feel power surging through me. Hylason then opened his mouth wide, like a high-ranking monster, and rallied his forces. Attack! The other prisoners charged at Seo Kang-woo, determined to take him down. Suddenly, 2 surges of power flashed towards Kang-woo, but in an instant, the prisoners in front were torn apart just like the others before them. That dark power obliterated all those who dared to approach. Blood splattered into the air. Waves of prisoners in the front ranks disintegrate. Then, the dark power snaked through the remaining prisoners, filling them with terror. What is this? They cried out. In the next moment, Seo Kang-woo's power slaughtered them all. Body parts lay scattered on the ground like fallen wheat. The few lucky survivors were frozen in place. What the hell just happened? Including Harrison. The smug, condescending look on his face was gone, replaced by shock, panic, and terror. Suddenly, a foot shot up with tremendous force. It was none other than Seo Kang-woo. His mid-air kick unleashed a dark energy, crackling like a spiderweb. Seo Kang-woo then doubled down, bringing his foot down with even greater force. Crimson streaks of energy exploded outwards. The power reached its peak as his foot slammed into the ground. The remaining prisoners were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of the blow. The scene shifted to a beautiful sunset sky. The previous carnage was just a nightmare. An AI sits in a pitch-black room. It's a man, sitting motionless, head bowed in silence. Suddenly, the prisoner looks up. His mouth is gagged with cloth. Then, a booming voice questions. On the other side, a prisoner screams. He's being brutalized by Seo Kang-woo and is about to meet his maker. But he still manages to curse. Damn it. Then his eyes roll back in terror. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-woo continues to leap and strike down the remaining prisoners. They cower and try to dodge his attacks. Seo Kang-woo, eyes blazing, lunges forward with a deadly fist. The swirling fist transforms into a terrifying force as it descends. Screams of no, stop, echo through the air. Blood splattered across the air in a gruesome display. 2 death screams echoed through the chamber. His fist, like a deadly net, tore through the prisoners. Each blow landed with the force of a monstrous claw. Terror gripped the inmates as they were engulfed by a crimson power. Even Hillstone was no exception. He too was cleaved in 2 by the brutal force. His face registered no pain at first. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped. Impossible. Seo Kang-jun's judgment was swift and merciless. The remaining prisoners were all cut down. As Seo Kang-jun withdrew his power, a scene of apocalyptic carnage remained. Seo Kang-jun finally spoke. First floor execution complete. To solitary confinement. Behind him lay a sight no one would ever want to witness, but one those men deserved. How many have been killed? Countless. Too many to count. Looking upon the mountain of corpses, tens, hundreds of deathly blows. From Seo Kang-yu's fists still burned with power. He stood before 2 prisoners, One large, one small, both consumed by terror. Choose, Co Gangyu commanded. Wear this device. Or die. His voice was ice, his gaze piercing. The smaller one trembled in fear, while the larger one gritted his teeth in rage. He lunged forward with a contemptuous sneer, aiming a blow at Co Gangyu. Spitting, bastard, but with a single, effortless kick, Co Gangyu obliterated him, reducing him to the same state as the other prisoners. There were around 300 people on the first floor. The remaining smaller prisoner, seeing the big guy die in an instant, terrified him. Quickly realizing his situation, he raised his hands, hastily surrendering. I'll wear it. I'll wear the device. Co Kongwu said, come and get it. The man stammered, why yes. Yes, sir. He frantically raised both hands, cautiously saying, please give it to me. Co Kangwu's eyes stared sharply at him, thinking the man valued his life. He suddenly let out a sinister laugh. From his hand erupted a power he believed to be stronger. Co Kongwu cursed, you bastard. Confidently, the man unleashed the power towards Co Kongwu. He laughed maniacally. Did you really think I'd listen, you fool? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the attack, Co Kongwu stood unscathed. This guy? Unbelievable, he muttered. One of the criminals Thomas had apprehended once said, those who lack physical ability are truly pathetic. Tom scoffed. Behind him, a female prisoner, bound in chains, appeared. Despite being completely restrained, she let out a maniacal laugh. You have no idea how intoxicating it feels to crush someone from afar, does it? A familiar fist slammed into the man's face. That's intoxicating? Instantly, the man's head exploded midair. Isn't that just like crushing an egg with your bare hand? Later, Co Kongyun found himself in a different space. Much cleaner. He pressed a red button on the wall. As the door opened, Co Kongyun was silhouetted against the light. A voice from inside called out, it's quite noisy out there, isn't it? He simply stared back with cold eyes. The gagged prisoner spoke. 3 years. It's been 3 years. I knew you'd come. Co Kongyu frowned in annoyance. The prisoner continued. Long time no see, hero Co Kongyu. This was a prisoner in solitary confinement on the first floor. Triok Fideo, the cannibal, a brutal torturer. He asked, remember me? Triok Fideo stood up. Looks like you've changed careers. Doesn't seem to be going so well. Huh. Co Kongyu didn't respond to his taunts, only saying coldly, choose between life and death. Triok Fideo removed his gag, a vile expression on his face as he rambled. If I knew we'd meet like this, you and your hero buddies in that Ecolati guild of yours. Flashback. Back then, Triok Fideo had just been captured by the Nicolati hero squad and tied to a boulder. Suddenly, Co Kongjun jolted, his eyes darting towards something. There a pot sat with its lid slightly ajar. Inside, a crimson liquid bubbled. As Co Kongjun stared in confusion, a sickening voice spoke. Doesn't it look delicious? The man stuck out his tongue, his expression utterly vile. You look like you want to kill someone, don't you? Co Kongjun's eyes burned with hatred, glancing at the man who continued to provoke him. But you wouldn't dare. Co Kongjun's hands suddenly surged with furious power. His comrades watched him with concern. Co Kongjun lunged at the despicable Triok Findo. His fist cocked back and roared, I'll kill you. Consumed by rage, he prepared to unleash his fury on the prisoner. Just then a shout rang out. Co Gangjun. As the other person appeared, his fist stopped. Lao, with a sorrowful expression, cried out, don't. Co Gangjun could only suppress his rage. But Triok Finio continued to provoke him. Look at your teammates. Look how desperate they are. Back in the present, he raised his hand, emanating power, and said, if you don't answer, I'll take it that you choose death. Triok Finio continued to ramble. Do you want to know why I kill people? I'm not interested. Co Gangjun had long since lost his patience and couldn't bear to listen to his nonsense any longer. In an instant, a surge of power flashed, and Triok Finio's head flew off his body. Suddenly, a voice still rang out. Because, surprisingly, Grid Finto's severed head was still grinning. I want them to remember me. He reappeared elsewhere, casually raising his hands as he said, that's why I killed them. To become the most unforgettable person in their lives. The image of someone I murdered, looking up in despair as they died. By my skill, they'll never forget me. My image will be etched into the lives of my victims, like a repulsive, venomous insect. They were trapped by a terrifying power. unable to escape. He laughed like a smug monster. They'll sear my image into their eyes. Grieving averti. As proof of my existence, I can show you the memories of those I've killed. Seo Kangyu glanced at him, a disturbingly cruel expression on his face. Dark purple insects swarmed around the man, as grotesque as his power. He started to boast again. Should I show you one by one? Just then, the image of a head materialized under his hand. Trick Fieno was about to say something, when the child's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, the summoned arm severed his head with a surge of power. Trick Fieno cried out in pain, clutching the wound on his arm. Only then did Seo Kangyu speak. Is it because you're a solitary confinement prisoner? Seo Kangyu transformed his power into a sword and walked towards the struggling Trick Fieno. I really want to show your rambling mouth. His image was like that of the Grim Reaper as he declared, you don't have time to attack me with your skills. Right. At that moment, the man cried out, sob, sob. Then, sweating profusely, he asked, let me ask you something, before E.D. Do you remember the people you've killed? Seo Gangyu raised his sword and calmly replied, no, nothing worth remembering, especially trash like you. Suddenly, his eyes became serious. Trick Findo grinned wickedly, conjuring images of his comrades in front of him, trying to distract him. Lao, with a sorrowful look, said, Gangyu don't. Seo Gangyu stared blankly ahead, then 2 more comrades were looking at him affectionately. Gangyu, Trick Findo, despite being drenched in sweat, but you're still trying to act all high and mighty. Do you remember these people? But Seo Kangwu quickly regained his composure. He raised his sword despite the cries of Kangwu. Seo Kangwu. The illusions rushed forward, still calling out Kangwu's name as his sword slashed down. With a powerful swing, he cut through the stream of illusions. Instantly, the force of his attack snapped reality back into place. Seo Kangwu's eyes narrowed, sharp as a killer's, as he snarled, enough with your tricks. Triok Findo continued to wear a wicked grin and rambled on, I can't believe you actually cut down your own comrades. Without hesitation, Seo Kangwu coldly retorted, isn't that? Triok Findo furrowed his brows in confusion. Seo Kangwu finished his sentence. Because they were just illusions? In that moment, Triok Findo's body was bisected by Kangwu's powerful sword strike. The inmate's body collapses to the ground. Seo Gangwu stands over him, head bowed, and speaks. And I'm no longer a hero. I'm a jailer. Chai Yufan, spitting blood, defiantly asks, what? You're more than just a jailer. His eyes begin to close, but he struggles to finish his sentence. You're a monster. But Seo Gangwu remains silent, standing motionless. Chai Yufan's last words mark the end of his cruel life. A monster, just like Huang Xiaowan, a final attempt to provoke Seo Gangwu. But his words fall on deaf ears. Gangwu only glares at the dead inmate before. The scene cuts to Huang Xiaowan. He looks up with a bored expression. Huh? What's this? No resistance at all. A female inmate, beaten by him, lies sprawled on the floor in the corner. Her face was blank, devoid of any emotion. Huang Xiaoho was whining like a child, a truly repulsive sight. When are you coming down, Seo Gangyu? Or should I come up there instead? He was calculating, planning to take out everyone inside. Night had fallen. The moon a faint glimmer behind dark clouds. 3 figures stood on the cliff edge, observing. A man spoke. Shinha, when are you going to start? The woman called Shinha smiled in response. Has he appeared yet? Seo Gangyu appeared on that floor, his expression ice cold. Another battle was about to begin. Shinha covered her mouth with a hand, giggling excitedly, then exclaimed, My dear husband. Your husband? A confused voice asked, looking at Seo Gangyu on the screen. She smiled brightly and replied, Yes, he's my husband. The voice continued. But mother, he asked with a smirk, isn't your husband Huang Xiaohuan? This one's name is Heinous. One of the other 3, Hato, spoke up. That's right. Isn't that why you attacked us to save him? Heinous continued. And that one over there is the hero. He's the least useful for humanity's development. Mother calmly replied, was the hero. Suddenly, a crazed look consumed her face as she exclaimed, No, I don't see a hero at all. Silence fell after her outburst. Meanwhile, Seo Gangyu remained expressionless, but still wary. Heinous spoke up, then you should choose one. Hato added, That's right, polygamy is illegal. He pretended to contemplate his choices, wondering who was younger or older. It mattered because they didn't get along. This was important because they didn't get along. Two symbols in her eyes glowed. Whoever survives is my destiny. Oh my God, like she's some kind of prize to be chosen. She put on a sinister, expectant expression. So, who will it be? Just then, a ceiling full of light bulbs appeared. Yosol appeared behind Seo Kongjun. She said, "Good work, jailer Seo Kongjun." You. Her eyes sharpened, looking down at the dead inmate's body. Then continued, "Cleared the first basement floor already." Song Joong-ki reminded him, "The inmate's power increases exponentially, so you should rest for a bit." Seo Kongjun cut her off. "No," he said, turning back with a look of determination. "I'll go down there right now. Open the door." Joong-ki looked surprised for a moment, then replied, "Understood. Before you go down there, I have a favor to ask. On the lower floors, there are still surviving guards in Section 2 sending out signals." Images of vulnerable guards, surrounded by dangerous inmates, appeared. "How many guards do you think there are on each floor?" A female guard gritted her teeth and raised her baton in defense. Seo Kang-don replied to Donkey, "I don't know, but is it possible to get them back to their families?" Joong-ki replied, "All communication systems on B1 are down, so I don't have an exact number, but I'm certain there was only one person." The image of blood splattered across the floor appears. It was from a guard who had both his legs severed in an attack. He was trying to crawl across the floor. Since all communication equipment on the 5th basement level is still operational, the security camera footage came through. The guard managed to drag himself there. He must have been desperately screaming at the camera, "Help, help me, save me, anyone please." But at that moment, behind the poor guard, Hwang Seol-han appeared with another inmate. With a cruel look in his eyes, he raised his hand. Instantly, the guard's face swelled up. Then a horrifying explosion erupted. Blood splattered across the camera lens. Hwang Seol-han smirked triumphantly, flashing a cocky grin at the surveillance camera. "I'll show the guy upstairs this." In Hwang Seo-wan's hand, he held a grotesque, round, red object. Seo Kangyu adjusted his cap. "I'm going down." His words sent a wave of panic through the others. Do-soo responded, "I'll open the door between the 2 basement levels." Then, she spoke in her radio, "Authorize." A sliver of light appeared as the door began to open. As Seo Kangyu waited, Do-soo added a warning. "Again, please be extremely careful. The difference in strength between the prisoners on the 2 levels is like night and day." As she finished, the door swung open, revealing the scene to his sharp eyes. Seo Kang-yu's gaze hardened as the door opened. A horde of ferocious inmates surged out, immediately attacking him. They were thrilled to have him as their new plaything. First one that gets the prize. Then, flashing lights of every color exploded. The prisoners, each armed with a gun, took aim. "Scumbag! Shoot him! Knew you'd show up. Take this as a welcoming gift." Seeing this, Yoziel cried out in terror, "Seo Kangwoo," but her gaze quickly dropped as she heard the words, "Before worrying about others, worry about yourself." A giant hand reached out in front of Yoziel. A prisoner grinned with delight. Well. Then his disgusting hand reached out and successfully grabbed Yoziel by the neck. Lifting her up, he then asked with a wicked chuckle, "You're that jailer, right? What a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours." Yoziel gritted her teeth, struggling to break free from his grasp. The prisoner gave a triumphant smirk. "Should I just go ahead and do it?" He turned around smugly and said, "Hey, you idiots, it's the warden. Whoever catches them first will." But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. Pure terror. While he was still gloating about his pathetic achievement, his fellow inmates were already sprawled on the floor, like they were sick. The inmate couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately looked up in fear. There he was, Seo Kongjun, bringing down his fist with a deadly blow. Without hesitation, that powerful force came crashing down. Seo Kongjun landed punch after punch. Kongjun kept attacking relentlessly until the other man released Ucila. Ucila landed on the ground in a daze. After a voice rang out, "Don't go down there, Seo Kong." Unwoo stood up, looked at her, and said, "Second basement level." His gaze was piercingly cold. "Remember, it's extremely dangerous." Yasol could only nod in agreement. Yes, I understand." Understood. Before he could walk away, Dojin turned back and called out to Kai, "Guard Seo Kangyu. Tomoki's been captured in the basement." An image of Tomoki, bound tightly in chains, flashed before him. Seo Kangyu continued walking in silence for a moment, then replied, "I know. The scene shifted to a solitary confinement cell on the first floor. A group of hardened inmates were huddled together, talking amongst themselves. Did you hear that? Sounds like screaming. Did he actually do it? A female inmate with a large bust and a cryptic expression spoke up. You idiots. Did he succeed? Do you even know? Who's capable of causing such chaos here? I bet you wouldn't even guess. That's Tomoki. She's killed 28 heroes. Tomoki pointed a finger at his own forehead, a smug look on his face, and continued. Do you know why evil always prevails? Because you're not smart enough, former hero. Suddenly, a sharp voice shouted, You bitch! A burly prisoner approached, gnashing his teeth as he looked down at her, and asked, Want me to kill you? Tomoki chuckled. Kill me? You've only killed ordinary people. Have you ever killed someone with superpowers? The burly prisoner remained silent. She continued pointing, boasting, no, or even fought against them. Well, if you're wondering why I'm here, it's because I killed them. A murderous aura emanated from the burly prisoner as he spat out. I'll kill someone with superpowers right now. But in a flash, she extended her sharp claws, slashing a straight line from the thug's head down to his torso, killing him instantly. A stream of fresh blood spurted out. Tomoki's grotesque arm was covered in blood, her entire body radiating a chilling, murderous aura. Tell me, who's the one getting killed? You fool. The people in the room were terrified, frozen in place. She continued boastfully. When I was a hero, I captured countless criminals. Therefore, I know how to catch those with superpowers. With that knowledge, I've killed countless heroes. Tomoki stood before the bisected body she had created, laughing maniacally. Now, I will teach those on my side. She disgustingly licked the blood from her hand, then declared firmly, I will show you all the way to hunt a superhuman. Just then, Seo Kang-yoon's image appeared in the dungeon. His sharp gaze focused forward as she continued. More importantly, a sinister smile crept across her face, like a venomous snake, as she hissed, I know Seo Kang-yoon's ability. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the room. How? Do you know Seo Kang-yoon's ability? Tomoki settled onto a makeshift throne, formed by a man bowing low. She placed a hand on her chest and confidently replied, I used to be a hero, and I have reliable sources. Another prisoner chimed in. Even if you do, what can you do about it? He's the hero of Idealism, an organization filled with top-tier heroes, a far cry from third-rate heroes like you. Tomo put on a sinister expression, paused, and then began to explain. Ever since Lao Xia became the president of Kalat, there have been changes in the hero profession. First, the way heroes operate has changed. They're no longer allowed to kill prisoners at will. Second, they now hold regular training sessions among the heroes. Finally, the hero ranking system, from rank 1 to 5, has been abolished. Tomo said confidently, I'm bringing this up because Seo Kang-yu joined Kalat. When the ranking system was under maintenance, Seo Kang-yu was specially recruited, despite having no notable achievements. In other words, he got in through connections. Despite the rumors of him being Lao Xia's lover, the prisoner still seemed hesitant. To be honest, I've never actually seen him fight seriously, but the way he cleared the first floor in the blink of an eye, he's at least B rank a level above us. Tomo let out a scornful laugh. The first floor is full of weaklings. Even you guys could. That guy with the spiky mohawk is Choi Myung-guk. He's killed 1,738 people, and the one with the scar running down his face is Hyun Jae-woo. He's killed 1,983 people. Her voice rang out again. It was so easy. The one with the wide eyes is Goryeon. He's killed 2,270 people. And the one with the narrow, brooding eyes is Min Junhya. He's killed 3,521 people, right? That big, muscular guy, who looks relatively young, is Baek Seongjin. He's killed 6,435 people. The other prisoners were still in a state of shock. Tomo continued, I'm not saying Seo Gangwoo is weak. He's strong. But she was brimming with confidence. I know his weakness. We can take him down together. Speak then asked, You know his weakness? She casually replied, Hey, why are you guys overthinking this? How long are you going to think about it? Make up your minds already. The others were still hesitant. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu continued walking towards them. He's coming. Hearing that, the prisoners frantically raised their hands. I'm in. Me too. Only Speak remained silent. She turned to him and asked, What about you? He finally made his decision. I'm in too. What's the plan? Since the last century, when humans began to awaken to superpowers, scientists, through research, have classified superpowers into three types. Plus, those that allow for transformation or body enhancement are physical type abilities, the ability to create matter from nothing, creation ability. Those who possess abilities outside of these two groups are called heterogeneous abilities. The prisoners were already standing there, looking straight ahead, waiting. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Seo Kang-yu walked through the door, meeting the prisoners' expectant gazes. He's here. In an instant, two men locked eyes, sparks flying between them. Those sparks of power shot into another prisoner's eye. Target acquired. Immediately, a surge of immense power flowed into Speed's head. He asked, "You see him, huh?" Tomoki, still perched on someone's back, casually replied, "I have psychokinesis and telepathic abilities." Her eyes at this moment were also focused on that bright lightning bolt. She confidently analyzed Seo Gang-yu. Seo Gang-yu's power is also psychokinetic, just like mine. Tomoki thought she knew Seo Gang-yu's weakness from watching him train every day. Training robot HL-12, activate combat mode. She observed him with disdain. Look at him. He was currently training against the giant robot. In easy combat mode, Seo Gang-yu walked in and stood before the prisoners, uttering his trademark phrase. "Got your monitoring devices on? Good. If you want to die, just let me know." Suddenly, from the ceiling, a flash of energy shot down towards him. Momenslate. A bright explosion erupted beside Seo Gang-yu. She continued to think confidently. He's not dodging, is he? One of the inmates, filled with excitement, extends his hand, unleashing his power. Tomoki uses several cell doors to form a defensive line, allowing those with creation and psychic abilities to launch a relentless attack. The empowered inmates continuously fire their powers at Seo Kang-woo. Speak is still waiting for that other power to make itself known. You're right. He's just standing there, taking the hits. Tomoki smiles, satisfied. But Tomoki also knows the reason Seo Kang-woo isn't dodging these attacks is because a massive explosion erupte. But it doesn't even scratch Seo Kang-woo. As the smoke clears, Seo Kang-woo stands there, unfazed. From behind him, a surge of power. He looks even stronger than Rao. But Tomoki still has one more card up his sleeve. It's a sneak attack. Seo Gang-yu coldly turns around and glances up. A long-range attack. The calmness in his eyes is replaced with shock. Seo Gang-yu's body is struck by the powerful force, and the aura around his hand changes slightly as it endures the impact. After the attack dissipates, Seo Gang-yu stands motionless. The one who launched the long-range attack smirks confidently. Got him. A small button on Seo Gang-yu's collar glows. A power limiter. Like you said, I collected these from the guards' bodies. A hand holds up the collar. It's Speak. He asks doubtfully, but will it actually work? This is equipment from the first basement level. Tomoki affirmed. It'll be fine. We just need to put more on him. This stuff's from the first floor. 10 of these are enough for a rank 2 hero. Even 15 would hold down a rank 1. He's lost all his power anyway. Minion can use his skill to attach them. The man called Minion, arms overflowing with devices, grinned and replied, "Sure." He's killed 2,421 ability users who specialize in object manipulation. Tomoki continued. Just to be safe, let's put 30 on him. Seo Kang-jun was now covered in countless power-suppressing devices. He remained motionless. Seeing this, the others cheered excitedly. "You're finished, you bastard. We've got you completely locked down." However, there were 3 flaws in Tomoki's plan. Their laughter quickly died down, replaced by expressions of sheer terror. The power-suppressing device around Seo Kang-jun's neck began to crack. His eyes glowed with a ferocious, animalistic light. Firstly, the energy radiating from him remained as potent as ever, completely unrestrained. Seo Kang-jun's power made the inmates stare in fear at the crumbling power-suppressing device, its fragments scattering into the air. Then came the fatal blow. Seo Kang-jun's fist shot out, crushing their faces. Just like the inmates on the first floor, his strength far surpassed that of a top-ranked hero. The inmate coughed up blood from the backlash. Even the power-measuring helmet shattered. Tomoki cried out in terror. The restraining devices are all broken. The arrogant Tomoki lost all his composure, his eyes wide with shock. What the? He stared at the scene unfolding before him, utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The prisoners turned, attempting to flee under Co. Kangwoo's intense gaze. Damn it! Tomoki frantically yelled. Plan B. Initiate Plan B now. Tell them to execute Plan B immediately. A Special Forces soldier relayed the order telepathically. Everyone commence Plan B. Just then a voice boomed. Warning! Co. Kangwoo freeze. An innocent bystander was being choked by a grotesque hand. The prisoner grabbed the unfortunate guard, using him as a hostage against Co. Kangwoo. If you move, I'll kill him. The other prisoners followed suit, dragging out more guards to use as leverage. If you want to save him. But he only lifted a finger effortlessly. Instantly, the prisoners lunged forward, grabbing with all their might. Second mistake. Crimson blood splattered through the air. The warden, terrified, glanced to the side. The prisoner's hands, severed, fell limply away from the warden. Co. Kangwoo, on the other side, continued to slowly extend a single finger, but the power it emanated was the complete opposite of its unassuming appearance. Co. Kangwoo's ability was physical in nature, but the warden's eyes widened in horror as he gasped. How? How is this possible? Deadly crimson lines appeared across the cell walls. Even in his final moments, he was utterly shocked. He couldn't even finish his sentence. Such power. Does it even exist? The scene inside the prison was a gruesome massacre. The prisoners were wiped out with a single flick of Co. Kangjun's finger, lying in a pool of their own blood. The other guards had been freed. It's like he has some kind of supernatural ability. The third and final mistake. A few remaining prisoners huddled in a corner, panicked whispers filling the air. Damn it! What are we going to do? Should we put on the monitoring devices? One prisoner reached out from the shadows. Sweat dripping from his face, he blurted out, I'll wear the device. Will you spare? But he never got to finish. His eyes widened in terror. Another crimson spray erupted into the air. Those who regret too late. Co. Kangwoo has no patience for them and continues to rampage through the prison. His power radiates through the air. Those on the upper floors are terrified, facing death brought by the Grim Reaper. Co. Kangwoo utters, You're too late. These people will never be forgiven. A surge of lightning blue power explodes. A prisoner, sweating profusely, Speak, exclaims in disbelief. Damn it. He turns to Tomoki and demands, What the hell is he? Everything's gone to hell. Don't you have any other plan? She sits in a corner, biting her nails. Impossible. How can this be? Speak loses his patience and yells, Hey, say something. Mom said I shouldn't have trusted you. Tomoki replied, You said the restraints wouldn't hold him, even with 30 of them on? He told me if I wore a monitoring device, I'd have a chance to live. She gritted her teeth in fury. Shut up. Just shut up. Tomoki, his eyes blazing like a demon's, turned and plunged his grotesque hand through the guard's stomach. She screamed in rage. Who do you think you're talking to like that? You think you're on the same level as me, just because we're locked up on the same floor? Tomoki looked down at the man he just killed and said confidently, I'm practically qualified to be a top-rank hero. Still in disbelief, she clenched her jaw and blurted out, But were those restraints really all broken? If he's so strong, why isn't he fighting on the front lines? Tommy raised his head and yelled, This is all so pointless. I don't understand. Suddenly, he glanced back at something. It was a jailer trying to sneak away. After seeing Tommy's vicious glare, the terrified jailer screamed for help. Help me, please help me. Someone please save me. Help! But Tommy, in a fit of rage, swung his arm down for a fatal blow. Just then, a flash of power sliced through the air, severing Tommy's wrist. He stared in horror at his bloody stump. Co. Kangwoo had arrived just in time, his grotesque hand outstretched. He called out, Hero Tommy. The jailer, recovering from his terror, stood up and screamed, Ah! It's Co. Kangwoo is over here. Still radiating killing intent, asked, No. Death row inmate, Tomoki, do you have any last words? Ah! Tomoki still wore a mocking smile. Ha! Damn it. I'm done for. Facing the shameless woman, Co. Kangwoo asked, Are those your last words? She continued to ramble. Is it true that all the Ikolodi heroes are dead, except for you? Co. Kangwoo calmly replied, Yes. At that moment, Tomoki let out a strange laugh. I see. So Tom is dead too. An image of Tom, bound by countless chains, appeared. Seo Kong-yu just stared silently. She continued to ask, "He? Dead, is he? I told you not to become a hero." Such a foolish little sister. "It's over." Her tone was slightly provocative. "You're a member of Ikolodi, and yet you kill? Do the other heroes know about this? You know full well how hard Roxa worked to change this hero industry. And because of you, everything's back to square one. I wonder if Roxa would be sad in the afterlife." His gaze turned sharp and cold. "Look, you talk too much. Being a hero isn't just any ordinary job." That's what Tomoki felt. After becoming a hero, but eliminating villains doesn't mean everyone is righteous, and just suddenly a cry for help rang out. "Please help me." A girl was being threatened by a thug with a knife. "Please, I beg you." The thug yelled, "Stay still. If you move." The poor girl was terrified. In moments like these, a flash of light appears. A hero dashes in, slicing the thug in half. The girl isn't lucky enough to escape the slash. During missions, even if civilians die, a hero's status remains inviolable. This hero, after killing both the civilian and the thug, wears a satisfied smile. Mission accomplished. Tomoki's reason for becoming a hero is simple. Back then, she was still a young girl. His older sister always helped him, like two hands clasped tightly together. Tomoki's younger sister, Tomo, cheerfully exclaimed, "Amazing, just like a hero." Tomo, who had no special abilities, relied heavily on her older sister, who possessed powerful abilities. But Tomoki, to his sister's astonishment, confidently declared, "You're right, my big sister is amazing. Isn't she?" She asked, her personality twisting, like a savior, tearing through the clear blue sky to rescue others. The rescued girl collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with gratitude, and said, Thank you for saving me." Tomoki smugly replied, "Oh, it was nothing." Instead of feeling proud, she touched her face in a narcissistic manner. "Just doing what I had to do." She felt a sense of self-importance wash over her. Tomoki continued her heroic endeavors. Finally, during one mission, she killed a villain for the first time. It was her first kill. At that moment, Tomoki's expression became twisted and distorted. For the first time in her life, she caressed her own face, then looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. She felt a sense of superiority. Tears welled up in her eyes. A killing is exhilarating. Tomoki then went on a relentless killing spree, targeting villains, civilians, and heroes alike. She spared no one. Among her victims, Tomoki particularly enjoyed eliminating heroes weaker than herself. Feelings of betrayal and confusion washed over her, and eventually, she lost all sense of happiness. "Please," a weaker hero pleaded. "Please, spare me." That expression, that face, drove Tomoki into a frenzy. But there were cracks in her facade. Tom had grown suspicious. He noticed Tomoki always came home late, reeking of blood. So, that day, Tom decided to follow her. Tom's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. There, right before his eyes, was his sister taking a life. Life after life. Witnessing his own sister committing murder, Tom was utterly shocked. He gasped. Tomo jumped, spinning around to see her younger sister, face covered in blood. "Tomo, I told you not to stay out late." Useless now. Her hand was still tightly gripping the head of some unfortunate soul. Instead of fear, a twisted smile spread across her face. She beckoned her sister closer. "See? Want to join?" Tomo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" But the other Tomo grew more frenzied, raising her hand. "If you won't listen, I'll do it myself." Suddenly, a loud swish made her look up in surprise. Look, a chain glowing with purple light shot down, binding her hand. And that was the day Tom awakened to her powers, and her first act, as a newly awakened hero, was to point, tears streaming down her face, and cry out, "Sister." From that moment on, Tom became a hero and relentlessly pursued her older sister, who had become a villain. An image of Tomoki bound, but wearing a sinister smile, appears. Finally, the villain Tomoki captured his sister and declared, "You're caught, Tom." Tomoki then taunted her. "Not calling me sister anymore? How sad. Your power is growing stronger, which is a shame, since it's a summoning type, not a physical one. Those without physical abilities are truly pathetic." Tom silently stared at her sister. "Tomoki, you're even more insane, because you only kill from a distance. You'll never understand the sheer ecstasy of tearing someone apart with your bare hands. You've never understood me." Hearing those words, Tomoki yelled, "I've never had a sister like you." Back in the present, Tomoki asked, "Did Tom die in pain?" Seo Kang-ayu simply replied coldly. Tomoki remembered her falling during the fight with Huang Xiaohuan. When Seo Kang-ayu arrived, Tom cried out in agony. "It hurts so much." Tears streamed down her face. "Save me, sister." Back in the dungeon, Seo Kang-ayu said, "She called your name as she died." Tomoki fell silent for a moment, then said, "I shouldn't have asked. It only makes me feel worse." In her hand, a surge of power emanated. A new, sharp blade has sprouted. Her entire body transforms, becoming even more monstrous. Finished, she lunges forward. Seo Kang-yu remains calmly standing there. Tomoki charges, thrusting her blade directly at him. But suddenly, her eyes widen in panic. As the tip of her blade pierces only air, Seo Kang-yu now has appeared behind Tomoki. She struggles, gritting her teeth to withstand that power. Now, the two clash fiercely. Tomoki's eyes flash. In an instant, Seo Kang-yu's kick sends her flying backward, creating a massive explosion. A huge cloud of dust and smoke appears. Seo Kang-yu waits before the smoke. Sunlight beams down on him. Tomoki gritted her teeth and lunged at him again. But Seo Kang-yu simply punched her in the stomach. Tomoki coughed up a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back. Tomoki glared up at Seo Kang-yu, teeth clenched in anger. Seo Kang-yu looked down at her, his eyes glowing crimson. "Even if you were a sinner, even for a sinner, I find no pleasure in killing a former comrade." To his surprise, she spoke. "Then can you?" A crazed smile spread across her face. "Forgive me." She bowed her head low. "You're a hero. You." "I promise you, old man, I'll wipe out Sao." He coldly replied, "I'm not a hero anymore." Tomo pleaded desperately, "But please, please spare me." Terrified, she clung to Song Kang-yu's leg. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He said, "Your current state is a sight you've seen often, the sight of your victims in pain, desperately begging you for mercy. Spare me, please spare me." Song Kang-yu's eyes narrowed. "What did you do to those who begged you for forgiveness?" Tomo's face twisted into a grotesque smile. "You bastard." Song Kang-yu didn't let her finish, unleashing another powerful punch. Outside, dark clouds gathered, and the sounds of battle. Seo Gangrail's roar echoed throughout the prison. The sound made the heinous guards observing the situation stop in their tracks. An excited voice called out, "Did you guys hear that explosion? That must be Seo Gangrail, right? Oh my, why is Chanhua suddenly so excited? Did someone fall in love?" The other guards were filled with fear and confusion. "What the hell is going on?" someone said, terrified. But then, a familiar hat appeared. Huang Xiaohuan exclaimed with delight. Seo Gangrail was exceeding all expectations. Just then, overwhelmed with excitement, Huang Xiaohuan blurted out something that left the woman beside him bewildered. "This won't do. I have to go up there." As he spoke, a grotesque, demonic expression spread across his face as he raised his hand. But suddenly, a powerful force sent Huang Xiaohuan flying. He slammed into the wall, creating a huge explosion. His hat flew off his head. "Whoa!" Huang Xiaohuan stared wide-eyed at the person in front of him and gasped in astonishment. "Unbelievable." A voice boomed. "Boring. What a weakling." Someone stepped forward as Huang Xiaohuan and the female prisoner watched in shock. It was a wrinkled old prisoner who spoke. He was an old man with a wrinkled face. He said, "Want to play with me?" This man's name was Kingston. Huang Xiaohuan picked up his hat, put it back on, and let out a mocking laugh. "Ooh, you're so scary." Kingston grinned grotesquely and asked, "Scared, huh?" "5th floor, prisoner number 0001. I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with kids." Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out, "Sir!" Yoziel stopped and asked, "What is it?" A guard, watching through a security camera, quickly reported, "On the 5th floor basement right now, Kingston and Huang Xiaohuan have encountered each other." Yoziel's face lit up with a grin. "Well, that's fantastic." The guard, confused, stammered, She continued, "One of them is going to die. Personally, I'm rooting for Kingston. He's not as dangerous as Huang Xiaohuan." Yoziel's eyes narrowed dangerously. "And say," a red glint flashed in her eyes, "why is that woman with him?" An image of the female inmate accompanying Huang Xiaohuan appeared. Back In the prison cell, Huang Sung-hwan spoke. "Old man, you want to play with me?" Kingston grinned. "Of course." He then put on an innocent, childlike expression and whined, "But I don't want to, so there." But Jinchul's eyes suddenly gleamed with a dangerous light as he said, "But this old man wants to play with you, Jinchul. He's the very first inmate of L'Aquilio's prison, the oldest long-term prisoner. Unlike the inmates on the 4th and 5th basement floors, who've killed millions, he only killed 3 people. The first victim was the most powerful and evil villain at the time, Karakash II. The other 2 were the most talented heroes of that era, Black and Hello. He appeared out of nowhere and killed the 3 strongest people at the time. His face covered in blood, he declared, 'I killed everyone who was called invincible. Am I invincible now?' At that moment, Jinchul stepped forward and asked, 'It's pointless. You let the government capture him.' In terms of danger level, he was considered the least threatening, but he surrendered after taking down only a few people. And that was around the time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association became strained. He managed to evade the death penalty for 35 years. Back in the present, Kingston extended his hand, a gentle expression on his face, and said, 'I won't kill you. Let's just play a little. I would feel guilty if I trampled on a budding sprout.' Huang Xiaowan finally turned serious and prepared to retaliate. Yeah, suddenly, a hand reached out from behind. It held the corpses of the unfortunate guards. The bodies floated in midair, controlled by Huang Xiaowan. In the next moment, the bodies transformed into chunks of flesh, suspended in the air. He said coldly, 'Let's have some fun, shall we?' Suddenly, Huang Xiaolei launched a barrage of flesh orbs at Jinsu. Jinsu remained calm, waiting. After a moment, he raised his hands. Both hands moved in a rapid blur, too fast for the naked eye to see, intercepting the incoming orbs. His hands caught the flesh orbs, one hand piercing through them, shattering them. Waves of energy rippled through the air. Jinsu's hands danced in the air. Then, his energy coalesced into a swirling vortex. Jinsu brought his hands together, focusing the energy. His eyes sharpened. He thrust his hand forward with piercing force. The fabric of his clothes fluttered around him. Chunks of flesh went flying backward. Instantly, those chunks exploded into massive sprays of blood in the air. The blood rained down, and Huang Xiaowan gazed pensively at the gruesome shower. Kingston glanced upward with sharp eyes, then let out a sinister smile. After a moment, he stood up and said, "I thought you used psychic powers, but your current attack and defense are like this. So you're not a psychic? Do you have any other way to attack?" The other man replied, "I've thought about it. Playing with an old man is boring. What's the fun in killing someone who's already half dead?" Kingston was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "You arrogant brat. I met so many people like you. All talk and no bite, like a frog in a well. Everyone thinks they're the strongest." His feet glided effortlessly across the ground. With a single stomp, massive cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. Debris flew in every direction. And there, amidst the dust and rubble, stood Kingston, his arrogance on full display. A terrified scream pierced the air. "Whoa!" The panicked warden cried out. "At this rate, the underground level will collapse." Dojin calmly interjected, "Calm down. Even the strength of a rank 1 or rank 2 hero can't destroy this prison. There are 20 layers of reinforced walls. How could they possibly be damaged? Everyone, calm yourselves." Inside, Kingston's face darkened as he growled, "I'll beat that attitude out of you." With that, he charged forward, as the floor crumbled and disappeared beneath him. Huang Xiaohuan remained motionless, observing the scene before him. Then, he looked up, his eyes widening in terror. The image of Jinwu descending with a powerful kick filled his vision. Huang Xiaohuan's face was a mask of pure horror. The foot was about to come crashing down on him. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, blinding everything in a flash of white. Outside, the sky remained dark and ominous, thick with swirling black clouds. Inside the dungeon, the overseer continued to roar madly. Eugene raised her arms, shielding herself from the intense shockwave. Seo Kong-hyuk stood silently outside, seemingly unfazed. Eugene quickly asked, "Is everyone all right?" The overseer stammered, still in shock. "See, Commander." "Commander, who won?" she asked anxiously. "That's not." The overseer replied, meeting Eugene's sharp gaze. Meanwhile, inside, the warden was still terrified, staring at the crumbling cracks before him. He turned to Yoziel and said, "The walls have been breached. Yozil broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "We're done for." Inside, Huang Hon looked out at the destroyed walls and exclaimed, "Whoa, it's like a human drill. How far did he get?" A voice asked Jinwoo, "Is this enough to pique your interest?" He looked down and then muttered to himself, "Should we follow him?" Suddenly another group appeared and said, "Why would you follow that old man?" The words came from a familiar, arrogant voice. It was Seng Ah and her two henchmen. She sat down on the ground, grinning. "Wouldn't it be much more fun to talk to me?" In the observation room, Juchul and the guard were stunned by what they saw. They both exclaimed in confusion. "Huh? What?" Huang Dongsu turned around and glared, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Seika replied, "Let's have a chat, and you'll find out." Juchul, getting a clearer look, cried out in alarm, That woman, how did she get to the 5th basement floor?" The guard was still in shock. "What is going on?" Seika looked up, but first she pointed directly at the screen and said, "You, the ones watching, get out of here now." The screen went black. Juchul slammed his fist on the table in frustration, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Meanwhile, our main character was still standing silently outside the door. Seo Kongwoo spoke into the communication device on his collar. "Commander, I completed the task on the 1st basement level. Please open the door to the 2nd basement level." But then, the voice on the other end became choppy. "Seo Kongwoo, wait." Seo Kongwoo stood there, waiting. After a while, he started to feel uneasy. "Commander, come in." There was no response, only silence. The connection was cut. Silence filled the space once more. Maybe the signal's weak because of the... Kongwoo didn't wait any longer. He used both hands to pry open the heavy door. The door slowly opened, revealing an eerie light. His expression sharpened. "Continue." She went down to the lower levels. As he descended the stairs to the 2nd basement level, unlike the 1st floor, the 1st basement level was where, before entering, I should be able to smell blood. There's no smell at all. Seo Kongwoo pursed his lips, wary. The place was eerily clean. Everything was dead silent. Not a single body in sight. The faint glow of the lights still flickered. Not even a shadow of a person. Seo Kongwoo stepped inside. Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention. "Ah!" A panicked female guard stumbled out, screaming, "Stay away from here." Behind her, a horde of monsters with razor-sharp teeth were in hot pursuit. The monsters snarled, their jagged teeth a terrifying sight. The guard kept running and yelling, "Don't come any closer." But when she saw Seo Kongwoo standing there, she stopped in surprise. "Huh." She ran towards him, shouting, "Seo Kongho." The mistaken name made Seo Kongwoo flinch. As a reminder, Seo Kongho is the name of the main character's older brother. The prison guard, desperate and chased by monsters, screamed, "Ah, ah, ah." Suddenly, a force sweeps past her, obliterating the monsters. She collapses to the ground, gasping for breath amongst the monster corpses. Beside her stands Seo Kongwoo, his fist radiating menacing energy. He asks, "Are you all right?" Unaware of her brother's sacrifice, she's overwhelmed with worry. She rushes to embrace Kongwoo, crying, "Kongho!" Looking up at him with joy, she says, "Aren't you supposed to be on the 5th floor? And what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's amazing. But have you been hiding your powers this whole time?" Seo Kongwoo pushes her away and says, His eyes sharpened. "I'm Kong Ho's younger brother." The woman gasped in surprise. "Huh? Hero Seo Kongwoo?" Then she asked, puzzled, "Why are you wearing a prison guard uniform?" "Oh, wait, why are you here?" He replied, "So you're my brother's colleague." Seo Kongwoo warned, "It's dangerous here." Suddenly, she said, "I'm very sorry to hear you say that, young master." This surprised him. He then asked, "Who are you?" The woman placed a hand on her chest and cheerfully replied, "This is the first time we've met, right? I should be the one to greet you first." She extended her hand with a smile. "I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother." "You know?" Seo Kongwoo was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, in a solitary confinement cell on the 2nd basement floor, a voice called out, "Maru." Someone with a darkened face spoke. "It seems a newcomer has arrived." The girl called Maru, with a serious expression, replied ominously, "Yes, that's right. A bunch of them, humans and monsters alike, locked up inside. What sins has this newcomer committed?" The young girl, Maru, picked something up and replied, "He killed my dog." A prisoner named Mayan said indifferently, "Is that so? Then he's in for a hell of a time." The scene shifts back to Seo Kongwoo. The woman spoke, "I've only seen you in photos and videos. She smiled brightly and introduced herself. But seeing you in person is much better. I am Warden Hong Jia of Lakelia's prison. Wadong Jia, Seo Kong Yu replied. I heard he had a girlfriend. But other than that, I don't know anything. Officer Hongji chuckled and scratched her head. Well, actually, she suddenly pointed 2 fingers at her belly. This, Hongji cradled her stomach with both hands, a blissful expression on her face. And here is the baby who's going to call you uncle. Seo Kong Yu's eyes widened in shock. He stammered in disbelief. What? Still beaming, she replied. Can't tell yet, huh? Less than a month to go. I just found out recently myself. And because of what happened with Huang Xiaohuan, I didn't want to say anything too soon. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, Are you serious? Seeing his grave expression, Hongji became flustered and asked, Yes, is something wrong? Seo Kong Yu looked away, evading her question. No, nothing, she pressed on. What are you doing here, Kong Yu? Are you here to quell the riot? But you're wearing a prison uniform too? Seo Kong Yuda has been appointed as a special executioner to execute the prisoners in Lakelia's prison. Hong Jie was stunned. She could hardly believe it. You're the executioner? Why would you? She asked, bewildered. Was it the warden's order? Seo Kong Yuda explained. It seems they haven't informed everyone. So, let me briefly explain. After explaining the situation, Hong Jie was utterly shocked. An electromagnetic pulse attack. But who would? Seo Kong Yuda replied, They're still investigating. Tears welled up in Hong Jie's eyes as she anxiously asked, What about Kong Ho? He must be on the 5th basement floor carrying out his sentence. Seo Kong Yuda didn't know how to respond. My brother just watched Hong Jie standing there, clutching her stomach and crying. Seo Kong Wu couldn't bring himself to say it. He just closed his eyes in frustration. But he quickly changed the subject. There's a distress signal coming from the 5th basement level. Hearing this, Hong Jie put her hand to her chest and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Seeing her reaction, Seo Kong Wu just lowered his head silently. He said, It's dangerous here, so you should stay on the upper floors. I'll take you there. No way, Hong Jie said. If you want to go down to the lower levels, you'll need me. He asked in surprise why. Hong Jie explained. When I look at a target, I can read their memories. Your special ability is psychometry. But then she waved her hands dismissively and said, Oh, I haven't read your memories, Kong Wu. Don't worry. I don't use my power carelessly like that. Seo Kingel just stared at her, speechless. Hong Jia continued, I use this ability to provide psychological therapy to inmates, and I use it to determine if what they did was truly a crime. Seo Kingel asked, But how is your ability useful to me? She explained, currently on the 2nd basement floor in solitary confinement. It's being controlled by Meal and Merrill. They are 2 brothers with a special summoning ability. Their ability grants them the power to summon monsters, turning others into puppets by stabbing them in the heart. Right now, all the inmates on the 2nd basement floor are their puppets. To her surprise, Seo Kangul spoke up. I know a little about their abilities. They are Mago's disciples, the image of Mago appearing. I already have this information. So, you should go upstairs. Seo Kong Yu pointed upwards as he spoke. Seo Kong Yu quickly added, Some of the combat puppets are controlled by those 2 brothers. They're the jailers. Hearing that, he just pressed his lips together in silence. Hong Jia's expression was more serious than ever. Amongst those combat puppets, you won't be able to tell who are the prisoners and who are the jailers. But with my ability to read memories, I can distinguish them. Seo Kong Yu immediately replied, If they become puppets, doesn't that mean they're already dead? What's the point of distinguishing them? Hong Jia explained, No, they're still alive. When those 2 brothers stop using their abilities, they'll return to normal. I'm sure of it. They would never do that. But Hong Jia, don't be stubborn. She placed a hand on her chest, speaking confidently. I can convince them. He worriedly told her it was too dangerous in her condition. Suddenly, Hong Jia said, Before becoming a mother, I was and still am a warden, so I have to fulfill my duty. Just then, the image of Seo Kong Ho flashed through her mind. Seo Kong Wu pursed his lips, silently looking at Hong Jia. Then he extended his hand and spoke. All right. In that moment, Seo Kong Wu's power surged, enveloping Hong Jia, startling her. The power lifted her into the air, leaving her utterly astonished. Whoa! Then she asked, What is this? Seo Kong Wu looked up, and my power will shield you from danger. Hongji called down in a panic. Wait, doesn't that mean it'll be a huge disadvantage for you? This is strange. As they continued toward their objective, Hongji suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Before them stood puppets, indistinguishable as guards or prisoners. Their bodies were like stone, controlled by golden rings fixed on their heads. Hongji explained, "That's Meal's, my brother's ability. Remember, he captured a lot of guards." Seo Kangyu stared ahead and asked, "Which of them are the guards?" "Give me a moment," Hongji replied, closing her eyes. When she opened them, her pupils glowed. Her gaze swept over the puppets. She announced, "The two in the back are the guards. First, we need to defeat them and group them together." Suddenly, Hongji looked down in alarm. "My hands?" "Huh?" She was now hidden behind Seo Kangdae's protective circle. She anxiously called out, "Ah, I can't see anything. Kangdae, what is this?" "Hongji, in there," he repeatedly shouted, but his voice could no longer be heard clearly. Seo Kangdae then spoke solemnly. "The difference between us is..." His power flowed across the floor. The remaining ones, his energy beams, attacked the identical puppets. This was the prison now. His power enveloped two of the puppets. Another puppet, unaffected by the power, leaped forward, lunging to attack Seo Kangdae. The puppet's eye sockets were empty. Seo Kangdae punched the puppet squarely in the face. It was a splitting headache. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke coldly. "And the ones who died were prisoners." "I see." The puppet horde lunged at him simultaneously. But Seo Kang-yul simply threw a single punch, taking them all down. The puppets kept charging like moths to a flame, consumed by Seo Kang-yul's fiery wrath. His eyes grew increasingly ferocious. Each punch instantly decimated the prisoner puppets, those former prisoners. Meanwhile, Hongji was still protected within the barrier, unable to see what was happening outside. Suddenly, an orb appeared, displaying Seo Kang-yul obliterating the prisoner puppets. Both Merylmir's siblings were watching through it. Meryl's younger sister asked, "Brother, from the outside world until now, do you think he's stronger than Master?" Min hesitated. Meryl, his younger sister, remembering Lero, asked, "What about that woman?" Min remained silent. Not hearing an answer, the little girl called out, "Brother!" She moved closer, clinging to his arm, and whispered, "I'm scared." Glancing at the orb, Min replied, "Don't worry around them. A countless horde of puppets has appeared." He hugged his sister tightly, comforting her. "He can't kill us with just that." Seo Kang-jun's sharp image appeared on the other side. "Hongji," he yelled, straining his voice. Unable to bear the darkness any longer, AKO asked, Hey, why did you lock me in here?" Seo Kang-jun stood there, responding solemnly. "Did that surprise you? I apologize. I should have warned you." Hongji asked, "How did this happen?" "Let me explain to avoid any misunderstandings." I pushed the guards aside, and the prisoners were all executed. She gasped. "Executed?" Stunned, she asked, "But isn't the execution equipment kept on the 5th basement floor?" Seo Kang-yu replied somberly, "I executed them myself." Hongji exclaimed in disbelief. "What? You mean you executed them with your own hands? You Kang-yu?" He looked up and asked, "Is there a problem with that?" She hesitated. Who made that decision?" His gaze sharpened as he answered directly. "That's my decision." Hong Jia asked in a panicked voice, "Did the warden approve this?" "Yes," he replied. Suddenly, she was speechless. What are you planning to do?" Hong Jia asked through gritted teeth. Seo Kang-yu looked up, puzzled. Hong Jia continued, "Kang-yu, is everything all right?" Seo Kang-yu coldly replied, "As a guard, I'm just doing what needs to be done. What's the problem?" "But," Hong Jia countered, "as guards, we're not supposed to kill them. Our job is to rehabilitate the inmates, to make them better. Being a guard means..." Unable to listen any longer, Seo Kang-yu interrupted. "Enough! I'm sick of hearing these idealistic words. A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others." His face hardened with anger. "I know what happens when you chase ideals. I've seen people brutally murdered by these monsters, creatures without reason. Savages. Whether I'm a jailer or a hero, it doesn't matter. I'm just doing what should have been done a long time ago. Executing the beasts who abandoned their humanity." Hongji looked at him, bewildered. "Kangwoo, they're still human beings." He was speechless with rage. How could she? Hongji's eyes darted downwards, fear creeping in. Kangwoo's voice boomed. "How can you say that? You call them human?" From the 2nd floor down, are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Every single one of them deserves to die. In the past, innocent people died because of them, and there's been a lot of debate about the death penalty. After the emergence of people with telepathic abilities, there haven't been any more wrongful convictions or unjust suffering. You know that, right? But Hongju, he continued to argue his point. But they all have their own stories, their own reasons. He was at a loss for words. Reasons, she pressed on, especially Meal and Michael. Seo Kongyu interrupted Hongju. Everyone has their own story. Don't the victims they killed have stories too? Hongju finally looked down, troubled. Seo Kong, you made his decision. They'll die by my hand, or by the death penalty. What's the difference, really? Hongju continued, the death penalty isn't the same as a massacre. It's truly chilling to encounter such a self-righteous person. Hongji, you need to experience the pain of having your loved one killed by a prisoner to understand true suffering. At this point, Seo Kongyu lost his patience and yelled, stop it. Don't say another word. He raised his hand and sternly warned her. This conversation ends here. If you continue behaving like this, I'll send you to the upper floor. As for me, I'll handle this my own way. Hongji could only sweat profusely and remain silent. Inside the dimly lit, indistinct prison, Seo Kongyu continued walking. Hongji followed, still enveloped in his protective circle. Red control circles appeared, revealing puppets that looked stronger than before. Seo Kongyu asked, which one of them is the warden? Hongji replied, the three in the back. Understood. He finished speaking and reached out towards the puppets. Hongji was still incredibly confused, looking down. Suddenly, she blurted out, Kong Ho would be so sad if he knew. The admin would like to say this to the saintess. If you knew your lover was dead, you'd be even more heartbroken. Seo Kongjun was approaching, ready to attack the puppets. But upon hearing those words, his eyes went blank. He froze, allowing the puppets to swing their weapons down on him. A powerful force slashed across his neck. Seo Kongjun's face darkened with rage. The weapon's blade cracked. The haunting voice echoed in his mind. Kong Ho would be so sad if he knew. His eyes widened as if they would burst. His eyes glowed brightly. The puppets stabbed at him, but he remained unharmed. Seo Kongjun could feel frustration and anger welled up inside him. He unleashed a devastating punch. As the echoes of someone else's ideals reverberated in his mind, Seo Kongwu became even more frenzied, desperate to unleash his pent-up rage. The image of his fallen comrade appeared. Those words, then a powerful punch landed. Next, the image of his brother surfaced. His words, Seo Kongwu, could no longer contain his fury. Hongji watched in terror. In an instant, a puppet was cut down by surges of power. More puppets lunged at him. What good are empty words? Is this misfortune or a blessing? Glowing red orbs of energy shot out, swirling around him. Seo Kangwa's anguish manifested as spheres hovering in the air, obeying his will. Those orbs hurtled straight towards the cluster of inmates. Immediately after, the inmates transformed into streaks of red light, swirling and gradually dissipating. Then, deafening explosions echoed. Horrific screams rang out as a shower of blood rained down on Seo Kongwu. After taking down the inmates, he stood silently amidst the blood-soaked scene. Senka observed through the monitor, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Her eyes gleaming, Senka watched, while clutching her cheeks in delight, exclaiming, "Oh, he's even more awesome now." Meanwhile, Seo Kongwu continued walking with Hongji. Then, images flashed of him continuously eliminating those inmates, followed by the image of the orb protecting Hongji. These images overlapped one another. At that moment, Hongji was trying to observe something. This time, the three people over there were all wardens. 3 puppets appeared before them. Seo Kongwu replied, "Then wait a moment." But at that moment, something startled him. He turned to look, and a golden ring materialized with a voice. "Pleased to meet you." Then, a red ring appeared. Mario and Myung walked in, arm in arm, and casually said, "Outsider." A voice responded, surprising the two. "Come out yourselves." Seo Kongwu glared at them and said, "You've made things easier for me. The pleasure is all mine." The stone door slowly opened, revealing behind the two a massive monster. Hong Jie cried out in alarm. Myung casually said, "Warden Hong Jie, why didn't you come to us? You should have ascended to heaven. You all, deactivate your abilities." Seo Kongjun extended his hand and said, "Then I will grant you a painless death." Mujin hugged his younger sister and asked, "Is there any option where you don't kill us?" He replied, "On the first floor, just like in the first basement, I gave them a choice. We're a monitoring device or not. But those beasts who slaughtered countless people on the second basement floor will have no choice but death." Mujin then brought up his master, "That outsider. I heard she was a colleague of my master. Is that true?" Little Migyong added, "That woman, a hero like you, captured us. You and her give off completely different vibes." Seo Kongjun remained silent, just staring at them. Migyong spoke up defiantly, "You're definitely going to hell." Her brother warned Migyong, "Don't say another word." Seo Kongwu took an offensive stance and said coldly, "We'll see who goes to hell first." Myong spoke up, attempting to negotiate. "If you promise to let us go, we'll deactivate our abilities." Seo Kongwu responded firmly, "I refuse." Hongji yelled from above, "Myong, Meryl, that'll only make things worse." Inside the surveillance equipment room, Myong cut her off. "Warden Hongji." He hugged his sister and pleaded, "We haven't committed any deadly crimes. You understand, don't you?" Hongji remained silent, speechless. He continued, "Therefore, we also refuse." Hongji tried to reason with Myong. Seo Kongwu interrupted sternly, "Your methods are absolutely useless." Yeonjin gritted his teeth, glaring at the brothers. "I will not negotiate with beasts. I will not negotiate with beasts." "Hongji, keep trying. Kongyu will be all right. There's no other way." Seo Kongyu formed a weapon from his power. Even beasts should feel pain before the hammer of death. Myungwon still pleaded for negotiation. "Outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you listen to our story, we can negotiate." Seo Kongyu tightened his grip on the hammer. "I refuse." Hongji continued to plead from above. "Kongyu, if you talk to them, this can be resolved peacefully." Seo Kongyu reached towards the protective sphere, then roared in frustration, "You stay out of this, outsider." His power surged, lashing out at the imprisoned brothers. His power binds them tightly, lifting them into the air. The strands of energy constrict around their bodies, making them cry out in pain. As for how to torture the wicked, the image of a scarred face appears. Seo Kongyu looks up, his eyes crimson red, and continues, "I already know. I never thought there would be a day when those words would be useful." In that moment, the two brothers are terrified by Seo Kongyu's power. One of the soldiers speaks up, "Talking is useless. You're not human." Michael's body also emits a glow, and he frowns as he explains, "We are not beasts or monsters." Seo Kongyu simply glares at the evildoers. Now, suspended above are two different men. These two prisoners have replaced the brothers. The voice continued to echo, "We are humans, possessing extraordinary power." In an instant, the two men were crushed by his overwhelming strength. Mid-air, two streams of blood erupted. The voice resonated once more. "But why? Do these beings not consider us human? What is the difference between us and them?" At that moment, countless other puppets advanced towards Seo Kongwu. Yellow circles symbolized the white puppets. Red circles symbolized the black puppets. In the blink of an eye, Kongwu decapitated all the puppets. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he'd been deceived. "Damn it!" Male, observing through a crystal ball, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Panicked, Mirel anxiously turned and asked, "Male, do you need my help?" "No," she replied. "His defense is too strong." Meanwhile, Myungel was standing behind the line of puppet soldiers. Myungel raised her hand, creating a circular magic jaunt. "Let me help you," she shouted. She slammed the magic circle onto the sphere. Instantly, the magic circle expanded, landing in front of Seo Kongyu. Red circles appeared in the air, materializing above the magic circle. Giant, grotesque monsters emerged. So this was the power of a summoner. A monster with huge, round eyes and a mouth full of teeth appeared, but they were nothing compared to him. Seo Kongyu wasn't afraid in the slightest. As he charged towards the monsters, he leaped onto one of the monsters. Each of his kicks unleashed a surge of raw power. He charged, attacking the monster from behind. The monsters panicked, a chaotic jumble of claws and teeth. Kongyu weaved through the horde, then unleashed a devastating blast of energy. His power sliced through the monster on his right, then ripped through those on his left. He circled the remaining monsters, then stopped, lips pressed together in anticipation. Mel looked into the orb, sweat beading on her forehead at the sight. She turned to her brother and called out, "Brother, how much longer can you hold on?" Mine replied, "About 10 minutes. 10 minutes. One of her hands dropped to her side, Male but her finger drawing blood. Not very long. She raised her bleeding finger above the orb and shouted. Then this time, she then pressed her bloody hand onto the orb. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing Myongo to whip around in alarm. The force pressed down on the space below. Everything was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Male coughed, covering his mouth with his hand. Myongo stared upwards in bewilderment, asking, "What happened?" A hat brim came into view. Seo Gongyu stood before the two imprisoned brothers. Terror seized Male, tears streaming down his face. His older brother was no less terrified. Seo Gongyu spoke. "On second thought, hunting you down one by one." A massive hole, spanning dozens of floors, appeared. Seo Gongyu had created it. Light poured down from above. He glared down at the two men. "Your lives end here. Deactivate your abilities, and I'll grant you a painless death." His power surged, striking the two men. The wall, that massive crater, still sent shockwaves through everyone. The brothers exclaimed in terror. "Just how many abilities does he have?" Seo Gongyu stepped closer, fist raised, and said, "Your power. Deactivate it." His gaze was deadly serious. The prisoners looked up, eyes wide with fear. Nian gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Beams of light emanated from his palms. Magic circles appeared in the air. Even Seo Gongyu stared in surprise. Giant puppets emerged from the magic circles, confronting Seo Gongyu. The tallest puppet was Michael. The second, with a pitch-black face, was Gabriel. The third, with wings on its head, was Raphael. The fourth one has 3 eyes and a gaping mouth that stretches all the way to its ears. That's Uriel. Suddenly, 2 slashes crossed each other and appeared. Seo Gongyu's speed was like lightning. With one sword strike, he cut down those giant puppets. The two brothers hurriedly turned around, looking at their last line of defense. After witnessing that scene, the corners of their mouths stiffened, and they let out a gasp. At this moment, Min raised his hand and created a magic circle. Immediately, the jailers were released outside. They seemed a bit dazed and cried out. Athenmian summoned the jailer puppets and shouted, "Stay away from us. If you don't let us go, then all these jailers." He was trying to use this as a threat. Seo Gongyu coldly interrupted him. "If you don't undo your ability and release the jailers." Suddenly, a scream rang out, leaving him stunned. Male's eyes hardened as he saw his sister bound tightly. Overwhelmed by Seo Gongyu's power, she cried out in terror, "Brother!" Seo Gongyu stomped his foot and said coldly, "I will make your sister die a painful death." Male cried out in agony. His sister's screams echoed, filling Myong with dread. "Brother, it hurts. It hurts so much." Seo Gongyu simply stood there, his gaze cold and fixed. Male continued to scream in anguish. Finally, Myong let out a cry. He fell to his knees, pleading, I'll undo the power. In exchange, let me speak with Warden Hongjia." Seo Gongyu replied, "Undo your power first. Undo it." His eyes were sharp and unwavering. Male's pained cries echoed again, making him flinch and tremble in fear. Seo Gongyu then said, "I will stop now." A moment later, the light descended. The two brothers were now kneeling, back to back, holding hands. Soon after, the guards were released from their mind control, waking up with startled cries of "Ah!" The prisoners also regained consciousness, confused, muttering, "Huh? The others, baffled by the scene before them, uttered in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" They began asking each other, "Why are we here?" When suddenly, Seo Kong used Power Flash. That power sliced the condemned prisoners in half. Blood splattered everywhere, making the two brothers jump back in horror. The guards, witnessing the gruesome sight, also shuddered in fear. Someone stammered, asking Hero Seo Kongwu, "What's going on?" He turned and told everyone to head back upstairs. Confused, the others followed, murmuring, I understand." Just then, the demon spoke. "I've stopped using my power, so you should keep your promise." Seo Kongwu replied, "All right, I'll let you see Kogain." While the two brothers were still stunned, he continued, "But first, let's move somewhere else." Now, separating the two sides, was a gruesome pile of bisected prisoner corpses. It was a horrific sight. Pregnant women shouldn't see this. Meanwhile, in a somewhat safer place, Hongji was still sitting inside a protective circle, trying to shout. Finally able to see what was happening outside, she looked down and asked, What happened? I've finished the job. The powers have been neutralized and all the guards have been saved. Hongji urgently asked, What about Myong and Mare? Over there, right in front of me. The two brothers were clinging to each other in fear. They wanted to talk to Jiao before they died. Hongji tried to reason with Kang Yi. You could put tracking devices on them. Kang Yi firmly interrupted. Don't make me repeat myself. The beasts on the second basement floor, who killed countless people, will be executed by my own hand. Hongji was shocked by his words. Myong innocently asked guard Hongji, Did we do something worthy of death? We really didn't do anything deserving of the death penalty. Say something. She looks terrified. Hong Jua was momentarily speechless. Kang Yu urged her. Hurry up. Panicked, Hong Jua blurted out, Morel, you two were sentenced to death. She struggled to utter her last words. The two siblings, hearing this, clung to each other in terror. Hongji, after speaking, gritted his teeth. Silence fell over them. Hongji couldn't speak. Kang Yu asked again, Do you have any last words? Myong spoke up. The two children held each other tightly, awaiting their death. I will keep my promise, Kang Yu declared, raising his hand. It was time for the execution. Suddenly, the little girl cried out in tears. Please spare us. Please, sir. Brother. They had no strength left to fight back. Kang Yu unleashed his deadly punch. The force of the blow erupted, creating a thick cloud of dust. But as the dust settled, a shocking sight made Kang Yu freeze. A bearded figure appeared. It was Mago. He was creating a protective sphere around the two brothers. Mago Ikarati emerged with a cold expression. The brothers, stunned, stammered, Master. Kang Yu's eyes widened. Master Mago. He loomed large before everyone. What's going on here? Mago's image was now present there, enveloping his two disciples. Kang Yu gasped in astonishment. What? He wondered, is this the twins' ability? To summon illusions, prisoners from the second basement level? There's no way defensive magic could be this strong. Mago was the one who used this power himself. But why? Kang Yu pondered. Why would he use defensive magic on these two? Whatever, he muttered. Then he summoned his own immense power. No matter what I think, nothing will change. The two brothers, still terrified, clung tightly to each other. His fist shot out, shattering the shield. Fragments rained down. But at that moment, Mago's image appeared, repeatedly conjuring magic circles, pressing down on Kang Yu. He gritted his teeth in fury. That damn old man! What the hell did you do? Why would he do that? Mago looked like he was using all his strength to protect the two prisoners. His crimson power continued to surge. Kanyu's fist smashed and shattered the magic circles. Only the blue protective barrier remained on the battlefield. Initially, those fragments fell. The Demon King's expression remained serene. Kang Il's sharp gaze finally softened. Kang Il had broken through countless layers of the Demon King's defenses. At this moment, he frantically held his younger sister, who was on the verge of collapsing. His eyes clearly showed discomfort, but he couldn't erase the feeling of unease in his heart. The scene shifted to a clear blue sky with white clouds. Kang Il's group of heroes were gathered there, smiling brightly in a field of flowers. They were watching the Demon King, who was laughing cheerfully and playing with the children. The curly-haired hero, seeing this, said exasperatedly, Doesn't that old man ever get tired? The bald guy chuckled. Well, it's good to stick up for someone. The curly-haired guy turned to Tom with a bright smile. Oh my God! After we get married, we'll have kids, right? Tom retorted, annoyed. When did I say I'd marry you? The curly-haired guy continued teasing. Oh, come on. I hate cheaters like you. I've never cheated on anyone. The curly-haired guy protested. Lao, seeing them bicker, spoke up. Seriously, come on. Stop arguing. Suddenly, a loud voice startled everyone. Everyone, look over here. Mago spread his arms wide, embracing the children, and said with a bright smile, Don't just sit and watch up there. Come down here and play with the kids. Under the clear blue sky, Kang Jun's teammates were immersed in playful joy, romping around with the children. Only he sat quietly under a tree, observing everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out, Kang Jun. Mr. Mago approached him and asked, Don't you like children? He replied, It's not exactly like that. I just don't know how to interact with them. The old man chuckled, sat down beside him, and said, "Just imitate what your parents did when you were a child." Seo Kong-jun calmly replied, "My parents passed away shortly after I was born, so my only family is my older brother." Mr. Mago broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty. He coughed and said, "About that, I'm sorry." He cautiously glanced at Seo Kong-jun. Kong-jun quickly looked away. Suddenly, Mr. Mago brightened up and called out, "Kong-jun." He pointed at himself and said to Seo Kong-jun, "Then you can practice with me. Try acting like a child." A confused expression washed over Kong-jun's face as he let out a huh. "Mr. Mago-chakud, oh, just kidding. Just kidding. I didn't know you could make that kind of face. But I wasn't entirely joking. If things get tough, you can act childish around me." Seo Kong-woo silently watched his teammates playing with the children. "And then tell me to refuse?" The sky darkened with ominous clouds as rain began to pour. Suddenly, Huang Xiaowan appeared, his hand outstretched, covered in blood. Seo Kong-woo stood frozen in the cold rain. He glanced down. He saw two of his teammates, the curly-haired man and Thomas, embracing each other tightly, awaiting their deaths. Seo Kangwa's gaze shifted. He saw Noah and the monk lifeless. Drops of blood splattered on the ground. Seo Kong-yu. Tears of rage streamed down his face. While he was consumed by despair, a voice called out, "Seo Kong-yu, Mago," on the verge of death, still managed to comfort him. "It's okay. It's all right." Though his eyes could no longer open, "Everything will be fine." Suddenly, fragments appeared, rewinding time to the present. Seo Kong-yu unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the magic circles. With Ma Go's defenses crumbling, Male inside had fallen unconscious. Only Min remained, looking up in panic at Ma Go's protective barrier. It was slowly fading away. He closed his eyes and smiled gently. Seo Gangyu could only look up helplessly. Then his power extended outward. Seo Gangyu released Hongjia. She was startled and confused. "Huh? Hey!" After safely lowering her to the ground, he called out, "Jia, can you read the memories contained within abilities?" Hongjia quickly replied, "Yes, I can do that." Seo Gangyu pointed upward and said, "Then read the memories of that ability for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this." Hongjia looked towards Ma Go and the protective magic circle and asked in confusion, "Wah, what is that, Hero Ma Go?" Moments later, she revealed the memories of the ability. In her hand was an image of Ma Go happily spending time with the two death row convicts. These are the memories contained within Hero Ma Go's ability. Seo Gangyu sat down on the ground, annoyed, and said, "That's really unpleasant to see." Hongjia then, "Object? I think it's rather cute." He then asked, "Why are the memories of those murderers here too?" She explained, "That's because he used his ability on them." Seo Kongdae glanced at Hongjia, causing her to quickly say, "I didn't put them here intentionally." Seo Kongdae said, "I'm telling you this, so you don't misunderstand. No matter what the circumstances of those murderers are, I will still execute them." The three figures in Hongjia's hand, upon hearing this, huddled together in fear. She replied, "I understand." With that said, Hongjia released the three figures. Then, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling was lit. After that, iron cages were brought out. Someone struck a gavel and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction of individuals with special abilities." In this place at this moment, someone in tattered clothes clings to iron bars. Their face is haggard, their appearance utterly worn down. Hell has dealt them a cruel fate. Miel and Mikkel, two siblings, are also locked in a cage. Together, with vacant eyes, they stare out at the world. 6 years old, they find themselves at an auction for people with special abilities, a pastime for VIP collectors. Hidden beneath the ruined city lies a secret auction house. Miel and Mikkel were sold here by their own father. The most valuable individuals possess special grade abilities, while some have the power of transformation. The most common ability, summoning, fetches the lowest price. Therefore, Miel and Mikkel conceal their true powers, and for a long time, no one buys them. As they await abandonment, a man enters. He opened the cage holding the two siblings and said, "Get out. Someone wants to buy you too." A man and a woman approached. The woman's eyes lit up as she saw the children. "Oh!" she exclaimed with delight. "These are the children? The ones who summoned both an angel and a devil?" The man asked, "Is that why you want to buy them?" "I'm asking because there are no returns here." The woman chuckled and replied, "Oh, I'm just curious." Annoyed, the man asked, "What?" With a crazed look in her eyes, she said, "I wonder what would happen if we bred an angel with a devil." The siblings were terrified and confused. She continued, "You're probably too young to understand, but you'll learn soon enough." As she spoke, she just looked at them with a sinister glare. Her eyes were wide, like she was on something. Suddenly, from the ceiling, a powerful force hurtled downwards. Startled, they both looked up. A blazing ball of molten rock was plummeting towards them. The two men gaped in astonishment. The building was then ripped apart and reduced to rubble by the energy blast. The scene changes. A smoke-filled sky appears. A massive, desolate crater sits in the middle of the city. The older couple from before, now protected inside a circular barrier, cry out in terror. What was that? The two siblings inside are also shielded by a barrier. Muhail shakes his sister's shoulder. "Meal, are you okay?" Meal was so scared she couldn't speak. "What's happening?" Just then, everyone was shielded within a protective barrier. A laugh rang out, making the two siblings look up. Oh, a familiar beard came into view. Mago stroked his beard, grinning. Beside him, a girl with bunny ears floated in the air. With a playful tone, he said, "It's magic." The bunny-eared girl spoke up. "Come on, Mago. My name is Lipus, Mago's assistant summoner." Lipus angrily complained, "What kind of crazy level is this? How am I supposed to keep up?" Mago continued to grin mischievously. "Ho ho ho. If you work hard, you can do it, Lipus. I told you, with summoning, imagination is everything." Lipus grumbled, "But you're teaching too fast." Mago quickly changed the subject. "Have you completed the task I assigned you?" Lipus replied, "Yes, sir. I've teleported all the auction participants and released the captive AIs. Mago said, "Let's move on to the next level then." Lipus felt exasperated. "What is it this time? How can I possibly summon a giant meteor?" Suddenly, a noise made them look down. It was Myong, holding his younger sister, looking up at them. "Could you take us with you? You're a summoner, right?" We also have summoning abilities." Lipus shook her head. "No way. He promised to only take me as his disciple." Mago smiled brightly. "I never promised such a thing." Surprised, she let out a gasp. "Huh?" Mago turned to the two siblings. "Let's see what kind of abilities you possess." Lipus gritted her teeth in anger. "Liar means summoned an angel. An actual angel. An email summoned a demon. A real demon." Lipus looked astonished, thinking to himself, "Their summons are strange. Kids usually only summon toys or dogs." Mago seemed perplexed as well. He observed the two siblings and thought, interesting, having a soft spot for children. Mago, intrigued, didn't hesitate to smile and extend his hand. "All right, come with me. I'll teach you magic." Lipus could only sulk and pout. In the background, for 3 years, Mago taught Mean and Male how to summon. Imagination is the most important factor for summoning abilities. Summoning is bringing the images in your mind to life using your power. Mean summoned an angel because she remembered her mother, the one who protected everyone when she was little, while Myru summons demons, perhaps influenced by her cruel father. Mago cheerfully teaches and guides them. If we look at this world from more perspectives, we can summon many things, but focusing on one thing is fine too. Lipus, smiling brightly from behind, says, "Shooting stars are the best." Mago points behind her and says, "Like that rabbit, I don't know which path you two will take." The two brothers look a bit confused. "We really like heaven and hell." Mago looks surprised. "Heaven and hell?" Lipus exclaims. "That's different from normal kids, isn't it?" The two children explain, "Our mother told us before she died that good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. Those words have always been our support. We want this world to be just where good people go to heaven and bad guys go to hell." The two brothers said these words with bright smiles on their faces. Mago smiled, patted the two children on the head and said, "I'm sure you two will do great things, because you two are the most well-behaved children." One day, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds rolled in. A hurried voice called out, "Mago!" Mago and Lipus rushed over, their faces filled with panic. "The Hero Association needs your help," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Mago, at this moment, showed a rare expression of anger. "They ignored my offer before, and now they're asking for my help?" Lipus was still bewildered. "Adward has appeared in Finland." The image of a criminal with a face and neck emitted. A fluorescent light appeared. Upon hearing this news, Mago exclaimed in shock. What did you say? I must summon the Hero Association immediately. What are they doing? Lipus quickly replied, I don't know either. Mago held his head in his hands, his face tired. Good heavens. He stood there in silence for a long moment. Then she spoke up. Bring Mean and Morel here. After meeting and talking, the two siblings were distraught. You have to go? Morel hugged Mago tightly, sobbing, Don't go. Mean was stronger, asking, When will you be back? Mago closed his eyes wearily, replying, The opponent is quite formidable. It will likely be a few years before I can return. Mean asked tearfully, Can we come with you? He explained, Mean Morel, the enemy is too dangerous. I can't take you with me. I don't want you to go. Mago could only look down heartbroken at his newly adopted grandchildren. Tears streaming down her face, Morel cried out, I don't want to be left behind again. Lipos scolded softly. Left behind? You two aren't objects. Just then, Mago gently called, Mean Morel, this is my parting gift. The symbol of my ability is on your clothes, so when you get to the shelter, someone will take care of you. As he spoke, he transferred his power to the two siblings. Mago closed his eyes and said gently, We'll meet again someday. But he didn't know this would be their last encounter. The two children huddled together and cried. He didn't forget to remind them, when that time comes, you must grow up to be good people. But after Mayong and Maru parted ways with Mago, they didn't go to the shelter, afraid of meeting strangers. Instead, the two children went to a remote place and trained their abilities on their own. What power do I need to become a good person? Until I see Mago again, a golden aura emanated from Mayong. What is good and what is evil? The image of an angel and a devil appears. Male emits a red aura, symbolizing the devil. What should I do with my power? 2 years later, Meal and Male decided to define good and evil themselves and return to their hometown. The good shall go to heaven, and the wicked shall go to hell. This place, and they began to create their own heaven and hell from their own imaginations. It's utopia. Excitement is written all over their faces. In just 1 month, Meal and Male transformed the entire city into their own personal paradise. They observed the townspeople, summoned their angels and devils, and monitored the residents, choosing who would ascend to heaven or descend to hell. Those standards were decided by the twins themselves, from the things they heard as children, the things forbidden to humans, like stealing, littering, causing public disturbances, lying, betraying friends, and for them, deep within their childhood memories, these things are a relentless nightmare. Even for those who meet the standards, it still summons demons and mocks them, saying, I'm always watching you. You've lived a righteous life. The woman, clutching her child, trembles and pleads, Please, please save us. It replies, Don't worry, this isn't the end. With that, it commands the demon to impale the helpless mother and child. It boasts, You'll have a wonderful dream in heaven. The mother can only scream in agony and despair. Meanwhile, he stood there, hands clasped in satisfaction, whispering, Forever, unaware of the commotion stemming from the twins' territory. A towering building materialized, catching the attention of the Hero Association. A man with a stern face exclaimed, Let the meeting commence. This was Authority, the chairman of the Hero Association. Authority continued, his voice booming, I sent out the notice. Why is the attendance so poor? Before him sat only 3 young individuals, slouching in their chairs. A blonde-haired woman replied, Well, I guess they're on vacation or something. She was CEO Benju, a rank 3 hero. One of the young men, chewing on candy, spoke up, Why don't you just bring out the information, and let's see what's going on? His name was Custer, also a rank 3 hero. Dim lights flickered on. Moments later, after reviewing the information, both Custer and CEO Benju gasped in astonishment. What is this? Custer exclaimed. Level 1, and already this strong? A truly rare opponent. CEO Benju added dejectedly. Damn it, I want to rank up. I want to reach that level. The chairman of Authority asked, Level 3? Would you like to try? So, Benju responded glumly. It won't work, chairman. But then she looked back at the information, which included pictures of the 2 brothers. But why did you choose that small village? A level 1 Bamon. It won't do much for a hero's performance. Authority explained. Well, I chose that place because those kids are rated as level 1 villains. Custer asked, How old are they? The chairman replied, That sounds like something a 10-year-old would say. The young man commented, Impressed. They've already overtaken the entire village just like that. CEO Baker continued, After their second level up, they can reach villain level 2 or 3. Shouldn't we prepare something before dealing with them? Custer asked. CEO Baekdu smiled brightly. It will take them at least 5 years to develop further. So, we don't need to prepare much, she exclaimed. That long? Authority then spoke up. There are a few things to add. These two are Mago's disciples. Custer gasped in surprise. Mago? Really? Jinja really / for real. Baekdu said exasperatedly. Ugh, I knew it. Ugh / geez. And so, the two young men started arguing again. Should we tell Mago about this then? He went to Finland to apprehend Sweetest. Just tell him to return after completing the mission. So, the authority is just going to remain silent during this discussion. Just then, a beautifully manicured hand is raised. The person who had been silent until now suddenly volunteers. This girl has a mask on her head, adorned with numerous hair clips. Her purple hair shines with a heart-shaped reflection. She asks, "Can I go?" This girl is Kay, also known as a level 3 hero. The scene shifts to a breathtaking sunset with a vibrant golden sky. A wheel rolls across the ground. Kay arrives, stops her vehicle, and observes. She rides a stylish pink motorcycle. She places both hands on her helmet. Then, she takes it off, looks around, and exclaims, "Wow!" Countless gold and red rings float in the air, emitting a shimmering, sparkling light under the sun. Kay can't help but marvel. What a magnificent sight. She's completely unaware that she's being watched, monitored through a crystal ball. On the other side, the two brothers are closely following Kate's every move. Mike speaks up, a hint of panic in his voice. "Big brother, there's a stranger." Mean simply responds with a grunt. Meanwhile, Kate, with her heart-shaped eyes, remains focused on her observations. The late afternoon sky is still ablaze with vibrant colors. Kate even takes out her phone to snap some pictures with the puppets. As she takes pictures, she exclaims, "Whoa, is this some kind of special power? Is it brainwashing? Or are they just hypnotized? I don't think they're dead." Huh? What? Suddenly, something makes her wary, and she turns around to look. The devil, an angel from before, have transformed into the two twin brothers. Kate is startled as Mean speaks, "Stranger, why are you here?" Both children stare at her with suspicion in their eyes. Kay, seeing the two siblings, rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Those are amazing abilities, aren't they? Can you do anything even more impressive?" Muyin retorted unhappily. "You should answer our questions first." Kay continued, gesturing towards the shimmering red and gold rings floating in the air. "Do you know about these?" she asked. "After all, you have many disciples who are summoners, right?" The siblings looked at Kay in confusion. Kay posed a question. "Did you learn how to summon these from your teacher?" Muyin asked in alarm. "Who are you?" Both of them were now sweating nervously. "I'm your senior." Kay made a rather disturbing expression, sticking out her tongue. Muyin stepped forward to shield his sister and said, "We don't have any seniors." Except for Lip, Kay too replied with a laugh. "Master removed my name from the disciple list." As Lip frowned, she continued, "I think I was too focused on sharp objects." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing countless scars, big and small. Kay too traced her claws over the scars. "And Master said I needed to learn defensive magic as a form of protection. Unfortunately, I didn't like that, so I didn't listen to him. He stopped paying attention to me." Lip and the other girl were completely bewildered. Suddenly, Kay too blurted out, "That's embarrassing." She slumped over and mumbled, "Master was so terrible." Terrible? Then Kay too's crazed cries echoed. She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down. "It's not right. Wrong. That's not it. Wrong. Wrong." The other girls were horrified by the scene. Little Male huddled against her brother, fearfully saying, "Brother, she's so scary." Curl, still in agony, cried out, "Teacher, you said I had magical talent. I just wanted praise, even just a smile, from you." As she spoke, she unleashed a torrent of furious energy. "But you crossed my name out." Suddenly, Mian quickly raised his hand, creating a magic circle. He urgently shouted, "If you don't leave this place right now." But just then, a different color flickered in Curl's eyes. In the air above, sharp, knife-like objects materialized. As Curl lost control, the objects in the air began to vibrate violently. The two siblings screamed in terror. "Ah!" Curl's weapons then. Kay attacked the two brothers' puppets. Bullets sprayed across the air. Fresh blood spurted endlessly. The unfortunate victims gasped, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. After this horrific spectacle, In the sky, only Kay's blood-soaked weapons remained. If I do this, tears still streaming down her face, she offered a haunting smile. Will you notice me again, teacher? Teacher. Crimson blood splattered through the air. A wretched soul, impaled by countless weapons, presented a gruesome sight. Below, Kay stood with outstretched hands, manipulating the weapons, and laughed maniacally. Ah! Meanwhile, the victims were enduring agonizing pain, like a living hell. Kay's expression became twisted, distorted, utterly deranged as she exclaimed, "This is pure ecstasy." Nien, witnessing this horror, collapsed to the ground. He turned to his sister, Morel, with worried eyes. "Are you all right, kiddo?" Morel, equally terrified, fell to her knees, crying out, "Brother!" The two children then watched in horror as Kay slaughtered their puppets. They were utterly horrified. Both children gritted their teeth, trembling before this monstrous figure. What is that woman?" After the carnage, Kay spoke. "So this is it. This is the feeling." The unfortunate victims, their bodies riddled with blades, presented a gruesome sight. Kay stood amidst the carnage she had created, dancing with a disturbing excitement. "This is even more exciting than I thought." Just then, a figure appears in the air, a golden halo floating above their head. Kay too spots them, and her face lights up with pure excitement. Kay too conjures another weapon in her hand. She frantically launches it toward the remaining person and screams, "I want more." But immediately, Imin appeared. Imin materialized, creating a barrier against the attack. Seeing this, Kay's expression contorted further. "Oh, you brats can use defensive magic?" The twins frowned, their gazes fixed on the scene outside. Kay was still in a frenzy. "You've learned a lot from your teacher, haven't you?" Suddenly, an angel puppet launched a sneak attack from behind. A purple magic circle materialized. The puppet froze mid-attack, and Kay's voice echoed. But giant scissors appeared in her hand, slicing the puppet in half. Kay glanced over, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "That's not nearly enough. That's not enough." Imin, enraged, shouted, "This is you. You'll go to hell." Kay, wielding the giant scissors, winked and pouted playfully. "You brats are being awfully rude to your senior. Don't you think? Honestly, I've always wanted to use my power in a crowded place like this. But I'm a hero, you know. I knew I'd get arrested if I did. So I held myself back. But thank you for setting up this place for me. Finally, I can make my dream come true. So now," Kay said, raising her hand again, "I think I can summon it." Kay's expression changed drastically. She gritted her teeth, sweat dripping from her brow. Then, unable to hold back any longer, screams erupted. The twins were once again terrified. Kay's mouth gaped open as she screamed. A box cutter blade began to materialize. The blade emerged from a rip in the sky. It's a terrifying sight. Kay's eyes, nose, and mouth are all bleeding, but she has a satisfied smile on her face. There it is. Imagination is the most important thing. For a soul master, the experience of slaughter, countless lives taken, has amplified her imagination and made her powers even stronger. A giant box cutter now appears above Kay, summoned by her will. "This is the first time I've summoned something this huge." Kay excitedly yells, "It's so big, so cool." Kay lets out a maniacal laugh. But then, Kay stops, her crazed expression replaced by a cold look. She raises her hand and says, "It's all thanks to you brats. Well, goodbye for now." But suddenly, Kay was snatched up by a gigantic monster. Only her outstretched hand remained. Noelle was completely stunned. But this, Mare had summoned a demonic monster that swallowed Kay whole. In the girl's hand was a glowing red magic circle. The same was true for Mare. 2 streams of blood trickled from her eyes. Her face contorted. She gritted her teeth and spat out. Demon, she accused others without looking at herself. Looking at Kay, Mare only saw a terrifying demon. The sight amplified her own powers. Mean turned, calling out to his younger sister. "Little Mare." Mare froze, responding with, "Brother." Her horrified face stared at the monster she had just summoned. It was utterly nauseating. It then asked, "Did you just kill someone?" Under a sky slowly turning crimson, a voice responded, "No." The gigantic monster with bulging eyes remained there. Myung embraced her younger sister, comforting her. That wasn't a person, it was a demon. 1 year quickly passed. Myung Il and Michael had created an even larger paradise for themselves. The sky was filled with countless shimmering red and gold rings, gleaming brightly. And the Hero Association once again recognized them as villains residing on the second basement floor of Lycaira's prison. Basement floor 2. Just then, a finger trembled while viewing information about those two devils. Marcus's jaw dropped in disbelief. Muon and Morel, how? The chairman finally spoke. They're your disciples, aren't they? Marcus was still reeling, staring at his disciple scores. How could this have happened? The chairman echoed his sentiment. We're quite curious ourselves. Marcus abruptly stood and turned. Let me go there. I'll handle this. The chairman stopped him. What? You can't go anywhere. Marcus was confused. What? The chairman's voice was tense. I can't let you handle this. What do you mean? The chairman elaborated. I told you to kill Isaac and come back. But you disobeyed my orders. Didn't you? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. So, I can't follow your request either. Marcus finally lost his composure and yelled. At this rate, we'll be here all night and get nowhere. I'm leaving. The chairman of authorities slammed his hand on the table, shouting, I made it clear. You are not allowed to go. The table cracked from the force of the blow. Mago didn't back down, raising his hand and summoning magic circles. Stop acting, he said, as if I'm some power-hungry fool. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Let me go. A figure stepped forward, interrupting the standoff between Mago and the chairman. It was Chai Nayun. She spoke coldly. I will go. Chai Nayun, a B-rank hero. The chairman blinked in surprise. Actually, turning this into a mission for a B-rank hero promotion isn't a bad idea. You should be the one to go. Mago was still fuming. Interfere? I said I would. But just then, a loud voice boomed out, cutting him short. Mago! A look of utter shock spread across his face. Lao Zhao approached him with a confident and determined stride. Mago stood there silently, speechless. Then, Lao Zhao placed a hand over his heart, his expression earnest. Trust me. The scene shifted back to the city. Red and gold rings hovered in the air. A voice called out. Meryl. The two children were still embracing, observing the situation through a red orb. Mean spoke with worry. A little intruder. Male was calmer. That's right, brother. Despite their cruelty, they maintained innocent facades. Look, someone's coming. Looking through the orb, they saw it was Lao Zhao. Expressions of fear washed over their faces. I wonder how many atrocities she's committed. Leoxa smiles faintly from below, glancing up at the sunlight reflecting off the skyscrapers. Leoxa stands proudly in the sunlight, her gaze fixed on the distance. She's observing something. 3 figures float in the sky, something covering their heads, their limbs dangling limply. Are these the heroes, she remarks, who took on this mission before? At least they're still alive. Leoxa continues to observe. Mean and Michael look back at her. One of them speaks up. You there? Who are you? And what are you doing here? The woman calmly introduces herself. I'm the hero, Leoxa. I'm here to bring you all back. The two girls exchange skeptical glances. A hero? Another hero? One of them begins casting a spell. Monsters are summoned. The two girls unleashed a threatening attack on Latia. They warned her to leave immediately. If you don't leave, I'll send you to hell. Then I'll come back. Latia smiled a radiant, sun-like smile. In return, I want both of you to come with me. Let's go together, you fire-breathed monsters. Mean and Meryl were stunned. They couldn't believe their powers were so easily overcome. Latia stood firm even amidst the sea of flames. She walked towards them, her gaze fixed on them. She spoke. You two have kind hearts. I didn't sense any killing intent in that attack. Her expression shifted with her words. It's such a shame. If the heroes who came here were good, things wouldn't have come to this. She slowly walked towards the two. The two girls huddled together helplessly. It's strange, isn't it? You believe what you're doing is right, but so many people are trying to stop you. Hey, don't come any closer. Facing their fearful gazes, Leoxa spoke gently. Don't worry, I won't hurt you too. Leoxa continued. But what you're doing is wrong. Your teacher is very sad. The two girls' eyes widened at the mention of their teacher. They spoke to each other. Teacher Mago, has he returned? Male, don't believe her lies. Leoxa said firmly, I'm not lying. She extended her hand towards them, smiling. Unleash your power and come back to me. It's time to return to Teacher Mago. The two girls stared at her with wide eyes. Mean and Michael, they reached out and touched. her hand, feeling a warmth spread through them. Hand in hand, the three of them walked forward. A comforting warmth filled the air as the sun began to set in the distance. The two young girls gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder. From afar, Mago remained calm and spoke. I knew it. Mago stood before them. Grandpa, come with me. Little Hestia rushed into Mago's arms. He opened his arms wide and embraced them. Teacher, Mirren, Martel. Overcome with emotion, the two girls burst into tears as they spoke to him. Teacher, actually, our abilities are a type of psychic power. Mom told us to keep it a secret from others. He listened to Mirren and Martel with surprise. You only accept summoners as students, right? We're sorry for lying to you. He asked, Mirren, did I say I only accept summoners? Who told you that? A hero named Guahan. She said she was your apprentice. Mago remembered who that was. I can hardly believe what I'm hearing. My apprentice? I've never taken on any AI apprentices besides those two, in report. His explanation stunned the two girls. I only met her once at the association and offered her some advice. That's all. Is that so? They reunited after 3 years and shared their experiences during that time. The children spoke about how they tried to grow up, to become well-behaved, and how they were misunderstood by others. Even now, Min and Meryl couldn't fully grasp it. Mago silently watched the two children sleeping soundly on the grass. Leora spoke up from behind him. Have you finished talking with the children, Mago? He looked at her seriously. I want you to look after them. Will you? Leora didn't answer, but brought up a different matter. Even if they haven't killed any AI in the village, they still held thousands hostage, and even murdered a hero. It'll be difficult for them to avoid the death penalty. Mago hurriedly said, they were just lost, straying down the wrong path because they're so young. They've already shown their potential. If you entrust them to me, I'll help them understand the gravity of their actions. I can't do that. He continued to plead with Leoxa. You see, they're just kids, Leoxa. Lowering his eyes, Mago said, I don't agree with it either, but the government revised the law, allowing the execution of minors. And the law is the law. Moreover, a hero's duty isn't to rehabilitate criminals. Leoxa spoke up. I understand how you feel. She continued, this world is facing so many problems right now. So, Mago, she proposed, from now on, will you cooperate with me? He looked perplexed. But what does that have to do with these two children? She continued, her gaze serious. It will change this world. Mago's eyes widened at Raz's confident declaration. He spoke. I have one condition. He pointed at the two girls. Until they come of age, don't let them die. Let me use my ability on them. Raza agreed. All right. With Raza's consent, Mago quickly used his power. Until they are grown, neither of them will die. We will change this world before they grow up. A man in a military uniform, wearing a cap, remained silent as another woman approached him. Kangyu. Co Kangyu. He turned towards the voice. A person with golden brown hair continued. I've heard a lot about you from Gangwon. Luwu smiled distantly, extending a hand. Do you want to change the world with me? He slowly rose, shaking off the memory. The magician was projecting images of two people. Myunjian and Meryl showed him what we did to you. They said we simply judged everyone, based on our own rules. But aren't laws also rules made by the people of this world? Kangwoo remained silent. The other two continued. What's the difference between us? The girl finally spoke. Kangwoo, Gangwon, and I were tasked with the intensive rehabilitation of these two children. She explained haltingly, reddish energy swirling around her. I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong. They need to understand that what they did was wrong. Kangwoo enveloped her in a red sphere, cutting her off mid-sentence. He walked forward, and behind Kangwoo, crimson tendrils snaked down from the ceiling to the floor. Mayan clutched Meryl in terror, looking at his own hands. The other two were frantic. Please spare us. Co Kangwoo, he stammered. With each step closer, Mayan and Meryl's pleas grew louder. Please, we beg you. We know we were wrong. Kangwoo raised his fist. The two screamed, Mommy! Mom! Teacher! Kangwoo slammed his fist down. A tremor shook the area. The red tendrils remained. Kangwoo punched the ground, a distance away from Mayan and Meryl. Their eyes were wide with fear, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Damn it! Jinwoo cursed. He gritted his teeth, so hard they drew blood. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in his hands and face. This was infuriating. Jinwa's mind raced. Thoughts, fragmented and chaotic, swirled within him. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze unfocused. Those thoughts, like mischievous sprites, toyed with him within his own mind. 3 figures materialized before him. Shrill laughter echoed around him. Jinwoo knelt on one knee, observing the scene. "Why do you trouble yourself with such thoughts?" A raven-haired woman chuckled. "That brooding look doesn't suit you. Even more handsome in person than in the pictures." Jinwoo's eyes widened. The raven-haired woman beamed at him. "Hello, my beloved husband. Your bride has arrived." The girl excitedly introduces herself. "I'm so happy to meet you. My name is—" Before she could finish, Kangyu charged forward. A collision occurred. He was a little surprised. "You should listen when someone is talking." A man intercepted the attack for him. "Don't you have any manners?" The girl pouted. "Cain is soon. He will become our master. You're being very rude." "I apologize, Miss Shinkai." She cleared her throat. "Ahem, let me reintroduce myself." However, as she continued, Kangyu charged again. "My name is—" He didn't listen, throwing a punch instead. She gently extended her hand. A shield formed between them. They easily blocked Kangyu's attack. "You're quite impatient." She continued. "We'll be seeing each other for a while, so let's chat a bit." She smiled. "My name is Senka." She's from the Awaken group, a person with the power to control space. "I will be the one who becomes the progenitor of the new humanity." Where they stood flashed with purple light. From Senka's barrier, Kangyu wondered, "Progenitor?" She laughed. "That's right, progenitor. So tiresome." He muttered, mentally exhausting. "A crazy woman just showed up." "Crazy?" Senka didn't seem offended. Instead, she laughed. "Perhaps I'm the sanest one in this place. Don't you all agree?" "That's right." Yeah, probably." She continued. "Kangyu, do you know that humanity is in danger right now?" "Humanity," Senka said gravely. "We're on the verge of destruction. At this rate, we'll all go extinct." Kangyu asked skeptically. "What are you talking about?" Senka turned to Kangyu and asked, "What do you think is the greatest threat to humanity?" You, the Icolodi, probably think it's villains or heroes from the past who hold absolute power. She frowned in disagreement. "That's—" The person behind her chimed in. "However, that's completely wrong." Kangyu covered his face with his hands. "What's truly degrading humanity right now is—" He sighed. "Those nameless, ordinary people. According to your plan, we need to filter those genes." She explained. "Only those with superior genetic code should be allowed to produce future generations. But because of the sacrifice of those who carry with superior gene codes, so gene codes that should have been eliminated are multiplying at an alarming rate. This is terrifying." Senka even has data on them. For example, the second-generation heroes of Negotiator, led by Naosa. They possessed exceptional, superior genes. Yet in SAO, they still perished, despite the laws of nature dictating otherwise. Creatures unable to adapt are destined to die. Death is inevitable for them, but they fought against that fate. Kaneki remains motionless. Shinka continues to ramble. "Oh, Kaneki, you're all right now. You're no longer a hero. Now, you also enjoy killing those with weaker genes, don't you? Don't you?" She giggles, pointing at him. "I fell in love with you the moment I saw that." Kangyu remained silent. Senka continued. "Dukakith prison is where exceptional individuals are gathered. Those who will become the new humanity, but are wrongly imprisoned here for killing the weak. After you eliminated all the heroes who hindered human evolution and all the weaklings." She excitedly painted a picture of the future. "We will create a world where only those with extraordinary abilities can survive. The Alpha world." She pointed at him, continuing to smile reassuringly. "Oh, don't worry. If those powerful heroes change their minds and join us, then we'll just incorporate them into the new human race. We're not too picky." Kangwoo finally spoke up. "I try not to hurt innocent AIs, but it looks like I can't avoid hurting you." "Guys!" Shina was excited by his words. The person next to her was wary. "Oh, hurt a lot of people? Right here? Oh my, that would be embarrassing." The person next to her had to explain to Shina. "I don't think he means what you think he means." Shina replied, "Well, all right, but let's not do it now. We'll do it next time when it's just you and me." "Miss Shinha, I said it's not what you think." "Shut up. How would you know?" Shina lashed out at Ayan. "Anyway," pointing at Ayan, you'll be Adam. Then, pointing at herself, and I'll be Eve. She fantasized about them together. We'll give birth to the children of mankind, leading the evolution of humanity. She shyly covered her mouth with a bridal bouquet. Actually, at first, I was going to make Seal Juan Adam and use an EMP weapon to rescue him. Kang Yu was stunned. Senka continued, well, but this prison security was tighter than I thought. I didn't think an outside attack could penetrate it. So, after we obtained the prison's blueprints, we used an EMP weapon that we built and detonated it from inside the prison. Using my ability, Kang Yu asked, an EMP weapon? Senka replied. After that I talked to Seal Juan. However, he's still young and hasn't gone through puberty yet. As you know, you only become fully capable after puberty, right? But time is precious. That didn't stop me. My name is Senka, which means imaginative. So I immediately came up with a brilliant solution. Before Seal Juan becomes an adult, I'll do it with Kang Yu for the sake of humanity. When he becomes an adult, then we'll do it with him for the sake of humanity. I found the solution, Senka said proudly, so that both of your genes can be passed on to future generations. Then she laughed. What do you think? You two could be great brothers. You could live together in peace. Wouldn't that be wonderful? She asked. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kang Yu replied. So you're saying you're the ones behind the pulse weapon attack, aren't you? Chunka was taken aback by Kang Yu's sudden rage. No, that's not. I meant something else. As if remembering something, she conceded. Oh, right. Your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died in that pulse weapon attack. It's all right. You could build another family with me. Let's build the biggest family possible. Kang Yu couldn't contain his anger any longer. Let me ask you, have you made your decision? I decided a long time ago. Oh, really? He reached out towards the barrier. I take back what I said about not being able to make you guys human. Shinka looked at him expectantly. I will make you. He used his power, gritting his teeth, as painfully as possible, by ripping you apart and crushing your bones. Shinka looked apprehensive. The girl beside her joked. Wouldn't that make more people then? Huh? The other man looked concerned. This doesn't look good. Wow. Why does he want to rip me apart? Kangwoo looked like a bloodthirsty beast. Well then, Shinka winked cutely. Lovers' quarrels aren't that bad. They say the more you love, the harder you bite, and the better you understand each other. Kangwoo's rage slowly tore apart Shinka's barrier. She let out a delighted squeal. What a virile young man. The man beside her spoke with a note of caution. This is dangerous. Your power is about to reach her. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened. Kangwoo froze for a moment. He was being pulled into the gate. A second later, her words caught his attention. She waved and smiled at him from the other side. Let's finish this outside. She added a reminder. Calm yourself down before you come through. Then the gate closed, suddenly vanishing. Kangwoo was left alone in this void. He continued to unleash his power. Kangwoo went berserk, a pillar of energy erupting from his core, piercing the sky. The force of his outburst put the authority on guard. Kangwoo had broken free. Shinka stared wide-eyed. Whoa! His power didn't stop there. It tore through space. Kangwoo followed, closing in on Shinka. She laughed, and the three of them slipped into another dimensional gate. Kangwoo continued his pursuit. The crazy woman exclaimed, It's like we're playing hide-and-seek. He stomped his foot with force, but hit nothing. He was alone. Shinka opened a gate and taunted him. She beckoned. It's closing soon. Come and catch me. The moment she spoke, crimson tendrils began to envelop him. Jinwoo was excited. Oh, that's the skill he used in B-rank dungeon, but he's still not as fast as her. Shino appeared behind him again, his face flushed with excitement. She smirked. Kangyu's hand is right in front of you. Wait, hold on. He followed her closely each time she opened a portal. Shina teared up as she hugged the girl beside her. Kangyu's claws were about to reach her. Suddenly, the space around him changed. Kanyu's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was on top of him, choking him. Mio. Shina reached out from another portal. Hato. Everything was going according to plan. Why are you interfering, Lady Shinha? As Hato lunged toward Shinha, Kanyu grabbed her head before Hato could finish. If he catches her, she'll die. He slammed Hato's head into the portal, creating another explosion. Jinwoo and the man remained silent. Kanyu, don't just stand there. It's chaos all around us. Someone spoke up, and his gaze immediately snapped in that direction. See? Hato appeared behind Jinwoo. I told you so. I warned you. If he got caught, you'd be dead. Xianga asked about the life that was just lost. What are you going to do about this? Well, Xianga, please make a decision. Kang Yu used his ability again. Such a waste. What about the life I lost? She teared up. Your jealousy is truly impressive. How did things turn out like this? Kang Yu continued. Fifth form, multidimensional cold Senka. Senka is likely a special move. Kang Yu's eyes open wide. Several of his red orbs were struggling against the multiple dimensions. A human silhouette could be seen in each portal. Kang Yu was stunned. Jinwu was no longer smiling. Welcome them. They are the new humanity, and they will replace mankind from now on. Baekdu is engulfed in flames. Edward steps out of a dimensional gate. I can't believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to finish him off. Huang Ryanch bursts into laughter. Who will be the one to tame me? Fichua Ryanch speaks up. Note, unsure of this name, please double check. Does an old man like me need to participate? Naruto Ryanch replies to the old man. Note, unsure of this name, please double check. Everything in this world is necessary. Beethoven Iriong is worried and thinks to himself. Note, assuming Iriong is short for Inug meaning ability user / expert. I'm so scared. 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 Verdi Iriong is killing time with a cigarette. Note, assuming Iriong is short for Inug meaning ability user / expert. A hero in prison guard uniform appears. Now this is interesting. Murata folds his arms sternly. You inconsiderate jerk, smoke in the designated area. Those two are jealous. Teburin, both body refiners, appear together. Live. What the hell is she saying? Heinzhong, another awakened, is chuckling. People worse than demons have gathered here. Prisoner B4, Taejin, a fellow awakened, also a body refiner, stares at something in his hand. A scabbard. Nothing inside. Stephen, a body refiner, points at something. They're pathetic losers who rely on weapons, huh? Terapia wonders. Number 4 is still alive. Milady, a summoner awakened, puts her hands on her hips. I knew those outfits were more comfortable. Hydro, an awakened, remains silent. Kanyu opens his eyes. His hat has some blood on it from the gate. Two more figures emerge. Prisoner B5, Aura, an awakened, gives him a cold stare. Beside her is Huang Co1. Who, on the contrary, looks excited to see Co Kongjin. Kongjin unleashes his power, silencing the laughter around them. Zero mode? The white-haired guy exclaims. Awesome. Kongjin's charging. Let's see what he's got. Kongjin charges forward with incredible force. CO1 looks thrilled. A glowing orb already forming in her hand to counter him. The two quickly clash. Kongjin's crimson energy collides with CO1's azure power. A deafening roar echoes throughout the prison. Others watch from above. What a brutal fighting style. Some seem to enjoy the spectacle. I hope no one gets carelessly injured. A warden speaks up, addressing another. Other guards rush to inform the warden. We need to get out of here. The female warden looks stunned. How did things turn out like this? Nothing went according to plan. Kong Yu's hand grasped something. He slowly pulled himself up. Kong Yu roared. Zero mode. All the B-rank criminals, B3 and B4, were apprehended by the heroes. I understand, however, 01. Which of them has ever witnessed Co Kong Yu in combat mode? I understand why that Lao Ji woman stopped Co Kong Yu from fighting. Then, some simply muttered death. They looked at Kong Yu. So, this is what death looks like. Those who witnessed his appearance. Others reacted with excitement. Amazing. Truly inspiring. Absolutely astonishing. That man possesses a unique ability. If that's the case, then it can't be stolen, can it? Jealousy brought tears to Shinkai's eyes. Haruto gently placed a hand on her head, comforting her. Why would he make a decision like that? It's so upsetting. Song-won lightly touched his cap, a happy grin spreading across his face. Co Kong Yul, why didn't you show me that move? When we fought before, you got more tricks up your sleeve? He chuckled. You're seriously amazing. Kong Yul didn't waste words, launching straight into an attack. His eyes turned wild, fueled by the surge of power. Song-won scoffed. Like you're still holding back? Kong Yul's power escalated further. Blue energy blasts slammed into him. Relentless. The attacks came in waves, forcing Kong Yul to retreat. But he quickly regained his footing, using the momentum to propel himself forward. Like a crimson lightning bolt, he charged toward Song-won. His face was no longer human. He punched, but the blow was stopped by Song-won's energy barrier. He smirked. All right, freezing the space ahead as a defense. They unleashed a massive explosion. The onlookers gasped. Whoa, he's a terrifying monster. He's this strong without even using his combat abilities. And he's not even an adult yet. If he grows up, how much more terrifying will he become? Seo Kanyun glared towards the smoke and yelled, Where are you? I know that wasn't enough to take you down. He continued to roar, but before Seo Kanyun could finish, Songhwan was punched in the face by Kongwu. He coughed up blood. Kongwu's eyes narrowed as he landed another blow to his gut. Songhwan's eyes widened as he was sent flying. Songhwan crashed brutally into the wall. The audience roared with excitement. Asterisk slash, 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 asterisk a chaotic battle raged between the monsters. A crimson lightning bolt tore through the air. Sushi and Tiburon's heads were severed simultaneously. Kongyu sliced through the horde of monsters, charging straight towards the summoner. He unleashed another attack, but was taken aback as Edward cast a defensive spell. That Mago's defensive magic is truly impressive. It's a shame he died so young. Do you feel a pang of longing? Witnessing the magic of your fallen comrade, Kongyu poured all his strength into his attack, the defensive barrier beginning to crack. Edward clicked his tongue. Honestly, I'm quite envious of that power. The defensive layer vanished. Another figure, Chun, suddenly launched a kick at Kongyu. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a burst of smoke and debris. Haidu observed the scene. Kongyu's reflection flickered in his eyes. Like a demon rising from hell, he slowly got back on his feet. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. They both paused, looking down. Songwon grinned. Seo Kongjun, you're supposed to be playing with me. But you know what? He continued. I still think you're hiding something. Kongjun's eyes widened at the boy's words. He chuckled. Are you holding back because of the warden? How weak. That won't do. He smirked, raising his hand. I'll create a playground just for the two of us. His fingers clenched. Clouds obscured the moon in an instant. A suffocating darkness filled the prison's night sky. The ground shifted. Leoxa and the others were in disbelief. They were quickly affected. It's out of control. What is this now? The others watched with stunned expressions. Songwon is warping space. Am I seeing things? From now on, everyone get out, they all screamed. The entire prison was transported somewhere else. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted from the building, nearly tearing it apart. Screams of terror filled the air. Dojin and the other guards were horrified. Waves of red energy were spreading towards everyone. Before being engulfed by the energy, Dojin managed to let out a single scream. What's happening now? Red orbs began to form, created by Seo Kangwa's power. The orbs grew denser and denser. Before another massive explosion erupted, he hurled the orbs outward, shielding everyone. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Huang Xiaohian was terrified. He holds a chunk of meat in one hand, laughing excitedly. This place is pretty sturdy. Suddenly, one of his eyes widens. Seo Kongyu, glowing crimson red, eyes blazing, charges forward with a punch. But just then, someone creates a circular shield to protect Huang Xiaohuan. It's Shinka. She's standing on a higher level, hand outstretched. Shinka says condescendingly, you shouldn't interrupt someone when they're using a skill. She flips her hair haughtily and tells her followers, shall we go? It's getting dusty here. Tatsujin remains silent, looking up. Suddenly, she bends down and touches a stone. The stone is infused with power, causing it to glow. Shinka's eyes widen in surprise. How dare you? The stone, imbued with Taisa's power, glowed even brighter. Sengjie's eyes lit up with excitement. Suddenly, a sharp blade materialized. Taisu, with a cold expression, gripped the newly formed sword. Seeing this, Sengjie asked, what are you doing? But she didn't answer, instead slashing the air with the sword repeatedly, to the astonishment of those behind her. Sengjie's face was filled with exhilaration at the sight. Well, she turned towards the dimensional portal and said with disdain, why waste energy like that? We could just go out this way. Come on, let's get out of here. Gather up. The scene shifted to outside the city. People were gathered in one place, looking up in panic. Commotion. Before them stood Seo Gangwu, glowing red like a burning coal, his eyes blazing bright. Everyone gasped. What is that? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath Seo Gangwu's feet. Then, he vanished, leaving everyone bewildered. They stood frozen for a few seconds. What just happened? some kind of SAO villain. Seo Gangwoo reappeared in a different location. Billowing smoke surrounded him. The smoke grew, thicker and thicker, obscuring part of his body. A moment later, only Seo Gangwoo's demonic, glowing eyes were visible. A massive pile like a mountain loomed into view. It was a gigantic sphere. Seo Gangwoo stood beneath it. Then, a hand emerged from the grotesque sphere. Created to rival Seo Gangwoo. Now, from within the sphere, beams of light erupt outwards. Huang Seohuan cracks a sinister grin. Aloha! Suddenly, the sphere explodes. Moments later, smoke billows out. Huang Seohuan, the cause of the explosion, has left a massive crater in the ground. With a disturbingly gleeful expression, he lets out a triumphant laugh and lands. Meanwhile, Seo Gangwoo is still propped up on one hand. One side of his face is almost back to normal. The surges of power are receding from his body. Elsewhere, at the edge of the crater, her crew observes the scene. Ah Song excitedly shouts, "Don't get in their way. We're just watching now." The reason inmate B3 and B4 obey Ah Song. They weren't the type to be easily swayed, to blindly follow someone else's lead. "Hello, I am Senka. I will grant you your desires." Desires. Every time she spoke to these men, she put on her most seductive demeanor. Senka preyed on the prisoner's desires. A feeling even AI humans possessed. An image of Earth appeared. Whether old or a mere adolescent, she successfully enticed all the inmates into her world. But there were exceptions. Edward coldly asked, "What if I refuse?" Senka replied, "If you refuse, that would be sad. But you'll die, among other reasons." Huang Songung was horrified. Then, boisterous laughter erupted. Baha-ha! Huang Songung laughed uproariously, as if he'd just heard a joke. A new type of human laughter? He wiped the corners of his eyes, still chuckling, and said, "You want to marry Seo Kangwoo for that reason? And then marry me? You're quite interesting." Chenka, with her innate shamelessness, clapped and laughed along. "I'm glad you think so." But then Huang Seohuan said, "But there's still one problem. I think fighting Seo Kangwoo would be more fun. The things you could offer are numerous." He made a sinister expression. "Sohuan," Chenka said with a seemingly kind reminder, "if you only chase after such short-term thrills, you'll become a dopamine addict. You need to think long-term. If you kill Kangwoo, then what else will you find joy in?" Meanwhile, Huang Seohuan said with a confident smile, "It's all right. I'm going to die anyway. I'm fine with dying while I'm still enjoying myself." Chenka put on a wistful expression and said something nauseating. "Imagine, if I could have a child with Kangwoo, and then have another child with you. That would be so much fun to watch grow up. And once you become an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. That way, you can have even more fun fighting Kangwoo. Think of the long-term benefits. If you join me, you can have fun until you die." She continued to brainwash the young Huang Seohuan. He fell silent for a moment, as if in thought. Before him was the shameless woman, looking at him with an excited expression, as if she had found a kindred spirit in his madness. A twisted individual like him couldn't help but let out a sinister grin. Finally he spoke. "All right, let's see what you've got. Sounds like fun." Ufki exclaimed excitedly. "Excellent. You've made a wise decision." Suddenly, Huang Silhian spoke coldly. "But I don't love you." "How? Can we possibly get married in the future then?" Seeing a step closer to him, and said, "It'll be fine." She pressed her ample bosom close to Huang Silhian's face, and confidently declared, "You'll fall in love with me eventually. I'm sure of it." The scene changes to a later moment. He wore a rare expression of panic. As he received a blow, Kangwoo had just jabbed him in the stomach. Then pulling it back, the arrow was flung backward. At this moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite that, he still clutched the flesh tightly in his hand, laughing triumphantly. I guess using one hand wasn't enough. While Seo Kangwoo glared at him with burning resentment, Huang Seohuan continued to taunt him. "Seo Kangwoo, say something. Are you just going to stay silent? Or can you not speak in that state? Do you know what this is?" Seo Kangwoo continued to stare at him with hatred in his eyes. Seeing that he wasn't responding, he casually held out the round mass in his hand and said, "This is your brother." Upon hearing this, Seo Kangwoo's eyes burned with even greater fury. Even if Huang Seohuan died 1,000 deaths, it wouldn't be enough. overwhelmed by rage and grief, and roared, all reason swallowed by rage. Seo Kongwu transformed into a beast, frenziedly charging towards his enemy. But Huang Xiaohuan simply taunted, "Oh, so you can still talk? What's wrong?" Kongwu sprinted towards Huang Xiaohuan, who stood calmly, a round racket in hand. The stones beneath Huang Xiaohuan's feet lifted off the ground, a look of savage delight on his face. Huang Xiaohuan raised the stones higher. The stones sharpened into deadly points. They grew larger and larger, controlled by Huang Xiaohuan. Their points aimed at the oncoming Seo Kongwu. Seo Kongwu raised a fist against the myriad of earth spikes hurtling towards him. With tremendous force, Seo Kongwu unleashed a punch at the oncoming projectiles. With a ferocious expression, Seo Konghu dodged the sharp projectiles hurtling towards him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A series of explosions erupted, sending debris flying. Standing amidst the chaos, Seo Konghu slammed his massive, transformed hands onto the ground. He stared in astonishment at what was coming. A colossal object was hurtling towards him through the thick cloud of dust and debris. The object continued its relentless approach towards Seo Konghu at an incredible speed. Seo Konghu locked his gaze onto the object. He thrust a single fist forward. His fist inched closer and closer. Just as his fist and the object were about to collide, Seo Konghu gritted his teeth. A massive explosion sent Seo Konghu flying backwards. The object slammed into him, pinning him down. He was hurled through the air, crashing into the mountain behind him. With a thunderous impact, Huang Xiaohuan's hands continued to reach out, manipulating the object. After the hazy scene at the Rocky Mountain, the object remained intact, continuing to float in midair. Huang Xiaohuan grabbed the object, laughing triumphantly as he stepped forward. Holding the object aloft, Huang Xiaohuan said with a sinister grin, "You can't affect this thing, can you?" Seo Konghu struggled to his feet after the impact. Huang Xiaohuan continued, "I just thought of a brilliant idea." Huang Xiaohuan looked at the object innocently and said, "If I eat this, wouldn't you be unable to attack me?" Konghu was astonished. Huang Xiaohuan continued, "But it's too big for me to swallow whole." As he spoke, he exerted force on the object. He continued, "I'll compress it a bit." Suddenly, something powerful surged up from the ground. Seo Gango slams Huang Xiaohuan to the ground with a single kick, catching him completely off guard. He doesn't even have time to react. Huang Xiaohuan's eyes widen in shock as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. A loud explosion erupts, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Seo Gango keeps his foot planted firmly on Huang Xiaohuan's chest, his hand clenching into a tight fist. He locks eyes with his downed opponent and delivers a brutal punch to Huang Xiaohuan's face. Another punch follows swiftly. This time, Seo Gango's fist slams down with such force that rocks and dirt explode around them. Stevenage Hydra and Tatsujin calmly observe the brutal scene unfolding before them. Rage burns in Seo Gango's eyes. Suddenly, two hands grab hold of his arms. Huang Xiaohuan, lying pathetically on the ground, reaches up and grasps Seo Gango's arm. A brilliant blue light emanates from the two of them. Seo Konghu's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at the person before him. Huang Xiaohuan had a smile on his face, looking at Seo Konghu without a trace of pain. A surge of power erupted, drawing the gaze of everyone watching. Kato shielded his eyes with his hand, following the surge of power. Meanwhile, Shinkai let out strange cries. Shinkai clasped her, hands together in front of her chest, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "So beautiful!" Shinkai continued, "It's a shame. If only they could reconcile." Kato responded to Shinkai, "That will never happen." Canis, standing beside them, agreed, "I think so too." Canis looked down and said, "Besides, it seems this battle is about to end." Huang Xiaohuan struggled to his feet, looking toward Seo Konghu, who lay motionless on the ground. Huang Xiaohuan, covered in wounds and blood, looked up ahead. Seo Konghu shakily pushes himself up. His eyes are filled with rage. He jumps to his feet, while Huang Xiaohu is still on the ground. Huang Xiaohu's eyes open wide. Strands of energy begin to appear. More and more strands materialize. The energy strands move towards and surround Seo Konghu. More and more strands appear on the ground, converging on Seo Konghu from afar. Shinka and everyone else watch in astonishment. They stare at the scene unfolding before them. Shinka gasps. That's Senka. What is that? Shinka and the others witness. Countless threads intertwining, forming a colossal object. Laughter echoes from within the massive network. Huang Xiaoho stares at the enormous web in despair. Just how many skills do you have? I knew I couldn't beat you. Huang Xiaohun looked at the person before him and continued. So, what do you think, Xiao Kongwu? Huang Xiaohun's voice echoed. How does it feel to kill? Xiao Kongwu knelt on one knee, looking up at Huang Xiaohun. Huang Xiaohun continued with a smirk. Disappointing, isn't it? Just like it was for me. They vanish with the slightest touch. Not even enough to satisfy your pent-up frustration. Xiao Kongwu listened to Huang Xiaohun's words. Shut up. Xiao Kongwu spat. Power still surged around him. Huang Xiaohun continued, well, Huang Xiaohuan said with a smug look on his face. After having your fun with me, didn't you feel a sense of exhilaration from unleashing all your pent-up negative emotions? You must have felt so frustrated. Xiao Kongho frowned as he watched Huang Xiaohuan speak. Huang Xiaohuan continued, having to suppress your power for so long. He went on, because you had to associate with that trash. Isn't that right? Worried faces of his teammates flashed before Xiao Kongho at Huang Xiaohuan's words. Xiao Kongho stammered. You, Huang Xiaohuan observed Xiao Kongho's reaction. Huang Xiaohuan, with a bewildered expression, said to the person in front of him, you. Xiao Kongho's face darkened as he blurted out, you know nothing. Contempt flashed in Huang Xiaohuan's eyes. He looked up at the enormous web and said, that skill looks pretty dangerous. Is that your final attack? I'm almost out of energy. This is bad. Huang Xiaohuan continues. I don't know. That giant net in the sky is terrifying. Huang Xiaohun looks up with a gleeful expression and says, if I had listened to Sunhwa and become an adult, could I have defeated you? Huang Xiaohuan says, glancing up at the net. Xiao Kongho states firmly, that would never happen, because you're going to die here. Sunhwa listens in stunned silence. The net gradually rises into the sky, covering it completely. Sunhwa cries out in alarm. Huh? What's happening in there? Sunhwa reaches out her hand, power swirling around. A purple circle pierces through the net. Panicked, Sunhwa controls the circle and yells, Xiao Huan. Sunhwa's image appears within the circle. Shina watched through the portal. As Xiao Huan was struck by a painful blow, her eyes widened in horror, as countless spikes pierced through Xiao Huan's body, killing him instantly. Xiao Gengo's eyes snapped open, stunned by the sight that Shinha was witnessing. Xiao Huan was impaled by hundreds of bloody tendrils, emanating from Xiao Gengo. His eyes were wide, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Shinha screamed in terror. Xiao Huan. She raised her hand, unleashing her power. Shinha instantly teleported to Xiao Huan's side, and gently pulled him through the portal. Xiao Huan's limp body was carried by Shinha without a single movement, seemingly lifeless after the brutal attack. Shinha frantically urged, heal him. The therapist rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward and calmly said, step aside. He knelt down, thrusting his arm into Xiao Huan's chest. Immediately after, the blood tendrils clinging to Xiao Huan vanished. More accurately, Tepe absorbed them into his hand. He exclaims, unbelievable, that he could use his power to protect his vital points in that chaos. He mutters instinctive, flawless battle instincts. Blood tendrils extend up to his elbow. Tepe's back on his feet. Junko, seeing Xiao Huan unconscious, shakes him gently. Xiao Huan, wake up. Tepe raises his arm, covered in blood tendrils. Honestly, he says with a blank expression of formidable power. He then severs his own hand in front of the other prisoners. Tepe's hand regenerates instantly. He asks them, now, what should we do with Xiao Kangho? A voice calls out, what about the others? It's Hyadon. He coldly declared, he must be killed on sight. But a voice interrupted, wait. Everyone turned to look at Shinha. She finished checking Xiao Huan's pulse and looked up. Before we do that, she pleaded, a light flickering in her eyes. I want to talk to him one last time. Him, the one everyone knew was Xiao Kangho, face down in the dirt, motionless in the center of the battlefield. Mominzlate. Xiao Kangho stumbled to his feet, looking around wildly. His eyes suddenly focused on something, a mangled lump of flesh. He knew instinctively. It was the most important person in his life, his brother, Xiao Kangyu. Xiao Kangho slowly approached, bending down to gently pick it up. Looking at it, his heart ached. Despair began to creep into his mind. So como his vision blurred. He could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. If only this were a dream, he thought, I would still be alive. A portal suddenly opened before him. Jaina stepped out, calling, Kong-woo. She pleaded with him, her expression filled with worry. It's not too late. But life wasn't a dream. Despite his exhaustion, Seo Kong-ho recognized the enemy before him. He prepared his ultimate move. Seo Kong-ho glared at her, ready to strike. Jaina faltered. She looked confused and bewildered. I really don't understand. A flash of lightning crackled. Seo Kong-ho's powers were instantly suppressed, and he grimaced in pain. A criminal, allied with Jaina, had cast a complex matrix. Negotiations have failed. Edward said coldly. We need to kill him quickly before he recovers. What little energy he has left. He turned to his comrades and asked, any objections? They replied in unison. Agreed. No objections. Fida said with pity, I feel sorry for the young man. Bakina said weakly, I'm also afraid of killing someone, but I think I'm more afraid of him being alive. Natura laughed with delight. Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad. Lady Titus stretched and complained, Ugh, I'm so hungry. Let's get this over with. Sipnish chuckled with amusement. He'll definitely prove to be entertaining. VD wrote with his pen, saying regretfully, It ends here. What a shame. Young skull? He's more terrifying than a demon. Seeing this, Ho teased him. Scaredy cat? A booming voice echoed above them. Out of my way. They looked up. Hyunwoo had transformed into a giant, towering over them. He clenched his fist and swung a punch directly at Sealhyun. Sealhyun curled up to protect. The only thing his brother had left him. He endured the pain without a sound. Hyunwoo would be the first to strike. Hyunjung summoned his power. An Eatworthy's test also retaliated. Note, this likely refers to a skill or weapon. Consider rephrasing if you have more context, e.g., his summoned beast, Eatworthy's test counter. The criminals from B3 and B4 launched their attacks, assaulting Sealhyun. The smell of smoke filled the air. A question surfaced in Sealhyun's mind. How long has it been? Sealhyun exhaled. After the brutal torture from the criminals, he lay motionless, mouth agape, in the meat shield's grasp. Note, Kuku Koi Thit likely refers to a character or ability with this name. Consider if meat shield is the best translation in context. Hyunwoo raised his foot, preparing to stomp down. Alright, that's enough. Seol Hwan still couldn't resist. He could only brace for the inevitable attack. A whirlwind erupted with each of Hydra's steps. No one knew what he was thinking. As he was about to stomp down, a blue light flashed. A hand shot up, using its power to intervene. Seol Hwan had woken up at some point. Shina, he said to her, didn't you say once that we would become stronger as we grew up? Hearing his voice, Shina turned back to look at Seol Hwan in surprise. His criminal comrades also looked towards him. Seol Hwan said cheerfully, You know, under the gaze of his comrades, he continued, for the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for, he declared with excitement. Her eyes sparkled like stars. I want to defeat Seo Kong-ho, Shinkai exclaimed, leaving everyone speechless. Seol Wonwon added, but don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish him off. Edward scowled, his eyes widening. Stop talking nonsense. We have to kill him now. Shinkai interrupted him. Everyone. As Edward stared at her in disbelief, she said, Let's go. Her sweet voice echoed. You all promised to listen to me. At her words, everyone fell silent, offering no objections. Let's go. Dust continued to swirl around them, light filtering through the clouds. Shinkai opened a portal for them. She cheerfully asked Seol Wonwon, Do you want our help? Seol Wonwon picked up his undamaged hat, placed it on his head, and glanced back, his eyes falling on Seo Kong-ho, who lay motionless as if lifeless. Seol left behind a single sentence. Next time we meet, I will win, then vanished through the portal. A news report flashed across screens. Following the pulse weapon attack on Rujulis prison, 8 A-rank criminals, 4 B-rank criminals, and 3 5-year A-rank criminals have escaped. What will happen next? From above, an old man had been watching everything unfold. He let out an excited laugh. Oh, Kingston smiled. The world is getting interesting. Just as Kingston had predicted, in the near future, this creature would turn the world upside down. A pink cat curled up, giggling, and said, Meow, 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 meow. The person facing it seemed surprised. What? Really? It continued meowing. Meow, 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 meow. The girl talking to it was hesitant. But She hesitated. I'm not ready yet. The pink cat replied, meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, the scene of the two talking became distorted. The screen goes black, then a globe appears with a strange symbol. An excited voice rings out. A new world. Welcome to World Alpha. Shinka appears with two others. She cheerfully says, all right. Hello everyone. I'm Shinka, and from now on, I'll be your E. She gestures to the two beside her. Beside me are some guests. The man says, Canis. The cat-eyed woman introduces herself. My name is Gato. Text appears. Question. What is World Alpha? Canis answers the question. World Alpha was created, he continues, to save humanity from a deadly disease, with Lady Shinka serving as the new Eve for mankind. The next question appears. Which AIs are allowed to stay in World Alpha? Kato responded. To become part of the Alpha world, you need to meet the following conditions. The first condition, she paused, then continued. You must possess extraordinary abilities. An image of a muscular person appeared on screen. The screen then showed a swarm of rats as Kato's voice continued. The second condition, you must not tolerate those with rejected genes. Kato continued. The third condition, you must be healthy enough to maintain the bloodline. Another question appeared on the screen. What happens to those who don't meet the requirements? Shinka spoke with indifference and a look of pity. I believe those with rejected genes are carrying the sins of the old world. They deserve to die. Shinka pointed at the camera. And if one has committed a deadly sin, what should we do? She's right. Exactly right. They must be eliminated. Shinka claps her hands together. AIs with insufficient genetic potential deserve to be exterminated. She speaks with fervor as a letter appears on the screen. Within the next month, we will select the new humans, deemed worthy of becoming members of the Alpha world, and extend invitations to them. Shinka makes a throat-slitting gesture while laughing. Any AI who refuses our invitation will be considered a criminal. Harboring those possessing rejected genetic potential will also result in elimination. Therefore, we implore you to carefully consider our invitation. She clasps her hands together, speaking earnestly. All right. Whether the future of these new humans is bright or not, she steps toward the camera and winks. It's all thanks to your future Eve. Yours truly, Senku. Later, the screen goes haywire again. The channel switches back to the movie. A girl is making kissy faces at a pink cat. Meow, meow, meow. The pink cat puckers its lips and replies, meow, 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 meow. The screen abruptly goes black. The light from the large screen slowly fades to nothing. The room is pitch black. A few people are gathered around a conference table. Underneath harsh fluorescent lights, someone breaks the silence. All right, the person says, word about the breakout at Lucullus prison, and the broadcast has been shared with all of humanity. Following the prison break, the WSC chairman, with a confident look, says that WSC, the World Security Council, is convening a World Security Council meeting. Shinkai's picture and information appear on screen. Someone mutters, Shinkai. The person says, the woman who attacked with the stun gun, right? Is she even on the criminal list? We checked with the Hero Association, and they said no. The man with glasses exclaimed, this is a problem. Unbelievable. The heroes have barely gone missing, and we're already facing this. The woman beside him asked, so, what do we do? Someone interjected, before we figure that out. He questioned, let's address a few key issues first. Jinwoo, the leader of the Peace Party, slammed his fist on the table. Warden Ryukial of the Soul-managed prison took it upon himself to execute a prisoner. He acted on his own accord, without any higher authorization. He scowled. Since when does an individual have the authority to hand down a death sentence? This has caused widespread panic and concern. A voice piped up, we're in a crisis, and we're wasting time on trivial matters. Is that S-rank? He says, Chief Warden Du simply made the most logical decision, given the circumstances. Authority, two-term chairman of the Hunters Association, and current leader of the World Party. If it were me, I would have done the same. Anjay says, even if the situation was urgent, was it so dire that she couldn't even report the incident? Authority immediately defends her. Not even a second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to go to Sung Jinwoo. I can understand her actions. He glances at the man beside him. Do you have anything to say? Looking at the pensive old man beside him, Minister of Justice, Lee Jido. Lee Jido speaks up. Although I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute others on a whim, All eyes were on him. Leto raised his hands, chuckling. While I don't generally agree with granting an individual the right to execute another on a whim, given these extraordinary circumstances, I completely understand. Just then, Buddha, the fire commissioner, spoke up. It must have been a difficult decision. Looking at the situation, I'm worried the other side will suffer heavy losses. Trump, the police commissioner, said with frustration, aren't we already suffering losses? Ever since Central Security went to hell after the broadcast, have we had a moment's peace? The Deputy Minister of Defense, puffing on his cigar, said, is it finally dawning on us that we're in the middle of a war? Or are we still hung up on this prison break? Eugene slammed her hand on the table, furiously saying, those prisoners deserve to die. He furiously pointed at Thomas Andre and Go Gunny. We put ourselves in this situation because you stubbornly clung to the judgments of that sham S-room. If it were me, Authority continued, if I were still the chairman of the Hero Association, those bastards would be dead before they even needed execution. I can't understand why you brought this disaster upon yourselves. Just because you didn't kill those wanted criminals the moment you caught them. He gritted his teeth. Ever since that old geezer became chairman of the World Hero Association, everything's been a complete mess. Buddha calmly said, you haven't changed one bit, have you? In-Hai spoke up. Do you think the decisions you made when you were chairman were righteous? Look closely at the heroes back then. He looked at Authority and continued. Most of the heroes you led, their minds are anything but normal. Go Yohan asks sarcastically, so? The two argue. One says it's better to control them than to let them become villains. The other retorts immediately, is being a hero that important? Go Yohan scowls. Obviously. After Nayujin took over as chairman of the Hero Association, those who could have been heroes turned into villains and caused trouble everywhere. Gunwoo glares at him. Yohan, the image of a hero you have in your head is completely different from mine. Go Yohan continues. You guys are just clinging to your idealistic fantasies, your perfect world, ignoring the reality right in front of you. Taehoon sits silently, observing them. Chairman Go Gunhee, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Everyone instinctively fell silent and turned to look at him. He said, if she were here. He glanced at the empty seat. He continued, I'm curious what her opinion would be. Authority silently gritted his teeth. He clicked his tongue and walked away. Reaching his car, his secretary opened the door and asked, did the meeting go well, sir? Authority curtly replied, not at all. He grimaced. Those people are such a nuisance. I don't think there's anything to discuss. Just kill those criminals and be done with it. He muttered, it's all that bitch's fault. That damn Rosa. The secretary asked, sir, what do you plan to do now? Authority answered, ever since No Sa became chairman of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council, remembering those detestable faces, he gritted his teeth. The pro-repentance faction includes the Peace Party, the Fire Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, the chairman of the Hero Association. Go Gunry unfrowned. The pro-punishment faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner. Then, remembering Buddha's face, and the neutral faction is the Minister of Justice. At this point, he sighed. It's because of those four. They joined forces against the two of us. That's why our opinion was rejected. Even the current chairman is gradually siding with Noxa, he said, but currently, the position of chairman of the Hero Association is still vacant. We just need to help our person get that position. And that's it. To balance things out, he's capable of anything. If it were a 3-on-3 fight, perhaps our perspective would be seriously considered. Authority paused for a moment. He gazed out the window. We'll go see Co Kong Ho, the former hero of justice. He spoke with a determined tone. I'm certain a hunch has crossed his mind. Others have started making their moves as well. Authority thought of a pink-haired girl with bunny ears. The secretary asked hesitantly, isn't Co Kong Ho quite close with Lao Xia from the SAO? Yes, he is, Authority replied. A sly smile spread across his face. However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? The secretary responded. As you command, I'll prepare the car to meet Co Kong Ho immediately. Meanwhile, Co Kong Ho lay in a hospital room. His lips were parched from dehydration. Co Kong Ho slowly opened his eyes. A question was posed to the heroes. Why can't heroes kill villains? Jude burst out laughing when he heard the question. Haha, when I first joined Icolodi, I used to think the same way, Co Kang Ho. He said you would also find the answer to that question while working with Icolodi. Haru looked at him in confusion. Huh? You want me to just kill people? He asked hesitantly. I don't want to. He waved his hand dismissively. If a hero has to kill people, then I'd rather not be a hero. This time, it was Medio's turn to speak. She said, my sister is a criminal on death row. She continued hesitantly. It's true that she committed a terrible crime, but I think she deserves a chance at redemption. Mago stroked his chin. Why can't heroes kill villains? Let's think about it the other way around. Why do heroes have to kill villains? He pondered somberly. Is it because their lives are meaningless? Or have they given up on being human? What makes a human life valuable? What's the point of living? Of being human? Then, with a cheerful tone, he said, it's a tough question. Let's think about it together. A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people. She extended her hand. From now on, let's save people together. Suddenly, Seoul was plunged into darkness. La Shaw's voice echoed. Seo, Gangho, you will definitely, he mumbled in a daze. Why did everyone? The scene shifted to photos of his 5 fallen comrades. Their faces familiar. Why did everyone leave without telling me? Hongjia appeared and said, a warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners. She hesitated. I don't oppose the death penalty, but as an investigator, it's my responsibility to ensure criminals understand what they did wrong before they're executed. Seo Kongju stood before him, his eyes filled with weariness. The law condemns, and we, as investigators, carry out the judgment. Seo Kongju's image suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper. His words echoed. That's why, before an execution, the paper ball crumpled further. An investigator's duty is... Seo Kong-ho's eyes snapped open. Bloody rain poured down. The metallic stench overwhelmed. A voice called his name. Seo Kong. A hand offered a pulsating orb of flesh. A monstrous soul loomed, its eyes mocking. Even you find this exciting, don't you? He said excitedly. After everything that's happened, they're still chattering about nonsense. Seo Kong-ho avake, bodhisattva. The world around him was a sea of blood. Soul stirred in panic. He gasped for breath, a voice calling his name. Song Kong-ho, Lip, sitting cross-legged, said, you're awake. She asked with concern, are you all right? Song Kong-ho was still trapped in the nightmare, the world a blur before his eyes. Lip said, I'm sorry. She confessed, I should have come to help, but even though I knew something would happen in the dungeon, Lip hesitated. I couldn't know the details, because the investigator hid the riot. Song Kong-ho covered his eyes. It's okay, he continued. You wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway. Lipus worriedly asked, are you really okay? I heard about the mission you were given in prison to execute criminals. Seo Kong-ho cut her off. Actually, he looked towards Lipus. I'm not okay at all. Lipus looked at Kong-ho. Seo Kong-ho glared angrily. I should have killed them all, but I couldn't. Lipus' eyes widened in surprise. Seo Kong-ho asked her, Lipus, did you come here to tell me that I shouldn't kill villains? If so, then go back. I'm not a hero anymore. As Lipus stared in disbelief, he declared firmly, I'm an investigator now. Lipus lowered her head. We need to establish a new hero association and select heroes within a new system. She said, right now, I'm currently serving as the interim chairman of the Hero Association, but with the upcoming changes, we need a hero to lead us. Go-gun, he looked directly into Seo Kong-ho's eyes. Therefore, we are considering nominating you, a former hero of Ikolodi, for the position of association chairman. The SAO hero, Song Kong-ho, cut her off again. I told you, he glared at her. I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what heroes need to do. Song Kong-ho said, right after recovering. I'll go out there and do what I need to do. Lippius stood up. A voice interrupted the hero, Song Kong-ho, again. You're right. Authorities stood before the hospital bed, hands in his pockets, looking down at Song Kong-ho arrogantly. He chuckled. Oh, you're investigator Song Kong-ho, aren't you? Lippius was surprised. Authority? He slowly walked closer. You've been working so hard executing criminals on your own, but you won't have to do that anymore. Authority declared confidently. I'll soon become the chairman of the Hero Association, and I plan to let heroes execute criminals. Song Kong-ho was wary. Are you the representative of the world faction? What are you talking about? Wu Jin replied. I'll be stepping down from that position soon. He continued to run for chairman of the Hero Association. Authority adjusted his suit jacket, looking at Co Kong Ho. I came here to talk to you and ask if you're interested in becoming the chairman of the Hero Association. But never mind. Just consider this a friendly visit and a hello. He then turned and walked towards the door. I hope you have a speedy recovery. Just you wait, Li Baiyong. Li Baiyong grimaced. You think anyone would vote for you? Authority just clicked his tongue. He chuckled smugly. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Li Baiyong anxiously turned to look at Co Kong Ho. Kong Ho simply closed his eyes and said, I'm tired. He looked at Li Baiyong. You can go now. Li Baiyong was speechless. Moments later, Authority was in his car, looking out the window. He's saying exactly what I'm thinking. He mused, everyone's quite busy these days. Many others, including myself and Lipus, are probably looking to Co Gang Ho. He spoke as if thinking aloud. After the emergence of abilities, things have been difficult for many. Military and police organizations are overly reliant on individuals with power. Authority thought about the WFC. The World Security Council will likely soon discuss Co Gang Ho's execution of criminals and whether he should be granted the authority to do so. He continued, under current law, Co Gang Ho's actions are illegal. The secretary asked curiously, so, what are you going to do? Authority clicked his tongue. A thought crossed his mind. If that's what the law dictates. In the inter-party meeting, Rand slammed his fist on the table in frustration. We need to punish him. The investigator from Muspelheim prison counter. Wasn't that an unavoidable situation? She continued, even if my subordinate had done that, I would have overlooked. Rand started to object. But then, someone interjected, stuttering, BB, but the authority spoke. You haven't offered any useful information on what we should do, or any viable solutions. All you've presented are idealistic scenarios that are completely useless. Rand scowled. Idealistic scenarios? I propose solutions. He gestured towards the others at the table. Firefighters, the military, the police. Trump raised his hand. I absolutely disagree. He continued, including collaborating with the Hero Association and arresting the criminals. We will make them face the judgment of the law. Authority bellowed. That's your solution, Rain? That's right. Rain replied calmly. Authority immediately pointed. Are you out of your mind? Bez, this time, spoke up. Authority. He too was tired of this situation. Then what's your solution? Authority said, a vote. Everyone was stunned. A vote. Authority continued. Let the nations vote on whether investigator Co Kong Ho. He placed his hands down seriously, has the right to execute. We will change the law. All in favor or opposed? Let us decide on Co Kong's execution. Hearing authority's words, everyone was dumbfounded, speechless, and utterly shocked. A vote? Authority, you're right. Instead of arguing back and forth like this, a vote would make things much clearer. He looked at everyone. Aren't we all working for the people? Border immediately objected. This is too dangerous. If we decide by majority, Authority pointed at him. Are you looking down on the people now? Seeing Border speechless, Authority smirked. I see right through you. He taunted. You're avoiding this because you know you'll lose, aren't you? He glanced at Hart. Am I right? All eyes turned to the highest authority present, the chairman. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, very well, let's have a vote. The room was filled with mixed emotions. 2 weeks later, a blue-haired girl read the results. Everyone leaned in listening intently. Approval rating, 88%. Disapproval rating, 12%. The number of people in favor was overwhelmingly dominant. Authority let out a pleased chuckle. Well, that was to be expected. The woman continued, the opinion of the majority is. Everyone listened with rapt attention. This situation should be considered an act of war, and the enemy must be eradicated. There's no need to apply the law to them, because they are beasts who have lost their humanity. Authority's wrinkled face lit up with excitement. Furthermore, because these problems arose while pursuing ideals, the right to execute should be given to all heroes, not just Song Kang-ho. Her voice remained steady. As for the dissenting opinion, she stated, Song Kang-ho's current state makes it difficult for him to make sound judgments. Granting him the power to execute is too risky. A thoughtful silence fell over the room. If the power to execute is given to one person, that could lead to problems, similar to those faced by previous heroes. If an individual places personal judgment above the law, society risks falling apart. Finally, she emphasized that this was the opposition's viewpoint. Rank 2 spoke up. Can we accept this outcome? To appease everyone? Authority slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. His face contorted in frustration. Appease everyone? The results are crystal clear. What's there to discuss? Ben interjected. Calm down. He spoke calmly, quickly summoned Seo Gang-ho. Sunset bathed the office in a warm glow. Ben stood silhouetted against the light. It's been a while. He addressed the young man before him. Seo Gang-ho. Ben asked, have you heard the news? Seo Gang-ho replied, yes, I have. Ben asked, so, what's your decision? Seo Kang-ho replied, according to the results of the vote, I will execute them all with my own hands. Ben said, I have one more question. He anticipated Seo Kang-ho's response. What would you do if the voting results were the opposite? He furrowed his brow. Seo Kang-ho said, in that case, his eyes gleamed red. I would kill them all and turn myself in. Ben pondered for a moment. He then looked up and said, one more thing. Ben thought of the former hero. If our Xiao were here, what do you think she would do? Seo Kang-ho seemed surprised. He thought for a moment. Ben looked at him expectantly. Seo Kang-ho spoke. Well, he clenched his fist. Wouldn't it be better to ask our Xiao yourself? Ben sighed. Yes, perhaps you're right. He looked directly into Seo Kang-ho's eyes and asked one final question. If you handle this situation, Seo Kang-ho, about to leave, turned back to face him. Will you go back to being a hero? Upon hearing this, he walked away, leaving behind a single phrase. I'm not sure yet. The meeting had just ended, but the press had already caught wind of it and were reporting extensively on Seo Kang-ho. A special law regarding Seo Kang-ho was passed in front of countless reporters and their cameras. The chairman of BS's spokesperson made a statement. His voice was calm as he said, BS has granted Warden Seo Kang-ho the authority to execute in order to deal with the recent prison breaks. His gaze was firm. That occurred at Dusalis prison, and to prevent future terrorist attacks. Authority stared intently at the screen. All right, from here on out, one step at a time. I guess we can get everything back to normal. Chloe sits on the grass, also watching the news. She's silent. Beth's speech is being broadcast everywhere. Someone clutches an urn, tears streaming down their face. She sits dazed on a cold bench, tears falling endlessly. Somewhere else, Kang Tae-hyun, a familiar voice rings out. Is that so? If that's the case, we need to act now. Cheon Songwon looks back. Is everyone ready? The criminals eagerly await the rest of Songwon's words. The sole executioners, delighted, smile silently. Not long ago, in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex appeared, carrying a piece of paper with an invitation written on it. It's said to be from the world government, and everyone looks up to the sky. Everyone is stunned. A giant blue vortex appears in the air. Within that vortex, another green magic circle appears. A rumbling noise emanates from it, but no one knows what it is. In the blink of an eye, an explosion erupted, completely obliterating those present. The attack left a massive crater in the ground. A delighted voice rang out. Wow! The group of criminals emerged from Seonga's gate. Oh, time to stretch. That was hot. The girl with the umbrella spoke to Edward, who had just emerged from the explosion. You maniac! Morist exclaimed angrily. What if that AI received an invitation? Why did you attack so indiscriminately, Edward? Edward grumbled. If they died from that, they weren't worthy of an invitation. Suddenly, Seonga's image appeared on screens across the globe. In every country, she spoke hello. Her face was as radiant as ever. Greetings, everyone. I am Seonga. She gestured towards the camera. From now on, those on the World Security Council will be watching as well. Sung Jinwoo declared resolutely. The execution for those with the rejected gene begins now. Immediately after Jinwoo's words, the criminals slowly advanced into the major cities. They eagerly prepared to wreak havoc. Seo Kang-woo put on his hat, his eyes filled with determination. At the World Security Council meeting room, the secretary spoke. In this incident, based on documents sent from the Heroes Association, the man with tattoos under his eyes and on his neck is Edward, a summoner. He's a villain who was once captured by the hero Justice, Ma Dongwa. He has the ability to convert summoning powers stolen from his opponents into marks on his body. Just by raising his hand, he can create a massive explosion. Looking at the devastation before him, Edward showed no remorse. They're so weak. He possesses the ability to copy his opponent's summoning powers. He stared at his hands in frustration. I should have stolen Mago's close combat abilities. And then there's that cat-eared girl, Ho, with her physical enhancement abilities. She's a villain who was captured by the hero of justice, Yudi. She can transform into a nine-tailed fox in the blink of an eye and wipe out hundreds of people. Ho sighed. Ugh, her face was covered in blood. Where will I ever find someone who can control me? Next up is Hyunjong, with his unique abilities, always wearing that cryptic smile. He's a villain captured by the hero of justice. He clasped his hands together. A flash of blue light erupted, and two Kirin appeared. With a flick of his wrist, causing carnage, he possesses the ability to summon demons. Ho ran over and nudged the other Ho. Note, assuming two different characters named Ho. Hyunjong gives really good head scratches, doesn't he? The girl with the umbrella mare also has unique abilities. She's a villain who was captured by the hero of justice, Tome. She's like a typical special ability type. Mori stands behind a crawling person, crying for help. She says, "You're so noisy. How unrefined." A no-entry sign materializes. She adds, Eve was right. An orange ribbon suddenly appears around the person's neck. He's then strangled to death. Mori scoffs. Unselected genomes are truly pathetic. From inside her egg, the secretary concludes, her power is incredibly complex. She continues, the Hero Association has swiftly mobilized forces near Portugal to handle the situation. Authority frowns. Tisk, they'll be useless, since you never intended to eliminate them in the first place. Base speaks up, it's alright. In that case, he looks towards Buddha. Firefighters will be prioritized to rescue civilians. Buddha replies, understood, Chairman. Base then turns his gaze to Gaia and Trump. The military and police are tasked with protecting the citizens. Heya immediately responds, yes, sir. Room expresses concern. We don't have the strength to stop them. We'll have to call on the hero team eventually. AG turns to Alito. Alito, where's Officer CO Kong Ho? Alito replies, I heard him say that Warden Yosol said that he started heading there as soon as he saw the broadcast. On Hyun then complains, haven't we fired her yet? Ben asks the secretary, is there any way to know what the enemy's goal is this time? No, the secretary says hesitantly. We still haven't figured out what they want. Before this attack, Jinwoo points at his colleagues. Your objective, she began, is to execute those with the rejected gene, the unchosen, and to guide those who accepted our invitation into this world. Alpha Shinka raised her hand. Let's start by giving them a taste of what's to come. Persuading the remaining invitees will be much easier afterward. Many eyes turned towards her. She continued, for now, prioritize bringing them in over senseless slaughter. She spread her arms, relishing the decisive moment. In the end, we can kill as many of the unchosen as we please, can't we? Muir stepped forward, stopping the other three. Hey, hold on. She spoke sternly. That's enough warming up, all right? Let's go carry out Eve's mission. He said languidly, oh, but I want to destroy a little more. Hyun Young nodded. All right. Edward nodded immediately as well. He said, I'll do as I please. If I continue to destroy this place, those who accepted our invitation will eventually have to show themselves. Morris said angrily, you're going too far. Are you going to ignore the mission Eve gave us? He said nonchalantly, and what are you going to do about it? Before their gazes, Hyun Young raised his hand. He made hand seals again. Samjogo, a skinny, ugly bird flew towards them. He climbed onto the bird and said, I see. Even if you told him to leave, he wouldn't. The Gumaho jumped up and down. Wow, take me with you. Morris couldn't do anything, clicked his tongue, and turned away. Edward said, as soon as I'm done here, I'll report this to Eve. Do whatever you want. Hearing that, they ignored him. The city was in ruins, engulfed in flames. Edward sighed. He conjured flames while lamenting. Nothing's changed since I got out of prison. Damn it. He rolled up his sleeve, looking at the tattoo on his arm. It's all the same. No matter how much I destroy, my power doesn't get any stronger. It's truly a cursed ability. Looking at these rhombuses, he muttered, I understand now. His eyes sharpened. I have to keep stealing. While he was distracted, a pair of giant feet came crashing down. It was a rabbit, falling right where Edward stood. He quickly created a barrier. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. You stand above all else. Suddenly, the giant rabbit vanished. The figure said with disdain, you haven't changed a bit. You've been out of prison for so long, yet you're still whining, Lippos. Haven't you learned anything, Edward? The barrier Edward created began to crumble. He frowned and said, Lippos, you're right on time. Give Mago a peaceful and beautiful death. At a school, specifically the UFO Talent Academy, a teacher was lecturing in a classroom. A boy in the front row raised his hand. Teacher, I'm scared. The teacher gave a warm smile and reassured, You'll all be all right. He winked and said, no matter what happens, I will protect you all. Follow me to the shelter. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted. Everyone followed the sound and saw a woman suddenly appear at the back of the classroom. Muriel was the one clapping. She said, magnificent, such an admirable teacher. The children screamed in terror and scattered. Boris Foned, are you all right? How dare she? Boris shielded the children behind him, taking a defensive stance. Angrily, he said, Boris, she said calmly. You know me? How embarrassing. She gripped her umbrella. Don't worry. I know you also received an invitation from Eve. With that, she jumped down. Those who received the invitation. Follow me. Boris interrupted. Get out of here. He sat down and embraced the children. I won't let you take any of these children. Muriel was rejected before she could even make a move. Annoyed, she said, you're not very wise. She tapped her umbrella against her hand, and Mures began to use her ability. The audacity to interrupt me while I'm speaking. Igraphy felt the pressure radiating from her. Mures brushed the brim of her hat. I need to teach you some manners. The Esper Academy, built in the Grecian style, after the Noel and Mail incident, was established to educate children with Esper abilities under the guidance of Lauscher and Mago. Special schools like this were erected all over the world. Here, children were taught by hero teachers how to adapt to society, and another crucial skill, how to control their Esper powers. Mures tossed her hat high in the air. Domain of rules. Her hat instantly expanded in size, then slammed down, trapping them. The children screamed in terror. Igraphy gasped. What is this? Morris slammed her umbrella down again. She spoke, and silence descended after her words. A no-talking sign materialized over the children's mouths, transforming into masks that sealed their lips shut. They tried to pull them off, but to no avail. Murat smirked. Finally some peace and quiet. Murat's special ability, also known as the rule, activates when she deems someone inferior or pathetic. It restricts them or even inflicts harm. If I see any more of your foolish antics, I'll send you packing. Luffy eyed her warily. She conjured strange, eye-covered objects. Boris scolded, typical of someone who bullies the weak. Boris continued. The 3 children who received special invitations stepped forward. 3 children cautiously stepped forward under the intimidating gazes. Murat pulled out a piece of paper. Let's see. All special types, huh? Special types have a wide range of uses. From now on, you will all work together to build the world of the Queen, she said, then looked at the gagged children and continued. Answer me. The chat ban has been lifted. A young boy anxiously asked, is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV? Muir smiled brightly and replied, exactly. She continued, a beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy immediately said, then I don't want to. All eyes turned to the boy. Muirs was taken aback. The boy continued, didn't she say she would eliminate everyone without abilities? The boy went on, I have many friends who don't have abilities. I will never hurt my friends. The cat-faced girl beside him. Me neither. My parents don't have any abilities. They didn't do anything wrong. The little demon girl next to him stammered. And me neither. The children continued to question Morris. But teacher taught us that it's wrong to discriminate and hate others. Teacher also said that people who want to get their way with abilities, instead of using their words, are bad people. You're a bad person. Let us go. Morris was silent for a moment, then asked, you don't like that? The children replied, no, we don't. She immediately used her ability to create a no-entry sign under the 3 children's feet. Then die. Orange bows appeared around the children's necks. Suddenly, Morris's eyes widened. Prophecy, standing behind her, coughed up blood. He emitted a green light. He coughed up blood instead of the children. Prophecy gasped, Now we understand. His ability is to absorb all impacts, directed at his target, a special system, also known as Guardian. Morris chuckled. Ho ho, I see. Now I understand why Senka sent you an invitation. Such a perfect ability for a bodyguard. For Zenka to operate freely, a bodyguard is essential. Killing you would be a waste of talent. Prophecy, wincing in pain, said, Morris, we know a lot about you from when you were young. Before she could finish, Morris held up a hand. Stop, she scowled. You heard the name Zenka? It's quite rude to gossip about a lady's past. Prophecy glared at her. Morris continued, I'm not here to reminisce about my past. She said, I've come here on the Queen's orders to recruit those worthy of joining the Alpha world. Morpheus glared at Proxima. Leave the children, and I'll spare your life. Proxima immediately replied, No, I can't do that. Confused, she asked, Why not? Is one of them your child? Proxima said, No. Morpheus tilted his head, waiting for an explanation. Then why? Proxima's face hardened as she said, Because I am Teacher Proxima of the Hero Association, and a teacher at this school for the gifted. His defense can withstand attacks from third and fourth floor prisoners. But Authority is the chairman of the Hero Association. He's always been a rank 5 hero. Why is that? One day, Authority called Proxima to his office. He asked him, How long are you going to keep doing this? He looked at him and said, We don't need a punching bag. The reason was his lack of offensive capabilities, his insufficient power to eliminate villains. But when Lashika became chairman of the Hero Association, she summoned him to Rockfell. Lashika proposed, How about becoming a teacher at the superhuman school? He seemed surprised. Did I hear that right? My abilities aren't suited for being a hero, are they? Lashika shook her head. No, what are you saying? I mean, do both. Be a teacher and a hero. She continued, Nothing is more important than educating children. So, I want to entrust them to the most outstanding hero. Luffy said self-consciously, But I'm not suitable. I looked at him and laughed. What are you talking about? Who could be better than you? Luffy blinked, confused. Huh. Law looked at him with affection. You're a hero among heroes. Someone who put their life on the line to protect their crew. Isn't that amazing? Luffy was speechless. Back in the present, Mihawk said, I have a brilliant idea. You should go talk to the kids. She said boastfully, They'll listen to you, won't they? You're their teacher after all. Luffy began, Mihawk, he said, the world is changing. He remembered the crumbling buildings, the emergence of special abilities, and the devastating wars that had led to the collapse of society. The image of heroes' backs flashed through his mind. Luffy continued, And to stabilize this society, we've sacrificed so much. Morpheus asked, puzzled, And what does that have to do with my question? Prophecy replied, What I mean is, he looked directly into Morpheus' eyes. If that woman's delusional fantasy becomes reality, this society will spiral into chaos again. Hearing this, Morpheus became enraged. Don't you dare insult the Queen, she spat. You talk too much for someone refusing the Queen's invitation. I don't care if this society falls into chaos or not. Prophecy countered, No, you should care. Looking at the dumbfounded Morpheus, Prophecy continued, Because when society collapses and fails to function, he said, his eyes filled with pity for her. More children will have to endure the same pain you suffer. Morpheus was furious. She gritted her teeth. Her blood boiled. What do you even know? Prophecy tried to explain. As I said, we know all about you. Merciless ignored her. Just a clown, she sneered. Suddenly, a barrage of iron bars pierced through them. She muttered, Nothing but nonsense from the start. Prophecy used his power to shield the children. They cried out, Teacher. Merciless watched their futile resistance with disdain. Disgusting. Her face crimson with rage, she spat. All of you. Suddenly, a boot stomped down, smashing Merciless' face into the ground. As everyone stared in shock, Co. Gangwei spoke. Special Detention Center, 3rd floor inmate, Merciless. Co. Gangwei ground his heel into her face. His power pressed down on her, keeping her pinned. He roared, Bring that bitch out here. Morris couldn't move against Co. Kong Ho's overwhelming power. She asked, You crazy bitch. Are you talking about our queen? Co. Kong Ho looked down at her with disdain. That includes you. Morris screamed, You brat, you insolent bastard. She raised her hand, using her power on Co. Kong Ho. Chains instantly appeared, binding his arms, legs, and neck. A guillotine materialized above Co. Kong Ho's head. Morris said triumphantly, Your judgment day has come. It only took Co. Kong Ho a second to shatter her guillotine. The chains on his hands and neck broke simultaneously. He landed another blow on Morris' face. Her face caved in. Her hat gradually shrunk back to its original size. Prophy blinked, looking at Co. Kong Ho. Torture her, Co. Kong Ho said. Prophy. He replied, Yes. Look at Prophy. Get the kids out of here. Prophy was still pinned down by the iron bar. The power that's been cast on us hasn't been deactivated yet. Hearing that, Co. Kong Ho clenched his fist and punched Boris in the gut again. After several more blows, Mers finally went limp. The creatures Mers had summoned began to dissipate. Seo Kango Urjid. Run as far as you can. Photography immediately responded. All right, kids, let's go. Seo Kong-ho grabbed Mers by the collar. She still seemed nonchalant. Seo Kong-ho declared, I'll say it again. He threatened. Bring that bitch here. Now. Boris gritted his teeth at the threat. Mers spoke with a ladylike demeanor, and two concentric circles appeared beneath their feet. She let out a breath, under Seo Kong-ho's intense gaze. Mers transformed into someone else. It's been a long time since I've taken this form. Caught off guard, Seo Kong-ho was seized by two figures. Mers quickly retreated, putting distance between them. The two figures holding him were cloaked and disguised. Ladies first, he always said. Mulier raised her umbrella. She drew a circle around herself, ladies' territory. Then, she tossed the umbrella into the air. It expanded, shielding Mulier beneath its canopy. To think you have to face me, she said. You must be quite unfortunate. Ladies Bearing is Mulier's base form. Once Ladies Bearing is activated, those who acknowledge Mulier as a lady gain the same superpower as her. However, this power typically targets the weak. That's why Mulier frowned. She didn't think this power could stand against Seo Gangwei, the man who broke through Shinha's space-time ability. He easily defeated the two invisible men before her eyes. She simply wanted to buy some time. This place will be my grave. Mora's top priority is to help the surviving sinners complete the missions assigned by Senka and return safely. She's determined to buy as much time as possible. Seo Kang-go approach. It seems you have no intention of bringing her here. Boviskov. I don't understand. She hides under her umbrella and says, if I were you, chosen by the queen, I'd be ecstatic. It's unbelievable that you'd throw away such a golden opportunity. Seo Kong-ho ignores her and attacks. Morris stubbornly resists. Note, changed Morris to Morris based on previous context. Wait. She raises her hand. Let me speak first, this demon. She needs to stall for as much time as possible. Morris says, I know where the queen is. Note, change Morris to Morris based on previous context. Veins bulge in Seo Kong-ho's neck. He wants to kill this chattering woman. Speak. Out with it. I don't care about that. Seo Gang-ho continued walking forward. We just need to bring your body to a psychic awakened and have them examine it. We'll know right away. Morris sweated. I didn't think of that. If I die here, it won't matter. She asked, what will you do if you find the queen? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you think you can win? This time, even the queen won't spare you. Seo Gang-ho didn't listen. He raised his hand. Red streaks gathered. Morris was wary. I knew it. She looked at him apprehensively. I have to end it myself. Seo Gang-ho reached out, piercing through her defenses, while she was still lost in thought. I must die without a trace. Red light scattered wildly. Seo Gang-ho was startled to see Sunhwa emerge from a portal in front of him. She blocked his attack and giggled. Did you miss me that much? I guess your heart has changed its mind, hasn't it? Morris was surprised. Your Majesty, she shouted. It's dangerous here. Suddenly, she glanced at Seo Kong-ho. A fierce energy emanated from him. Seo Kong-ho had transformed. Shika said cheerfully, wow, showing off all your power so soon? I guess your mind isn't wavering yet. But are you alright? Ignoring her rambling, Seo Kong-ho threw a punch. He broke through Shinka's defenses. Seo Kong-ho glared at her with hatred. I will kill you with every ounce of strength I have. Even the smallest bit. Shinka held her cheek. Oh, how scary. But why don't I feel threatened at all? It pleases me to see you so obsessed with me. Could this be love? Seo Kong-ho shattered the shield protecting them. He slowly approached. Senka said to Boris, I'll take care of things here. You, go deal with those who refused our invitation. As you wish, Boris replied. Your Majesty's command is my will. Before she could finish her sentence, red thread shot towards her. Seo Kong-ho lunged forward to kill her. But Senka was a step ahead, creating a portal to escape. Senka looked surprised. A voice boomed from behind. Children, I'm a little late. Morris stumbled in, clutching his bloody stomach. Cough, cough. The children screamed in terror. Profi yelled, run away from here. Morris coughed up blood. Suddenly, the cat-faced child stopped and said, wait. She pointed at Morris. That person, she's the one from the textbook. On the other side, Shinna gasped, oh my, as she looked up at the sky filled with blood-red threads. We've only just begun, and you're already, she said. Isn't this a bit excessive? Seo Gengo appeared, declaring, this place will become your grave. Shinna slowly walked forward, casually stating, to use this technique, You must have reverted to your zero form, haven't you? She chuckled. I think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Immediately after, Seo Gengo sent the blood threads hurtling towards her. His eyes looked down coldly. The threads reversed direction, piercing him through a blue circle. Shina raised her hand. Just as I thought. This power is still not worthy of you. Seo Gengo glared at her, allowing the threads to wrap around him. Shinka turned back and called into the portal. Canis, Gato. The two of them immediately jumped out. They suddenly noticed the strange surroundings. Canis asked, Lady Shinka, what's going on here? Gato added, we weren't supposed to show ourselves. Shinka covered her mouth, giggling. This is a tough one. Gato shook his head. Instead of killing him, we should have stalled for time. He used his finishing move right off the bat. How could we possibly defend against that? No way. Hearing that, Shinka paused in thought. Then she cheerfully waved her hand. Well then, let's run. Suddenly, her arm went numb. Shinka panicked. What's happening? She couldn't open the portal. Seo Gang-ho spoke up. I told you, he used Black Heaven Prison to absorb the threads. This place will become your grave. This is a space created by Seo Kang-ho's ability. Once you enter this space, there's no way out. Shina was outside the space during the battle between Seo Kang-ho and Seo Hwan, so she could use her ability to pull Seo Hwan, who was trapped inside, out. But now, she's inside Seo Kang-ho's space. She'll never escape. Only now does fear wash over Shinha. What a ridiculous power! From the sky, bloody threads pierce downward. Seo Kang-ho attacks, launching his fist. His punch lands squarely on the barrier that Shinha hastily created. The barrier instantly shatters. She gasps for air. Artificial respiration. Yuriko shouts from nearby. Shinha, with a fierce glint in their eyes, Canis continued. I think it's time you unleashed us. Shinka chuckled nervously. I made a promise to Seo Hwan that he would be the one to finish off Kang-ho once he came of age. Canis said, I don't think we'll make it out of here alive if we don't kill him. Watching Seo Kang-ho prepare for his next attack, Shinka replied, that may be true, but I believe Seo Hwan will understand. She said, very well. The collars tightened. Suddenly, an oppressive force put Canis and Gato on high alert. Seeing their unusual reaction, Shinka looked up. What's wrong? Her eyes widened. Blood began to pool on the threads. Seo Kang-ho watched silently. A voice boomed, unrivaled under the heavens. The voice shifted direction. All eyes were on him. Canis and Gato barked furiously. The man continued, no one in this world can oppose me. Taejun looked around, bewildered. Not even tens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies can stand against me. Seo Gang-ho looked surprised. The man went on, if anyone dares to consider me their enemy, the entire world will become their enemy. Who would dare to make an enemy of me? A man appeared, laughing. That's what it means to be the invincible. He turned to Seo Gang-ho. What do you think? Before him sat an old man, his body wrapped in bandages. Jinsu asked, don't you want to become the invincible? Seo Gang-ho didn't answer. He stood still as a statue. The old man continued. You're strong, he said, but not invincible. But I can help you become that. What nonsense are you spouting? Shinha yelled. Have you lost your mind? Where did this geezer even crawl out from? She demanded. His fist shot out towards her face. Quick as a flash, Shinha vanished through a portal. She reappeared, fuming. We were talking, Kingston replied calmly. When men are talking, women shouldn't interrupt. As her two pets stared in shock, Shinha continued, an old man like you should know better. Blood trickled from her nose. Shinha quickly covered her nose. Her two pets rushed to her side, kneeling in panic. Blood flowed freely from her nose. Damn it! Shinha cursed. She glared at Kingston. You senile old fool, he chuckled. Senile, you say? Yet, I'm still standing right here. However, for a despicable woman like you, that's impossible. Shinka raised her hand in fury. Go to hell! She instantly summoned countless portals. Light emanated from her portals, shining as brightly as the stars in the sky. You're just a dying old man. Shinka spat. Suddenly, Kingston appeared behind her and exclaimed, you truly possess an extraordinary ability. He marveled. At that level, you're no less impressive than that white-haired brat. Shinka whipped around. You! She raised her hand to create another portal, but Kingston smoothly ducked to avoid it. Kingston continued, However, both you and that brat share a fatal weakness. Shinka's eyes widened. Kingston struck, sending her flying. Simultaneously, her countless portals shattered, fragments, exploding in the air. Finally, Shinka coughed up blood. She couldn't dodge that attack. Kingston, fist still raised, said, "You're far too confident in your abilities." He continued, "So confident that you haven't bothered to train yourself at all." Kingston slowly walked forward. "Your body," he looked at Shinka, who glared back at him with rage, "is nothing." He continued, "I'll show you that my body, a vessel containing a soul, is true power." The gates above his head flashed with light. Something was moving incredibly fast. Kingston realized it was aimed at his left side. He blocked the attack with one arm. "Oh!" he exclaimed as Canis landed a blow. In the next instant, Canis vanished before Kingston's eyes. He had moved to another location. "Since when?" he muttered. However, as Shinka's two pets charged, Kingston continued, "Your subordinates have trained themselves." Canis and Gato lunged forward with reckless abandon. Kingston immediately retaliated. While Shinna focused on creating the portal, Seo Gengo had been observing them from a distance. He was slightly surprised by the unexpected appearance of a new player. Unexpected indeed. His eyes narrowed, but after assessing the situation, he quickly decided, on his next course of action, he would join forces with Kingston and eliminate the woman. With that in mind, Seo Gengo slowly approached from another angle. Then asked incredulously, "Kingston showed up?" The secretary replied, "Yes, we received communication from Officer Seo Gengo." Boda commented, "Kingston's always been eccentric." Gerard, "Seems like he's found a new person he finds interesting." Vezi said worriedly, "Doesn't that mean Officer Seo is in danger?" V took a drag from his cigar and said, "It's fine. While we don't know the extent of Jinchul's power." He paused, then continued, "We do know what he'll do." Room sighed in exasperation. "Honestly," Buddha said, "I agree. He won't antagonize Officer Seo." After speaking, Buddha glanced at the person across from him, and the one who will act, unpredictably, is another AI. There was an empty seat beside Lagrita. Today, Old Man Utility was absent. Back at the hideout of Teacher Profi and the children, Muir said, "The SAO logbook?" She burst out laughing. "Why would a textbook have information on me? That's ridiculous." Muirs calmed down and frowned. "That's actually quite irritating." Profi spoke up. "Not just you, but all the criminals in Recluse Prison are documented in it." Murs was surprised. "What?" she said scornfully. "To mock the failures of SAO?" Prophecy calmly replied, "No, that's not it. To understand all of you." After hearing that Lao and Mago established the Ability Academy, a prison officer came to see them. A dignified officer stepped forward. He tipped his hat. "Greetings, I'm an officer from Rubelos Prison. My name is Seo Kanyu." After hearing him speak, Mago said, "You want to add criminology to the required curriculum?" Seo Kanyu replied, "That's why we need to understand them." Boris said in disbelief, "That's absurd." She looked at Prophecy and asked, "So what do you think? How do you feel after reading about my past?" He spoke hesitantly. A voice suddenly rang out. "Why are you trying to reason with an animal?" Prophecy turned around in surprise. He continued, "Prophecy, you haven't changed a bit." Authority walked up and grumbled, "I should have fired you." Prophecy was stunned. "Authority." He said, "Listen, you. What you were taught is wrong." He looked down at the children. "I will teach you the truth. So take this opportunity to remember it well." Then Authority looked over at the blood-soaked Mora. "Criminals don't become criminals because of their circumstances." He loosened his tie as he continued his lecture. "Those buried in their emotions will say they became criminals because of their upbringing or society. They try to evoke your pity." He widened his eyes and continued, "Even if they're criminals simply because they were born that way." Morpheus glared at him with pure hatred. "Societal deviants are like malignant tumors." Authority rolled up his sleeves, revealing the sinewy muscles of his arms. "And malignant tumors," he cocked his weapon, "must be completely excised," he continued. "I'll give you a demonstration." The old man, Authority, stood protectively in front of the children, his eyes burning with rage as he stared ahead. Morpheus's voice suddenly rang out. "Am I the cancer of this society?" she asked. Morpheus, her body covered in wounds, one hand clutching her bleeding stomach, stared back at him with burning resentment and cried out, "It's this world that's wrong." Before Morpheus could finish, he cut her off. "Silence." Authority spat out the cruel words, "Spare me your excuses, you disgusting filth." "I'll say it again. Authority rolled up his sleeves, his hands clenching, muscles bulging beneath his skin. With a sneer, he said, "No matter what era or society you were born in, you will always be nothing but trash." The air grew thick with tension. He continued, "You are simply—" His voice dripping with disdain for Meruz, he spat out, "Your existence was a mistake from the very beginning." Hearing those words, she was filled with rage and shouted, "Shut up!" In the terrifying silence, a voice called out, "Meruz, old man." Authority shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "The pain you endured is nothing compared to what countless victims and their families have suffered." He picked up a pocket watch. Authority quickly strapped the watch onto his wrist. His voice turned serious as he declared, "But I will inflict upon you the most excruciating pain I can muster." He challenged Morris, his words dripping with menace. Morris gritted her teeth in fury, blood trickling from her gums. "Now let's see what I can do," he taunted. He raised the watch on his wrist. Looking at it, he muttered, "About 10 more minutes. Authority, special system body." Morris took a fighting stance, ready to face her opponent head-on. She glared at him and yelled, "Bring it on!" Asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. With lightning-fast speed, Authority closed the distance between them. He landed a powerful blow directly into her stomach. Morris was caught off guard by the sudden attack. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed freely from the wound in her abdomen. He relentlessly rained down brutal attacks on Mori, each blow more savage than the last. She was completely overwhelmed, unable to defend herself. He landed a direct punch to her chest. Her teeth gritted together. Energy spheres floated in midair. Myung's weapon was ready in her hand. "You bastard!" she roared, her voice filled with rage. Suddenly, Audrey charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Myung's stomach. The shockwave from the impact sent the red orb scattering behind her. Clutching her wound, she said icily, "Accelerate." Asterisk whoosh, bang, bang, asterisk. Countless invisible attacks targeted Myung's joints. Her face contorted in pain from the relentless assault. Myung coughed up a mouthful of blood. Invisible hands materialized from thin air. Authority violently grabbed her head. A brilliant blue light suddenly erupted below. A scream of agony tore through the air. Meruz's face was covered in blood. Her teeth were shattered. Authority swiftly raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick. The blow landed squarely on Meruz's face. A devastating punch. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing her weakened state, he sneered, "Does it hurt? I bet Tom was much gentler with you, wasn't he?" He stomped his foot hard onto her face. Meruz, her face bloodied, struggled to utter, "Ugh!" She roared in fury. "Ka-a-a-a-a!" A crimson circle materialized beneath them. They stood within it. Meruz still gripped her weapon. Groans echoed through the space. Countless specters in bizarre attire materialized, hovering behind them. His men. One of them shouts, "Lady Force." The others raise their hands in unison, quickly echoing the chant. "Lady Force! Lady Force! Lady!" Suddenly, Authority drops to his knees, slams his fist into the ground, and roars, "Accelerate!" Countless beams of blue light pierce through the zombies. Their outfits are ripped apart by the light, shredded. He looks up, his voice ice cold. "Quadruple it!" Boom! Authority lands a devastating punch to his opponent's face. Blood splatters everywhere. Morris is sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Unconsciously, a blinding blue light suddenly flashed. Authority moved with lightning speed, quick as a whip, appearing before the charging Myung. Bam! He landed a critical blow on her. Myung was sent flying, crashing hard against the glass ceiling. She fell back down just as Authority reappeared. Slap! Slap! Authority slapped her hard across the face. Wham! He punched her hard in the face. A brutal punch to the gut, then a straight punch to her face. Everyone present watched in horror. They were all stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Her body glowed with a blue light midair. The old man, Authority, clasped his hands together, raising them high. His eyes glared at her with pure hatred. Bam! He delivered a savage punch straight to her stomach. Myung was slammed hard into the ground. Dust and debris billowed around her. Her body was covered in wounds and bruises, and she coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Authority sneered. "You seem to be in a lot of pain. A fitting expression for you." He raised his foot and declared loudly. Authority stomped directly onto the wound on her stomach. He pressed down brutally. Then he continued, "The victims and families you harmed must have been in far greater pain. Moray's scream of agony echoed. Authority quickly raised his hand and looked at his watch. He uttered, Looking at his watch, he said, "About 3 minutes left." Hearing his words, she cried out in pain. "Time acceleration ability?" "Precisely," he replied. He continued speaking. "When I use my power, I can control the flow of time, of any object I touch, including myself." 2 hands reached out. Authority gripped Morpheus's head tightly. He said, "I can also slow down time." His eyes and expression turned ferocious. He glared at Morpheus and growled, "Slowly feel the pain and die, you societal tumor." The professor and the children present were horrified and shocked by the scene unfolding. Everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropped. The kids hid behind him. The professor thought to himself, just a brief moment, but for Morpheus, it felt like a lifetime. The hand pressing hard on her head finally released its grip. Authority put one hand in his pocket, the other raised his watch, and said, "What a pity. If things weren't so tense, we could have spent more time." Hearing this, Mori let out a scornful chuckle. Tis. Her laughter grew louder. This caught the attention of the authority, who demanded, "Why are you laughing?" Mori opened her mouth wide, her eyes gazing up at the sky, but she didn't answer the authority. Seeing this, he sat down, grabbed her by the shirt, lifted her up, and asked, "Did it cut it off?" Fear of death forced a mouthful of blood from Mori's lips. She then spoke, "I won't lie and say I'm not afraid to die. But that's not why I'm laughing. I never thought I'd complete the mission this way. But it's fine, I guess." Hearing her words, he became even more bewildered and confused. He asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Her gaze shifted towards Prof and the trembling children. She said, "When I die, everyone with Muirs's special bloodline." Then, looking directly at authority, she continued, "will be entangled by my power." Morris declared triumphantly, "All of them will follow me to the grave, the death sacrifice." Hearing her words, Prof was utterly shocked. Horrified, he exclaimed, "What?" Authority immediately whipped around to glare at Prof, with murderous intent in his eyes. His body turned a terrifying shade of purple. In a mysterious place, cracking lines, like a magic formation, appeared in the sky. A crimson red, like blood. Kingston, in a battle-ready stance, glared at his enemies. A dark aura emanated from him. Kingston stood alone, facing 2 opponents, Canis and Tom. They charged forward, unleashing a furious assault. A wave of black energy surged through the air, engulfing Canis and Tom, and striking their limbs. They screamed in agony, their bodies contorted. Hatred burned in Tom's eyes, resentment for the man standing before her. With lightning speed, she lunged towards Kingston. At a terrifying pace, her sharpened hands lashed out. She cried out, "No!" But Kingston was faster, delivering a powerful blow to the top of her head. Boom! She was knocked to the ground. Thick cracks spider-webbed across the ground. Around them, as they took in the scene, Canis clutched the collar around his neck. He yelled in a panic, "Cato, take off your collar, don't." Kingston's fists slammed into their faces. Canis and Tom were driven to their knees. Kingston sneered, "Arrogant fools," he said. "Who do you think you are, walking around with your power sealed like this?" Kingston looked down at them with contempt and said, "You're far too presumptuous." A powerful gust of wind erupted around him. Kingston took a stance, his eyes fixed on them. He declared, "I will show you." A blindingly fast attack sliced through their bodies. Canis and Tom exploded into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Kingston quickly stepped back. "Unbelievable," he muttered. Canis and Tom stared in horror at the scene before them. They looked down at their own severed bodies, blood gushing out. Speechless, a scream of agony ripped through the air. Hearing the scream, a smug look spread across Kingston's face as he turned and said, "Don't worry about that arm. We'll have a healer reattach it. He's quite useful after all." Meanwhile, Shinha, having witnessed everything, pointed furiously at Kingston and yelled, "You damn old man." Shinha gritted her teeth. "You bastard." Suddenly, a figure appears out of thin air and lands a punch directly into Shinha's stomach. The powerful blow sends her flying, crashing into a nearby glass pane. The glass shatters into a million pieces. Shinha coughs up a mouthful of blood and is thrown several meters through the air. Shinha clutches her stomach in pain, letting out an angry humph. Her eyes glare furiously at her attacker, the one who just dared to strike her. Seo Kangho lunges forward with lightning speed, charging towards her. Shinho is filled with shock and terror. Panicked, she raises her arms to shield herself, screaming, "Stay back." But Seo Kangho continues to rush towards her, ignoring Shinha's pleas. He grits his teeth, a crazed look in his eyes. A bright, white light flashed. Seo Kangho delivers a brutal kick to Chunhwa's stomach. She coughs up a mouthful of blood as the blow lands. Seo Kangho stinstao, his eyes burning crimson as he glares down at Chunhwa, sprawled on the ground. Chunhwa groans in pain, raising a hand weakly. "Kangho, please stop. Think about this." Before she can finish, Seo Kangho swiftly punches her squarely in the gut. She's too stunned to react to the savage attack. The force of the blow sends Chunhwa flying, her body crashing backwards, sending nearby objects scattering. Another mouthful of blood spills from Chunhwa's lips. Seo Kangho's eyes glow with a terrifying rage. Filled with rage, staring at their opponent. Seeing her beaten like that, Canis was filled with fury. He roared, "Shinka-sama." Seo Kangho's hands clenched tightly, creating streaks of black lightning in the air. He glared at Shinka's body, lying motionless on the ground. His fist tightened, ready to strike. A terrified voice cried out, "No!" She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "I can't die here." Suddenly, Seo Kangho's eyes flew open. A hand rested on his arm. Kingston appeared beside Seo Kangho. He looked at him in surprise. Kingston said, "That's enough." He looked at him coldly and said, "You cannot kill him on your own. A champion never accepts help." The scene changed back to the previous location. Authority grabbed Mercenary by the collar, lifted her and demanded the goddess's ritual ability. Hearing his question, she replied with disdain, "Yes, it activates upon my death. What are you going to do?" Authority responded furiously, "Listen." He turned to Prof and said, "I apologize in advance." Prof, stunned, replied, "What?" Authority used his power, thrusting his hand straight through Mercenary's body. She coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. Authority's expression remained unchanged. A scream echoed. "Can?" He then declared, "If you take this girl back and heal her, make her deactivate her ability, and then kill her, you can still survive. But if by some means she escapes from you, tens, hundreds of thousands more will suffer." Authority looked at Morris' body and continued, "Therefore, it's best to eliminate her here. And your sacrifices are necessary. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be sacrificed." He spread his arms wide, looked up at the sky, and declared, "To be born for a righteous cause is essential." He clasped his hands together and solemnly said, "I thank you for your sacrifice." Authority glanced back at Morris' body, which was emitting streams of green light. Prof, standing opposite him, also noticed this anomaly and extended his arms to protect those behind him. Authority, with a cold, impassive gaze, looked at the body and said, "Dangerous. This unsettling feeling, fortunately, it can only be used after death. If it could be used while alive, it would be even more dangerous." He then stared intently at the streams of light. A deadly aura emanated from Morpheus. Then, without lingering, he turned and left. With the same cold, expressionless face, he raised his hand in a farewell gesture to Prophet. "Then I'll wish you a peaceful rest in advance." After saying that, he suddenly called out Prophet's name and said, "Oh, Prophet, I don't need to apologize to you, right?" Prophet could only watch Authority leave, filled with shock and anxiety, facing death. Authority asked one last question, then waved goodbye. "You're certain about your body, right? Survival is your forte after all." Right after Authority left, a chilling, ghostly voice echoed. It made Prophet's eyes instantly turn sharp. It seemed Morpheus's spirit had returned to carry out that malicious curse. Countless giant chains surrounded her. Morpheus wore a sinister smile. Death stared down at Prof and the others. Suddenly, massive chains, thick as pythons, wrapped around a young girl's arms. In a flash, they ensnared the other children. Then Prof, too, was bound by the terrifying, heavy chains. Panic seized the children. Terror filled their eyes as they realized death was imminent. It was so sudden, so unexpected. Their screams pierced the air, filling Prof with fear and dread. He swallowed his fear, and in a calm, gentle voice called out to them. At the sound of his voice, the children stopped crying. Their eyes, still afraid, now held a glimmer of hope as they looked at him. Prof reassured them, "Don't worry. I promised I'd protect you all." With those words, the teacher stepped forward, standing before Morpheus's spirit. He looked her straight in the eye, making her ask, "What's this?" Cross spoke. "Just like you said. Look at those poor, innocent children. They will be safe." Morpheus looked at him skeptically, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Cross gazed at her with a determined expression. "The only one here who can go with you is me." Back with Co Kangho, he lunged furiously towards Kingston, his aura powerful and his eyes blazing with deadly intent, striking fear into everyone. Kingston braced himself, ready to block Co Kangho's direct attack. The two immense forces collided, creating a massive shockwave. Kingston looked at Co Kangho and suddenly smirked. "Just as I thought." He watched Co Kangho seize the opportunity to turn, about to rush in and finish off Shinkai, then continued. You could reach the true pinnacle." Terrifying waves of power radiated outwards. Kingston had managed to rush forward, intercepting Co Kangho's attack meant for Shinkai. He looked at Co Kangho with an annoyed expression, his offer seemingly rejected. "While an old man like me is left behind? Let's talk." Hearing this, Co Kangho grew impatient. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Get out of my way!" Co Kangho roared, raising his fist, preparing to strike again. Canis and Katai stood off to the side, watching the struggle between Kingston and Co Kangho with fear and anxiety. Co Kangho was consumed by rage. He heard Kingston's voice. "Young man." He effortlessly blocked Song Kangho's fist with just one hand. His tone was advisory as he continued. "I understand how you feel. Right now." White light emanated from Kingston, illuminating the space around him. He slowly lowered his hand and said to Song Kangho, "But to resolve this situation, you can't let your emotions control you." He then took a stance, ready to counterattack. Song Kangho seemed to sense the danger emanating from him. He narrowly dodged Kingston's attack. The attack was deflected skyward. Immediately after, a shocking sight unfolded before Song Kangho's eyes. A massive hole gaped in the ceiling, created by Kingston's devastating punch. Shinka managed to sit up, but the sight before her filled her with terror. Panicked, she suddenly heard Kingston's voice. "If you want to escape." Shinka looked towards Kingston. He stood there defiantly, not turning back as he spoke to her. "Now's your chance, girl." She gritted her teeth, staring at Kingston, trying to discern if he was telling the truth or lying. Finally, she quickly cast a spell, teleporting herself away. Canis and Kateo, on their side, seeing their master had escaped safely, didn't hesitate any longer. Co Gangwei stood there frozen, without saying or doing anything. Kingston stared directly at Co Gangwei. The two men stared at each other in silence for a long moment. Finally, Kingston spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Let's sit down and talk this through." He'd barely finished speaking when Co Kangho lunged at him furiously. Kingston didn't seem surprised, simply uttering, "Oh." He calmly received the attack. "Very well. Actions speak louder than words." Back with Moore and Prof. Moore's skeptical voice rang out. "What?" Rose stood calmly before her and said, "As Utori said, besides defense, I don't have any special abilities. At first, I didn't like my power either." He paused for a moment, then continued, "But after talking with Leoxa, I realized my strength is also necessary for this society." As he spoke, Prof activated his magic. He declared heroically, "I will unleash my full power to shield the children from harm." The children seemed to understand his words. They looked at him with worried eyes and cried out, "Teacher!" Hearing this, Meru's confused asked Dolph, "Why would you go that far?" Dolph calmly replied, "I told you already." He looked directly at Meru's. "Because I'm a teacher." A flicker of confusion appeared in Meru's eyes. She frantically shouted back, "That has what to do with you walking to your death." Dolph patiently explained, "Meru's, you can't understand him, because we live in completely different worlds." He looked at her with sharp, reproachful eyes, raised by the wrong people, and turned into a killing machine. Meru's face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "Rose, shut up." Prof continued to look at Mu Young with that same gaze, his accusatory tone unwavering. "You've never had a choice in your life. Manipulated like a puppet." Mu Young, frantic, shouted as he continued, "Stop it, shut up." But Prof continued his condemnation. "She walks a path of destruction for someone else's future." Mu Young exploded, "Shut your mouth. Prof. Rejecte." "No. I can't do that. He reiterated his previous words. I will go to hell with my teacher and atone for all the wrongs he committed. Seeing his stubbornness, Mu-young cursed, "Damn you." Prof continued speaking. He looked at the children, their eyes brimming with tears. A teacher's job is to dedicate themselves to their students' future. He thought back to when he first started teaching. So, from the moment I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you all. A terrified child screams, trying to stop him. Teacher, no, you can't. The teacher, with a loving and responsible gaze, looks at his beloved students and comforts them. It's okay, everyone. He smiles gently, conveying his last words to the children. Grow up to be good people, because you are our future. Seeing their teacher like this, the children are at a loss for what to do, only able to look at him with tear-filled eyes. They want to hold him back. Witnessing this scene, Murata grits his teeth, speechless. Memories flood back from Murata's childhood. A gentle voice echoes, "Hello, children. From today onwards, I will be your guide." 3 children, dressed in ragged, pitiful clothes, looked up with innocent, curious eyes at the person introducing herself. Their new teacher. She knelt down to their level and introduced herself. "I am Terim." Looking directly at the children, with a warm smile, she continued, "From now on, you are my future." 12-year-old Murs was among those 3 children. Her bright eyes were fixed on her new teacher, listening intently to every word. "Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me?" Continuing with the flow of Murs' childhood memories, Terim had selected children with special abilities from the orphanage. After doing so, Terim continued with her plan and enrolled them in a school she had created. Terim stood at the podium, greeting the children she had chosen. "Hello, children. You can call me Teacher Terim." She looked at them with a strange glint in her eyes, and her next words revealed her greed and ambition. "I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will receive lessons." A young Mur looked at her with apprehension, fearful as if sensing something ominous. Terim continued, "To become loyal warriors in this school." She then spoke in an encouraging tone. "So please try your best to follow the lessons." Young Mur felt a growing unease at Terim's words. That was the hellish period where Terim trained her killing tools. Morist and the other children endured years of brutal training under Telim's twisted guidance. She relentlessly indoctrinated them with her cruel ideology, training them to use their special abilities to kill without hesitation. She masked brainwashing as etiquette lessons, but it didn't stop there. She employed sadistic and demonic methods to test their loyalty, and much more. After countless grueling training sessions, Morris caught Telim's eye. Due to her extraordinary potential, Morris developed her abilities faster than any other child. As a result, Telim favored her and appointed her class leader. With this favoritism came certain authorities bestowed upon her by Telim. The class leader's authority was to punish other students on Telim's behalf. The girl gradually became corrupted, abusing her power to bully her classmates. The initial innocence in her eyes was gone, replaced by a tainted soul, scarred by cruel lessons. Morris had been paying attention to Telim's lectures more intently than any other AI. She watched as her peers endured painful punishments at her command. After such moments, she always felt a pang of guilt, and it was during these times that Telim would appear. One night, as Morris stood lost in thought in the hall, Telim approached from behind and asked, Morris, she gently inquired, "How was your day as class president?" Morris hesitated, then replied, "Teacher." She recalled the sight of her classmates screaming, the agony of punishment. Then, she honestly answered Telim, "I don't know why, but when I punish my less capable classmates." She paused, looking at Telim with a puzzled expression. "I feel this uncontrollable nausea." Telim simply smiled and softly chuckled. But her eyes held unconcealed smugness. Boris asked suspiciously, "Why is that, ma'am?" Telim said in a gentle voice, "Boris," and suddenly asked a baffling question. "Do you like insects?" Boris quickly and honestly replied, "No, I find them disgusting." This answer pleased Telim greatly. Exactly. It's human nature. When we see creatures beneath us, we feel disgust. Saying this, she gently placed her hand on Murata's shoulder. "It's a perfectly normal feeling." Then she leaned down, her gaze locking with Murata's. "But as time passes, and your friends learn to fulfill their duties, that feeling will gradually disappear." Tanium continued her comforting words, sounding incredibly sincere. To gain Murata's trust and complete obedience. So, try your best. Mears, it was so wise of you to appoint me as class president. These words seemed to further manipulate Mears. From then on, Tanium continued to abuse her authority, to punish her classmates. Despite feeling a persistent, unexplained disgust, there were times when the nausea became almost unbearable for Morris. But then the unthinkable happened, just like the rumors said. As time went on, that feeling gradually faded. During a group study session, Taram looked down at her soon-to-be grown students and said, "Time has flown by since you all arrived here." She stood tall and proud, standing at the podium, looking down and boldly declared, "Once you all have grown up, I will become the queen of this world." And so, the children of yesterday had now grown up. They continued to train tirelessly, under Taram's watchful eye. Even fighting amongst themselves became a part of their training. They fought fiercely, come rain or shine. They seemed numb to pain, as well as to the harsh weather. Finally, the day they truly came of age arrived. They stood before Taram with respect. Talam's plan went off without a hitch. Not a single obstacle. Talam looked at them, a smug look in his eyes, as if admiring his perfectly crafted tools. Everything continued like this until that incident occurred on a beautiful evening. A man stabbed in the stomach, leaned against a wall, groaning in agony. A cold, indifferent voice cut through the air. "What? You couldn't kill him in one blow?" A man said suspiciously, "Perhaps I overexerted myself last night." He held a woman in his arms. The woman asked, "Han, let me see." The man gently stroked her hair and replied, "We should rest tonight." The identities of these two mysterious individuals were revealed. The man was Beck. The woman in his arms was Hiram. They both belonged to a special system, some undefined mystery. The scene shifts back to Cheon Ilin's school. Drops of blood drip onto the floor. Ilin lies motionless on the floor, covered in blood. Black's fist bursts through Ilin's chest, killing him instantly. He looks down surprised and mutters, "What's this?" He says nonchalantly, "This girl was too weak, wasn't she?" Black and Hello speak to each other almost apologetically, but their faces remain emotionless, blank. There's even a hint of excitement in their voices. Authority specifically told us to be careful. Have we become too strong? Perhaps. Club sits down next to Ilin's body and sighs. But anyway, her plan to establish a school and raise children as rebel soldiers. That was quite a dream, wasn't it? Hearing that, Hello asked, "Should we even go?" Black shared the sentiment. "Ugh, so lazy." Hello put her hands on her hips and retorted, "But if we don't, authority will nag us again." The reminder made Black hesitate. "Fine, let's just get it over with quickly." Black and Hello quickly made their way to the grand auditorium, where Teorim students were gathered. Myong and the other students stared at the scene unfolding on the stage and listened silently to Club's words. To emphasize his point, he presented Teorim's lifeless body for all the students to see and declared the school permanently closed. Screams of horror and disbelief erupted after his declaration. "No, Myong." They witnessed their teacher reduced to a lifeless corpse and brutally torn apart. Black, witnessing the horrific scene, cries out in terror, "Teacher!" Garbled screams echo in the air. Black and Hello remain unfazed. In the next moment, the crazed students charge towards them. They launch a simultaneous attack, but Hello stands still, simply extending a hand forward, and then slowly snaps her fingers. Instantly, the attackers are sent flying. Morris' eyes widen in shock as he sees his comrades defeated with a single snap. Black and Hello remain silent, gazing at the bodies scattered across the floor. Black lets out a sigh. He remarks, "She trained them too well." Hello wonders aloud, "Is it right to bring these children along?" Black responds with a serious tone, "If we re-educate them to reintegrate into society, it would take a tremendous amount of time and resources." He glanced at the faces writhing in pain on the floor. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Even with training, there's still living weapons, like ticking time bombs, ready to go off at any moment." Blake turned to Hale. "Have these kids killed anyone?" Hale responded grimly. "We apprehended them before they could act." "So no." Blake hesitated. "Are we acting too hastily? This situation is complicated." He lowered his hands, then continued his discussion with Hale. What should we do, Hale? Hale quickly made a decision to prevent future problems. It's better to deal with this now. Hale justified his decision. They've been brainwashed, living in a completely different environment. Then, these kids are bound to grow up to be villains. Black nodded in agreement. Exactly, that's what I think too. Mori, after that counterattack, couldn't get back on her feet. She just lay motionless on the floor, listening to the two of them deciding her fate and the fate of the others. Black muttered, repeating Hello's words from earlier. Better to take care of it now than to deal with trouble later. Hello reminded him, all right, we can make up a reason. Those students of Tulum, look at them. They're too scared to speak. They stared at Black and Hello in terror and anxiety. The two approached the group, ready to strike. All of them, killing machines trained by Tulum. Hello softly reminded him, save your energy for tonight. Black let out a single grunt in response. Then without hesitation, extended a hand towards Wacha. Screams of ah, echoed across the floor. Blood splattered everywhere. Blood poured from the students' eyes, noses, and mouths. Their faces were contorted in fear, pain, and desperate screams. Mori, a female student, sat slumped on the floor, looking up at the scarred man, standing a short distance away. Why? She asked. Terrified, she continued. Why do you want to kill us? We were just studying here. The large man, Club, responded to the girl. It's dangerous, isn't it? He recalled images of skinny, dirty children from years past, from long ago, and slowly began to recount the lives of the students there. Born abandoned by their parents, raised in orphanages, this villain taught the children about the parts of the human body, so they can achieve a swift victory. Black said, extending a hand towards Merce. Learn to kill to grow? Sounds pretty chilling, doesn't it? Boris was so terrified by his words that he was on the verge of tears. The little boy backed away as Black approached. I'm sorry, but from the moment you were born, you shouldn't have existed in this world. A splash of blood splattered across Black's face, accompanied by his parting words. In your next life, be born into a decent family. More and more blood sprayed out, splattering the floor. Hello. Standing nearby, Hella watched with delight as Black dealt with the students. She moaned with each of Black's punches. Blood splattered against the walls. She continued to moan. Ah. Boris was too frightened to speak, only able to whimper. He mumbled. Black's cold gaze fixed on Boris without blinking. A sickening smack echoed through the room. Hello walked over, grabbed Blake's arm, and said, Blake, I can't stand it anymore. He turned his head and told her, hold on a second, Hello. Let me take care of this one first. Before he could finish, she jumped in. No. Hello wants this one. Looking around the blood-soaked classroom, at the students' bodies scattered on the floor, she continued, all those dying children. Then finally, at a terrified Mary. And that one, the sole survivor. A thrill ran through Hello as she exclaimed, isn't this exciting? Seeing Blake still standing there, she urged, come on. He sighed, a mixture of exasperation and indulgence in his voice. You're incorrigible. Phoenix. I'll just give authority a vague report, all right? With that, Blake and Hello embraced in a passionate kiss. Taking advantage of their distraction, Mears quietly slipped away. And so, due to a moment of carelessness from Blake and Hello, Mears survived. The sky had turned crimson as she ran a considerable distance. Tears streamed down Mears' face. She could only whimper incoherently. Exhaustion, pain, and utter weakness consumed her. She managed a weak cry before collapsing. Lost and disoriented, she wandered aimlessly for a long time, adrift with no destination. One day, as Mears dragged her weary body along the road, a man approached and asked, are you a disciple of Tulum? The towering man wore a grotesque, menacing iron mask. He continued, follow me. Then he revealed his purpose. Join me and fight for the revolution. Eventually, Moraes was rescued by Karakash. She joined the fight under Karakash's command. Moraes inflicted immeasurable damage upon the world. Later, Karakash was brutally beaten, his body covered in blood. And after Karakash died, Moraes was captured by Tom. Tom used his magic, conjuring incredibly strong chains to bind her and suspend her in the air. Finally, Tom imprisoned her. As Plus finished the flashback, Moraes spoke melancholily. My whole life, I lived like that. I thought that acting like that, living like that, was just the way it was Moraes looked at the man named Prof and said, "But now." Suddenly, she burst into a fit of rage. "Now you're saying I was wrong? How can I accept that?" She remembered the past. Back then, someone called her from behind. Mujin, it was Seelha who called her. And she said to her with a smile, "You're not wrong. It's this world that's wrong. If I become queen, I will change this world into a place fit for you." Seelha's eyes were full of sincerity. And she asked Mujin, "Will you become my subject?" Back in the present, Mujin raised her voice and demanded, "Answer me, Prof." Morris looked at the children, stammering, I. She remembered authority's cold, blood-stained face, and spoke as authority would, echoing the words of those heroes. Her eyes became vacant, and Morris uttered the question that had been haunting her. Was I truly not meant to be born? The professor called out to her, "Métis, there is no AI that shouldn't exist in this world." The professor said softly. He wanted Métis to understand that what she had gone through was truly horrific. "I understand completely, but that doesn't mean you are forgiven for the sins you have committed. You have committed too many atrocities." Panic flashed across her face at his words. He placed a hand on his chest, his voice filled with determination. "I will go with you to soothe the pain you suffered as a child and hold you accountable for the crimes you have committed." Métis stared down at the professor, unblinking. Then she heard him say that he would accompany her as her mentor. Professor spoke. "Moraes, I have a request before. He wants to ask you to obscure the view, so the children don't have to witness this, you see?" His last request before dying. Whatever he said must have struck a nerve, because before Professor could finish, Moraes furiously shouted at him to shut up. "Shut up!" Professor looked up at the sharp blade above him, then gently turned his head and smiled at his students. "Everyone, please turn around." The children cried out, "Teacher," in unison. His expression was serene. Without a trace of regret, he said, "It's been an honor to guide you all." All this time, terror began to dawn on the children. Some cried, others froze in fear. Moraes' eyes were more ferocious than ever. The blade began to descend. Prof couldn't bear to watch, squeezing his eyes shut. And then the blade fell. A loud thud echoed. Slowly, Prof opened his eyes. Before him lay Morpheus's head. He gasped, "Boris, someone like you." She began, "Shouldn't follow me. I know I was wrong." Beside her, the blade slowly dissolved. Boris finally spoke the words she had known for so long. "I just didn't want to admit it, because once I did, I realized I'd gone too far. It's disgusting." Her memories flashed back to that day in the auditorium. After punishing her friends, she held a bat in her hand. Before her stood her injured friends, but they still tried to comfort her. "Morpheus, we're okay," one of them said, hugging her own arm and saying if she didn't do that, Tail would scold her, right? "We'll be fine." Mures lowered her head, looking at the floor, and saw an image of herself covered in the blood of her friends. Disgusting. Then the memory shifted to the time she was captured by Tom. She called her Mures and continued, "It's time to stop living like that AI's puppet." Looking at Tom's eyes, I saw a disgusting reflection of myself. Shifting again, the memory landed on Muir's time in prison. Specifically, when she was sitting alone in an empty room, a voice echoed from outside. "Nice to meet you, Mures." Mures looked through the small window on the door and saw a very lovely girl standing outside and introducing himself. "I'm Hyung-sik, the warden. Are you uncomfortable here, in the dark cell, seeing my reflection in the bowl of soup the warden gave me?" I felt disgusted with myself. It was agonizing, so I couldn't admit it. I wasn't disgusted. What I learned wasn't wrong. What's disgusting is this world, and what's wrong is also this world. I tried to believe that to keep living. Morris remembered Professor, laughing and joking with his students. Then she transformed back into her child form. Most stared blankly at Professor's face. End of flashback back to the present. The mirrors hanging above are starting to crack and fall. Most speaks. Truly. She could feel herself. "I can't take it anymore. My eyelids are getting heavy." What a disgusting life it was. With those words, Morpheus slowly disintegrated and floated away. Doppelganger stood hidden, watching the dissipating smoke. His disciples rushed from afar and embraced him. Somewhere, a fierce battle was raging. Medea appeared, her eyes filled with sorrow, yet terrifyingly enchanting. The secretary asked in astonishment, "Can she reverse time?" Authority turned and confirmed, his voice firm. Yes, no wonder the more we argued, the more off track things went. Growing more irritated with each thought, he gritted his teeth and said, She's rewound and replayed the argument countless times and changed the future into one that benefits her. At this, the secretary inquired, "Then how can we defeat her?" Authority slowly replied, "Fortunately, she has a weakness." He glanced over, instructing his secretary, "Look at what I just sent you." She immediately looked at her iPad screen. Authority calmly asked, "Do you notice anything different?" Just then, an image of Meadows appeared on the screen. The first scene seemed ordinary at first glance, but in the second, a subtle change suddenly appeared. The ends of her hair began to look different. A deep purple hue emerged. Along with it, the length of her hair seemed to lengthen in an instant. After observing for a moment, the secretary, seemingly realizing the issue, replied, "Her hair got a little longer? That's what I thought, right?" Authority's gaze remained calm, but knowing, as if he had seen through all the secrets. He emphasized his point again. He calmly continued to ask, "Why do you think that is?" The secretary hesitated for a moment, then offered her speculation. "Because she harbors too many dark thoughts?" Before this answer, he was stunned for a moment, then reacted with irritation. "Are you kidding me? Authority has also discovered a secret. This woman can reverse the time of everything around her, but she can't do that to herself," he said with certainty. He immediately recalled the image of Meadows being injured and used it as an example for this foolish secretary to understand. Meaning, if she gets hurt, she won't be able to reverse that injury. Authority affirmed his understanding, believing that she would return to the past with that injury. Speaking of which, he smugly thought, "So the moment we accepted her challenge, we knew for sure that we would win." The secretary worriedly asked, "But will someone who can control the flow of time also be physically strong?" He urgently reminded her, "Have you forgotten?" Authority revealed a sinister look, saying, "I also possess the ability to control time." The secretary's eyes widened in astonishment, speechless. Authority's voice remained steady, stating, "To put it bluntly, I've been manipulating time far longer than she has." He scoffed, his tone brimming with confidence. "I will win." His aged face wrinkled further, his sharp gaze fixed forward. Then he continued, "Perhaps this is the destiny of those who possess the power to control time. We use this ability by trading our lives." The image of Meadows flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, the group of espers were fighting fiercely against the tentacles. The heavily wounded Narura monster panted heavily, looking up with a sigh. Phew. Just then, the plant's tentacles continued to grow relentlessly. "Attack, everyone!" Caliban coldly unleashed a powerful sword slash, shredding them into countless pieces. He glared, annoyed, and reminded him, plant manipulation isn't a power suited for killing. The severed plant tendrils sprang back to life, lunging forward relentlessly. A resolute voice followed. "But I like it. I can admire the beautiful curves of the plants. Let me tell you something." As he finished speaking, a golden blade flashed powerfully. Seeing this, Natura's eyes widened in terror, sensing the imminent danger. Caliban swiftly parried each incoming attack, but Natura wasn't so lucky. He was sliced with 1,000 cuts. Natura was sent flying in agony. Blood gushed from his wounds. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Carpe Diem turned back to his opponent, his eyes blazing with fury and menace. "My sword has curves too." Just then, a hammer descended from the sky. A badass young man appeared under the full moon. He was hurtling down from above. He slammed the hammer into the ground, creating an earth-shattering impact. The surrounding earth and rocks exploded into dust and smoke. The air suddenly grew heavy. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. This newcomer was none other than Hansu from the Awaken group. He brazenly used his hammer to strike down an innocent person. He slowly said, "You can seal someone's abilities for 24 hours by hitting them hard on the head." Hansu arrogantly pointed at Carpe Diem, threateningly. "You're known as the strongest headhunter, Carpe Diem." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Brian Tor. Confidently, she commands, "Remove the hood of the one behind him. I can't see his head. On this side." Nianji, from the enigmatic masked group of ability users, stares at her hand and utters, "Now!" Sword transformation. Nianji, with her eerie mask, declares, based on the color of the mask, her abilities change accordingly. With that said, she swiftly swings her hand. Everything in front of her is frozen solid by Nianji's power. Even Natura is caught. Unable to dodge in time, his legs are frozen, immobilizing him. Nianji looks up and orders, "We'll take him down first." The current color is blue. Ice ability. Natura glances back at Brian Tor in panic, asking, "How much longer do we have to wait? Are you still not ready?" Natura clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. "Just a little longer," he gasped. "Just a little longer." He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes hardened with resolve. "I'll return to my prime soon," he declared. Natura gritted his teeth, continuing his assault on the encroaching plant tendrils. The full moon began to disappear behind a veil of dark clouds. The faint light faded, leaving only a few feeble rays peeking through the gaps in the ominous clouds. Brian Tor, his eyes filled with hope, murmured, almost there." The surroundings were swallowed by the encroaching darkness, bringing a chilling silence and a sense of despair. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an unnatural chill that made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Natura gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Brian Tor clung to hope, but his eyes were now vacant and distant. "Almost," he whispered. The moonlight, now tainted with darkness, shone down, and no longer looked innocent. Brian Taylor's lips moved slightly as he let out a yell, "Ah!" In that moment, Brian Taylor emerged with a new appearance. His body was muscular and brimming with vitality. The wrinkles on his face had vanished. He exclaimed joyfully, "It's done! Yes, this is it! Being young again is the best." This was Brian Taylor's current body, 23 years old, at the peak of his physical abilities. He stepped forward, clenching his fists and declaring confidently, "Time is on my side." Hearing him say that, Medius appeared out of nowhere, grinning mischievously. Nature's group was stunned by her words, their eyes widening in surprise. Brian Taylor asked irritably, "What are you laughing at?" Medius replied casually, "Your rambling is just too funny." "How are they similar?" Everyone's faces froze, waiting for an answer. Hassan stood behind them, smirking as if he already knew something. Medios, with a chillingly eerie gaze, said, "I don't side with you." Suddenly, a rapid flashback of the past played in her mind. Medios' eyes widened in horror as the two people in front of her were brutally attacked. Their faces were swollen, their bodies covered in wounds. Natera was beaten so badly that blood spurted from her mouth. Brian Tor, standing beside her, wasn't faring any better, battered and bruised. Kegel, with a sharp expression, coldly swung his sword. He used his final move, finishing off Myanji completely. "Mask!" Hassan raised his giant hammer, high once more. He soared into the air and brought it crashing down on Natara's group. One by one, they were struck on the head like bolts of lightning, but they no longer have the strength to fight back. Both of them, their heads burning crimson, cry out, "Medius, as long as I live." A cruel and indifferent Hades stands there, watching them. Medius, slowly and triumphantly, declares, "Time is always on my side."